Jacob Kaka subscribed with Prime and included the message Gas Dance. I can't see chat. It's literally just subs. All I see are subs. What the fuck, man? The channel record was a level 30 hype train. Bro, this is absolutely insane. You ready for this?
I'm so proud of you.
Don't be lazy. Subscribe to GHAZZY today.
Did you seriously eat more chips?
Yeah, give me that.
Oh, fucking piece of shit! What the? Well, we just broke 15,000 subscribers. Fucking Christmas time! You're using it without the thing! Like, I'm not even using my offerings at the moment. Good. But like, you should be keeping distance. Ooh, divine ward. No. Fucking feed me. Shove it down my throat, okay? Man, I'll get on my knees if I have to. Let's go, dude. How's the gamer dead?
Really
is it bad? Boom! Like this. Oh my god, there's no way! What the fuck? Ah! Bye everyone, my wife and I have dinner plans for now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, everyone. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Because apparently I'm just gonna be here forever, Mako. Forever! 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3. No! 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 4, 3, 2, 1. No! No! 4, 3, 2, 1. It's over! It's over! Oh man, it's over.
Come on, just be happy, okay? Be happy.
Yo, 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 yo. Ay, 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 ay. Holy shit. Woo! How's everybody doing? Baby face cat. No, I just got the neck beard. Dude, my stomach did not like spending 24 hours not eating. So I know that I have to get some food tonight. I actually have to eat today. Okay, I still can't get over the death of my ads. So I made a video about the She-Man. I made a video about the She-Man. And I say that by Act 2, we get Spires of the Shar level 30. This is where you can get 2 charms. Charms. Chat made a bunch of comments saying you get an extra charm slot from Act 2 value of the Titus. I was like, wait, hold up a minute. Then I look at my character. I'm like, my belt is rolled with 1 charm slot, but I have 2. So I was like, I gotta double check this. And guess what? I forgot about this. They've actually changed this. So you get a permanent charm slot from the Valley of Titans relics, which means in Act 2 you have 80 spirits. By the end of Act 2 you can now get 120 spirits.
Included the message Merry Christmas in advance.
She-Man might actually be the most smoothest class to play for leveling minions. Can you imagine if you have like whatever the fuck the body armor is called with 100 spirits? Like you'll have so many minions. But I have the cocaine ads, and when we go to stat, new league starts. Do we keep what we get or lose them all? I'm pretty sure they're gonna turn into the small ants, smaller version of the ant. It's either that or they're gonna leave the ones that's already spectrable in the game and let people play with them in standard or something. I don't know. Again, yeah. Or Bill's people playing in the YouTube chat. Yeah, what are you guys playing? Have you guys decided on your starters yet? Shaman Ascendancy nodes. Well. Let's see. /user GHAZZY TV. I posted them in chat the other day. Post that in YouTube chat as well. Sacred Flow. By a druid minions that might change depending on spectre changes. So maybe they'll do a druid minions. I'm probably gonna do specters myself. Anyway, 3 choice ascendancy is. The third one is not gonna be in the game for this patch. Infernalist Wyvern with Black Flame. Now that sounds good as fuck. Imgur, UK has Imgur banned. Okay, tell you what. Here, I'll move aside. All right, pay attention now. I'm gonna move aside. You take a screenshot. You let me know when you got your screenshot. I'll show you the other picture and you take a screenshot. Okay? Anyone who can't use Imgur, take a screenshot right now. Okay, you good? Give it a few more seconds for anyone who can't access Imgur right now. Okay? And I'm going to move back in frame. Here's the other picture. Moving away. Take it. Oh, fuck. Let me. Yeah. Can I. Fucking Texas in the way. Allow me to fix this for you. I'll help you out. Hold on, chat. Let's help the UK voice out. Hold on. Alert box. Yes, alert overlay. Is that it? All right. Take a screenshot. All right. I hope everybody got the pictures. All right. Apparently they can't access Imgur. So. Thinking Wyvern Lich, if Black Flame Covenant would work with Flame Breath, but it don't look to be so. Black Flame should work with Flame Breath. Why would it not? Why would it not? Oh, is a Flame Breath not a spell? I thought it was a channeling spell. Thought it was a spell, man. Flame Breath is an attack? Where is that confirmed? Wait, what? I think I know where it is confirmed. That won't work. Black Flame won't work. No, that won't work. Not gonna work. Ay, 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 ay. Who will have the interview? I think it was Destin, right? Pretty sure it was Destin, right? QE2, Jonathan, Destin. 20 hours ago. It's this one. This is the one we're gonna watch today. And then when is Talkative Tries podcast? Where's the podcast announcement? The hosting a podcast, Jonathan Rogers, yada yada yada. December 8th. That's on the 8th. We try to get an interview for the Tavern Talk, but the response was that they didn't have time for more than one or two or whatever it was, and Jonathan had already decided which ones to go for. That's the answer I got, at least. That's why we don't have a Tavern Talk this time. And last time we weren't able to schedule it either, so we haven't been able to get a scheduled interview with Jonathan and Mark for quite some time now. I think of the chance of a cool affixes on Talisman, skill effect duration, maybe even spirit. Skill effect duration, maybe. Spirit? I don't think so. The real reason is that they don't want to face the questions about ants. I don't know. That's not ever gonna happen, Howie. Nice shirt. If you type exclamation mark merch, you can get this shirt yourself, actually. It is a top seller. It's the best seller merchandise we have. I don't like it, it's shit. I'm not kidding. You guys can type exclamation mark merch. You just go to GHAZZYTV.com. That's it. Oh, it's being updated. Oh! Oh! We have some cool stuff coming, by the way. But yeah, when this is up, you can buy it there. There's some pretty cool stuff coming. Anyways, tonight, we're doing a Tavern Talk. We're doing it with Moxsy, the Wasteland's Danger himself. Homogenizing needs to go. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Dun, dun, dun. There's an upcoming interview on the 8th, correct, yes. What time? The Tavern Talk is at 2100 hour CET, not CEST, sorry, CET. And it's 12 p.m. PST, which is in 4 hours from now. Yes, it destroyed crafting at 0.4. That's not 5 hours, Crash Dummy, that's 4 hours. Four hours, sir. Remove and homogenize the omens, you can go mirror an RMT item from Geneva. Did remove homogenizing though, said an interview with Siggy. Yeah, Mark said it's gone. Did you sleep at all? Yeah, I fell asleep around 8 a.m. Yeah, about 8 a.m. And then I woke up 2 hours ago. That Hannah's parents came to visit with their dog, and I woke up from a dog barking. So that's how I woke up today. I was recording videos last night. Who said why it was? Self-explanatory for people that know how to craft Void Dragon. And I think that they would have wasted time if they started explaining why. It was just too strong, and everyone that knows how to craft agrees with that. My take was always that they needed to add something else to add to crafting. On if they removed it or nerfed it, they needed to add something to compensate that nerf. They didn't do that. Well, we get Abyss Craft, right? But they didn't do that, which is what made me a little upset. But whatever. It still had to go. I'm curious to know what they plan to change with plus skills, like what will replace it. We'll see. My dog woke me up this morning because Claire didn't get up on her schedule for food. Yeah. Try being a streamer where there's lunch times, and instead of going to bed at like a somewhat reasonable time, you go to bed at 7, 8 a.m. instead. But yeah, no, I wasn't prepared for Hannah's parents to show up, so. But I got some sleep. We're fine. I'm just hungry. But I think they're cooking food right now, so. 130-pound Mastiff. Sure. Have non-Namgur link for the Ascendancies. Yo, any of our UK friends? Any of our UK friends that took screenshots earlier? Do you guys have it uploaded on a site that works for UK people? I put it on Discord. Yeah, how about that? Guys, type exclamation for Discord. I will post the stuff in the PoE2 general chat right now. Okay? Here. For the UK boys not having access to Imgur, here are the 2 Ascendancy peaks. There. You guys can see that, right? Type exclamation with Discord, go to the PoE2 general chat, and you'll have it there. I will pin it. Wait, what? What is this? What? This version of the image was sent out to media early this week. It's worth noting a lot of things have changed in both the Oracle and Shaman. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it white? Why do I have 1,400 missed messages? What is this? What? Huh? Interesting. Wait, why can't I make them all red? Mark all as red. There you go. So apparently, this has been removed. Oh, shit. I did not know about that. Ay, 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 ay. we knew it was like potential changes to it, but I didn't know that GGG had confirmed it that hard. That's big. That is big, dude. All right, let's go watch this interview, shall we? I have probably have to run for food in a bit. I don't know when they're cooking. You know, Hannah's parent is here, so I know that they're cooking food at some point. But we're gonna watch this. All right, let's go watch Destin's interview with Jonathan Roberts himself. And we're going to be watching this. For those of you asking about Tavern Talk later in today's stream, actually, we'll have a Tavern Talk with Moxsy. We're going to have, at the very least, one more Tavern Talk before the launch. Hopefully, 2 more Tavern Talks with some community members or community streamers. For those of you asking why we haven't had a Tavern Talk with Jonathan and Mark lately, is actually scheduling issues. Last PoE 1 release, we were unable to schedule it. And for this one, we had some issues with scheduling as well. They ran out of time, only had time for 1 or 2 interviews. I believe this is one of those interviews, and the other one is with Talkative Try on the 8th. So we did not get an interview for the Tavern Talk this time again. However, I'll be watching Destin's interview with Jonathan Roberts. I keep mixing their goddamn last names all the time. Jonathan Roberts. All right, here's the link to the video for those of you who haven't checked this out. Destin always makes really good content for this type of videos, so do check it out. And let me get some subtitles, and let's go.
Well, Jonathan, it's great to see you again for Path of Exile to Last of the Druids reveal, and to share this with my audience. How have you been?
Me personally, or
yeah, you. How you? You're here talking to you.
yeah. So honestly, like, it's been going very well. Like probably for me, one of the great things is that we're really showing people how you know, we're able to get the company to be able to work on 2 games at the same time and kind of make sure we're hitting those releases and everything. So you know, so long as we're actually able to you know, get like just make cool things, I'm really happy. And so it's really good to see that we're finally able to do that.
That's great. Well, let me ask you this. What's the most exciting aspect of this update that you're really excited to talk about and reveal today?
Well, for me, I would say it's honestly the Fate of the Val League. And I guess I'm really personally invested in this one because I took the kind of unusual step of writing the code for it myself, which I don't usually do these days. It's like something that's kind of pretty unusual. But I really enjoy those kinds of leagues that have like some kind of interesting simulation of something going on. So, you know, the build your dungeon mechanic and like all that stuff. I had a blast making that. So I'm really hoping that players will enjoy playing around with that too. And there's just some really cool design ideas in there, and like some of the crafting stuff in there is like pretty crazy and out there, and you know, yeah, it's just a really fun one. I mean, obviously the druid's like a, you know, a big thing, and like but I've been working on that for a long time, whereas this league is something I've only been working on for a little while.
He's tired of the druid, confirmed. Vol League will be the best thing ever. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, the Fate of the Vol League, like the mechanic they did, everybody expected incursion thematic to it. Everybody did, which we were on point with. And then when they were like, this whole build your dungeon thing, which is like Synthesis League, which is an old league. I mean, check out PoE Synthesis League. This is back in 2019. This is one of my favorite leagues back in 2019 that they released. It wasn't very well received, but mechanically, I was very happy with how that was played. As I'm very happy that this is being brought back instead of how the incursion is working in PoE 1 right now. So I'm personally very excited for this league myself, on top of its theory, of course.
I'm really enjoying that at the moment.
Yeah, you actually showed me the Druid many years ago at Gamescom. You brought it up during the roundtable there. So we first played it a few years ago. What happened to that build since? Can you take me through your process of getting to today, besides, you know, adding the whole wyvern to the or is it wyvern or?
Oh, he's about to ask. I'm like, isn't it called wyvern? Before they answer, wyvern pronunciation.
Wyvern.
Oh, so I am saying it correctly. What is the American pronunciation?
Wyvern. Wyvern.
But there's an R. The British people don't know how to pronounce R. Wyvern. 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 Abracadabra. Now, what's the spell? Ridiculo? Leviosa.
Wyvern.
This is crazy. I don't normally figure out that Americans can pronounce words better than British, because normally it's the other way around. There's no R in British, it's British. Okay, that's fair.
Wyvern.
Wyvern, I believe, is what we
Wyvern,
say.
my
but,
mistake.
I don't know what the official fantasy pronunciation is, but
You're probably right.
But yeah, so basically, back when we did that presentation, we only really had the bear, and to be honest, it was really only like 3 or 4 skills for the bear kind of there. So, I mean, we had a class and it was fun what we had made, but it wasn't really like a full class with all the different things that you need. And honestly, at that point, I don't
What is
think
happening?
we'd even really realized the amount of work it even takes to make a class. You know, it was that early. So, I mean, there was a lot of stuff to do. And then even worse, we had the thing where, you know, we added WASD that suddenly compromised like a bunch of the extra work that we had done, you know, on this class. You know, getting all the
Cloudflare's
animation stuff
global's
done.
problems.
So,
Okay.
that was just a huge amount of work. And not only that,
Ad
but
blocker not
we
active
had
for YouTube,
situations
ad
where, like, you know,
premium.
there were huge amounts of arguments in the team about how a wolf should be. You know, like that was a huge point of contention. So that was, you know, like I was kind of like, I really don't want it to be a man in a wolf suit. I really wanted to make
Okay, so this is not really
sure that it was,
helping.
you know, like actually like you know, you'd run around on 4 legs and that kind of stuff. But on the other hand, there was problems with, okay, but then if you're going to do that, then like, what can you do? Just like bite things? I mean, what are we doing? Here? You know, like there was that kind of stuff, you know, like there was just sort of fulfilling the fantasy.
Does
of
it
that,
help if
and,
I
like,
lower
so,
the
you know,
quality?
we had to find ways to compromise around that and like make the walking feel good. And then there was the Wyvern, which you know,
This is gonna be a long video,
once
boys.
again, WASD problems where, you know, now that we've got that, it has to be that when you use a spell or a ranged attack, you expect to be able to move while you're doing
Advanced setting to disable low latency checkbox can help. Where the fuck is advanced? Quality? No? Where the fuck is advanced? What do you mean? I don't see it. I don't have that.
it.
Which?
If you're a
No, I'm
wyvern
not
and you're like
downloading
walking around
anything.
on your wings, you know, you can't just like slide around on the ground. So, you know, we had problems of like, how do we solve that problem? And it's
Cloudflare
crazy some of the
issues
stuff we went
globally.
through. Like at one point we had the neck like turning around, and then you have this like flip animation when you went around a certain 90-degree corner and that kind of stuff. It was seriously crazy the amount of iteration we had to go through. So, you know, like just getting there was just a whole thing. And then of course, you know, like there's just everything else you need to make a class, the ascendancies and the support gems and the uniques and like all that stuff, right? So yeah, it's a surprisingly large amount of work, but I think the Druid really was one of the harder ones we've ever done.
Druid is looking great.
You know, it's funny. They keep talking about how the Druid was the hardest one they've ever done. And to me, it sounds like preferential decisions on the Wolf, but that the Wyvern form was like the biggest problems they had to deal with. That's what it sounds like to me. It's not the Druid as a whole, but those 2 specific features that was the hard part for them to go across, right? Based on what they've talked about at the interview and the reveal and now in this interview.
A lot of fun. You sort of addressed it in the presentation, but I did see Darth's recent video. I like DarthMicroTransaction a lot. I watch a lot of his content, pop in his stream. He was highlighting that there could be a better boss reward grind. How are you revitalizing the PoE2 boss grind for uniques or just interesting gear drops from the more challenging encounters?
Shout out to my Tavern
is that
Talk
from
boy.
community feedback?
So we basically, like, there's still a lot more work we can do to like make the, I guess, the core drop pool that you get from fighting bosses and so on to, you know, like to be really good. There's definitely some concerns at the moment that, you know, that this specific content has all the best stuff, and then like there's not enough stuff just for like killing, you know, your random workaday boss. So that's like something that we are concerned about. And one of the things that we're doing here is we've actually buffing a lot of uniques, like that kind of thing, like to make sure that those are actually more exciting to find. We're like, you know, doing things like with like lineage supports to like do something that as well. So we're just kind of just trying to make sure that like the rewards that we do have are better. I think one of the things that we do get compared to all the time is like part Path of Exile 1, which has like 10 years of content and is like a very hard like thing to sort of, you know, it's hard to get to the point where there's enough rewards like
Is it
how
seriously
that
just
game has,
Cloudflare
right?
issues?
That ultimately is like
Just
the, you know,
causing
the
the
game
load.
we should be compared to.
It's so
We sort
annoying.
of have to reach the point where there's enough content and enough interesting.
Chat, is there a way to fix this? Because I have no issues on the speed. I've checked everything. It's your connection. Does it help if I VPN my ass somewhere? Page refresh.
Really show enough interesting things going on with the drops that people sort of feel happy about that. And so yeah, we are trying to address that here.
That's not helping. It's bad for me too. I mean, what other browser do I have installed? Fucking Microsoft Edge. How loud will this be? The fuck?
Enough interesting things going on with the drops that people sort of feel happy about that. And so yeah, we are trying to address that here. But I did think honestly there's an element of just we need to get enough content into the game that there's enough cool things to find that you can actually feel like, okay, I've you know, I'm going for this particular thing that's undervalued in the market right now, and that
Looks like
kind of
it's
stuff
working.
in order to really get that feeling of you know, of like chase rewards to find.
Totally hear you on that. The next one's sort of an important one, so please be honest. Who coined the term bear apocalypse? Just out of curiosity.
That was me, I believe. I believe I was that one who wrote that one. The skill was called that in development, by the way.
Oh, really? Tell me
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah, that was the name.
So you just had that in there as a placeholder?
Just like, yeah, sure. I mean, you know, like people always pick funny placeholder names. In fact, like a lot of that stuff, the downer miners will still find it in the game files when they look around.
Yeah,
so,
we've seen a lot of
that's always
those
a fun
things.
one for those silly names.
Nice. So I was sort of looking at the Steam numbers.
Allow me to show you a funny name. PUEDB Syndicate Operatives. Here's a funny name. Police Curve Dagger. Betrayal Secret Police Curve Dagger 1, 2, and 3. And Walk Emerge Betrayal. Okay, that's whatever. But these Police Curve Dagger. Like, there's a bunch of these in the game. Like in the files. So when we go through Spectres and whatnot, we actually see them a lot.
And I noticed it's really interesting. Path of Exile seems to have smaller peaks, but longer valleys on SteamDB. Path of Exile 2 has bigger peaks, but the valleys got a bit lower on the player count front. Do you think there's something missing on the retention end for each update of PoE 2 right now that'll get...
I don't think they care too much about retention. I think Jonathan is going to talk about how they don't really care about people playing consistently. Haven't they said that?
You know, if you
Like
ever
they
want to join my Necromancer Coven in Diablo
Bilky, thanks so
4,
much for the
just let
prime,
me
man.
know.
Appreciate you,
We're
man.
always looking for more souls to corrupt.
They obviously the end game missing is part of the retention issue. But yeah, they said that yesterday. That's why I keep thinking about it. Okay, so I'm pretty sure they said something in the lines of that they don't care about people coming back the next day, but they care more about people coming back the next league, right? I think they said something along those lines. Sorry, I was fucking exhausted yesterday. So I'm like, correct me if I'm saying something wrong here. Dead Rabbit with a raid. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you, man. How you doing, dude? We're watching the Destiny interview right now.
ironed out as you head towards launch?
I definitely think that that's something that will improve. And I think that really what it comes down to once again is just the fact that PoE1's got so much depth of content. The amount of stuff that you can do in a given season is just so incredibly huge. There is put it this way, I mean, there's content there that like players may not even play for multiple leagues at a time, and then when they come back to it, like it's been so long that they're like, you know, refreshed and sort of playing again. Like there's that kind of stuff because there's just such a huge amount of content. I mean, I don't even know what the count of the number of leagues we released in that game is at this point. It's like more than 40. It's probably like maybe approaching 50 by this point. So yeah, there's just like a huge amount of stuff going on there, and ultimately, it's just about making sure that we get in that end game to the point where you know, people are enjoying it more. So we actually
Now, with that said, they did promise, well, not promise. I mean, obviously, we like to use hyperbolic words. They did say in 0.3 that 0.4 was going to be the end game patch. Not an end game patch, the end game patch. Like, ballistic. And then we see the reveal, and they say, hey, we had to postpone it to 0.5. I think that's one of the main things that was, the lack of a better word, disappointing. But other than that, I mean, yeah, the in capital letters, yeah, that's how it was, right? Because that's such a big problem they need to deal with. And they postponed it to 0.5 instead, right?
Did have a huge plan for stuff, for new content for Endgame that we were planning on.
Brad, thank you so much for sub, man.
But it just sort of ended up being that the scope was a little bit too large. We couldn't quite do it. So some of that content instead is going to be coming in 050. And I think that can address some of those issues as well. Like one of the common things we hear is basically like there aren't like enough goals in the end game. Like you sort of feel like once you get into the end game, you just lose a little bit of direction. So that's sort of something that we want to make sure that we're improving. So
thank you, Scratch, for the sub.
we decided to do sort of like some system improvements, like making sure that the fun of the end game is improved in that way. But some of what the end game is lacking is just straight up content, and obviously that takes time to produce. You know, like it is. I can assure you that it is in progress. There is stuff coming, but yeah, there's just next league. I think will be when we manage to get a lot more of that stuff coming out.
I definitely didn't mean it as a negative. Like the player numbers seem really, really solid. It was just sort of an interesting comparative figure that I thought I would ask you about.
But it is definitely something that I'm concerned about, right? Because like I would say that when players, I mean, look, so every time we have a release, we're like, okay, what are the players unhappy about, right? Like, what are the things that we need to be addressing? So, you know, like the in-game stuff is one of the ones that we had, you know, big in our list that we wanted to improve. So that's why, you know, we started. I mean, even in 030, we decided to make a patch to address some of the problems even early because we saw it as a big enough of an issue that we wanted to even fix that mid-league. So that's why 031 happened as well.
Yeah, whenever we chat, I try not to ask you like the same questions over and over again, but I thought there would be a few points that I could revisit. I actually watched some of our old interviews to prepare for today. One of the things you highlighted was about PoE 1 players versus PoE 2 players and differences there. Do you feel like PoE 1 player satisfaction?
Done it now. Subscribe.
You get some of the prime. Thanks so much, dude. Appreciate you, man.
To rename my build to the Diesel Destroyer after this. Thanks for keeping the lights on and the loot flowing, buddy.
Has gone up in PoE 2, and how are PoE 2 players feeling about the game? You highlighted that PoE 1 players felt like 2 was hard, and 2 players felt like 2 was easier. How's that going?
That's interesting. Like, obviously, we players, we see the feedback that content creators, well, let me put it this way. People that are watching this stream, watching this on YouTube later, we are the kind of players that we get exposed to the social media content creation light, the perspective of that, right? They made the monster density change based on the reveal they had. They said that they got a lot of feedback saying that people felt like they were getting swarmed in higher tier maps. I have never seen or heard anyone even mention anything in the lines of, hey, I'm getting swarmed in the higher tier maps. I've never even seen that. But apparently they're getting a lot of feedback about this, which is clearly coming from the type of player base that don't consume this type of content, YouTube, Twitch, streams, whatever, right? And they are ultimately, no matter how we twist and turn this, they are part of the majority of the player base in the game. Same with Diablo 4, but that's a different topic, right? And as a result, they do have to look at those feedback things and make changes. But we don't see that feedback, right? We don't see that. So they're making changes according to that. So now they're saying like, well, PoE 1 players feel like PoE 2 is hard. PoE 2 players feel like PoE 1 is hard. My perspective and the feedback I've seen and heard and opinions I've seen and heard has nothing to do with it being hard. It's mostly that PoE 1 players feel like PoE 2 is too slow. PoE 2 players feel like PoE 1 is too old. Those have been like the top things. It's graphical reasons for people playing PoE 2 to not play PoE 1, or that PoE 1 is actually too hard to learn. Those are like the two main ones that I can think of. But for PoE 1 players, not liking PoE 2 has more to do with it being either shallow or hollow in terms of content, or just too slow. But I've never heard anyone say that plays PoE 1 that PoE 2 is too hard. But that might be a feedback from people that we don't actually get exposed to, right?
So I definitely think that PoE1 players are liking PoE2 more than what they did before. But I think the other thing that's really
True.
helped is that, PoE1 is actually getting content again with the proper release schedule and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, like if you're the kind of person who just doesn't like PoE2 for whatever reason, and you like PoE1 better, it's like now since that game's getting updates, you're kind of not feeling, unhappy and disappointed, right? So that actually changes the whole vibe of the community pretty significantly. So like we actually realized at some point, it's like, one of the best things we can do for PoE2 right now is actually make a PoE1 better, because it's kind of like, serving the people who are unhappy about that. So that's definitely something that's really helped. And I mean, really, like it's not like we
just subscribe.
Thank you,
and
Grayson,
include
for the sub, man.
message
Appreciate
when
you, man.
the
Thank you.
campaign ends.
intended that we wouldn't be getting content regularly for PoE1. It's just that it sort of ended up being with the getting the company to a place where it could do that was hard. So now we're in a much better position to be able to do that. And so we had a PoE1 release what feels like seconds ago. It was like I think it might be like only even a month,
And it was.
and maybe a month and a week or something. And so yeah, being able to deliver this update and that update within such a short time period, it's definitely required quite a lot of difference, just engineering of the company, right? Like getting it to the point where we've got all the people we need. So and it's kind of cool as well because as the company gets bigger, we get to do more. Like you might have noticed that the stuff we're doing with our trailers now is like way more advanced than what we've been doing. That kind of stuff. Like we're getting more people to be able to do that kind of stuff too. So it's been quite cool to see that kind of growth as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, but I think I did last time, so I don't want to be redundant. You talked a lot about performance this time. One of the top
thank
search
God for
terms
that.
is PoE2 Steam Deck. Have you worked on that specific device in addition to your current improvements? And then are you forward thinking about the Steam machine?
So I mean, we haven't targeted that machine specifically, but all the performance improvements we're doing will work very much in favor of that machine as well. Like it is a pretty marked difference, like the improvements to performance. And this is one of those things where you got to be really careful about promising things because you're always going to get someone who's got, for whatever reason, their PC is like doing worse now than it was before, and then like they end up being slower or something like that. So you didn't fix it at all, but like I really can say that like the improvement is pretty damn marked. We did
That's
a lot
problem.
of
That's
work
good.
here. So I think it's going to especially
Props
be
should still
beneficial for
work.
console players as well because
Double check here.
in that case that we can be much more certain about our performance promises because hardware's all
Maybe they don't.
exactly identical.
Take it off.
And like it is way better there, especially at end game when you had lots of performance problems. So yeah, it honestly might be getting towards double FPS in some cases. Like it really is like pretty big deal.
Double FPS. You heard it here first.
Yeah, well, as I said, I don't want to make promises like that. So we went with a conservative 25% in the live stream for that reason. But yeah, like I mean, I'm seeing numbers like that though. Yeah, it's way better.
Well, I hope you're correct. In the
Dead Rabbit in chat says double FPS in Abyss means we have at least 2 FPS now.
Speaking of just Path of Exile and how you really
Oh,
try and
man.
innovate. In the past, we had talked about lack of innovation in the market. That was a while ago. Do you feel like a lot of the larger companies are getting better about this or even more risk averse? And are they creating a space for studios like your own to really shine?
So it's pretty interesting what's been going on in the industry in the last year, especially where it feels like all the biggest things are indie hits. Like
Yeah, because every AAA company are fucking themselves over. And if you look at the ARPG scene, it's like every other ARPG game is taking L after L after L. People are not happy with the Last Epoch crafting situation, and the recent monetization situation is also getting a lot of heat for the Last Epoch part. Diablo 4 is taking L after L. They even decided to launch the new season 12 hours before PoE 2 launches. That's super good, man. Way to alienate the overlapping player base between the two games, and not to mention the content creators giving you free marketing. But fuck them, because whatever reason they had for that. I mean, it's like every company's just taking L after L after L, and then PoE 2 is like the only way PoE can fail is themselves. There was a meme that came out when PoE 1 announced PoE 2. Remember that? Anyone that remembers that? If you remember this, let me know in the comments below. The comments was, GGG don't have any game to compete with, so they made another game to create a competitor. That's what people said. PoE 1 created PoE 2 to have another game to compete with.
Honestly, it really feels like something has changed a little bit here with that. I sort of wonder whether what we'll see eventually is some kind of cycle where the studios, the kind of like there'll be another thing where like the indie hits kind of like end up growing again and becoming the new AAA, as it were, or you kind of have a cycle again of like teams growing in. But right now it feels like we're right in the point where you get some really polished indie experiences are kind of ending up being some of the largest things. So I mean, like the older companies, I mean, it's honestly I barely pay attention to them anymore, quite frankly. You know, like that stuff is like not really where the action is at this point. Which normally I feel like people are overly mean to AAA game developers, but yeah, it really is kind of a bit of a marked change this year for sure.
Yeah, like I'm playing of Ash and Steel. It's a smaller studio game, and it's just like, oh wow, this is so refreshing. And Out of Action is this indie game. It's a first person shooter that's trying something new, and that's been really, really refreshing for me. Another thing about the market, just generally speaking, you know, we talked about Chris last time, and he's sort of doing his YouTube thing now. He did a video about dark patterns. It wasn't something that I was really familiar with.
It was a
It
good
was
video.
really, really insightful. You've also talked with me about avoiding negative cycles in the past. How do you and the team avoid dark patterns being icky feelings for the player? Make
I think it really just
feelings. Yeah, you know.
I think it really just comes down to we've always, and like this has been from the very beginning of our company, have always just been really against those kinds of things. Like maybe there's this kind of like there's a sort of hacker ethos that I think that both Chris and I kind of came from younger, like when we were younger in our lives, that kind of was very kind of like anti-establishment in this
2600 hours, all the hits, yeah.
yeah. So yeah, we just kind of had that sort of feeling about things, and so yeah, our kind of whole philosophy I think was kind of shaped from that a lot, and so that's whenever we're looking at you know, doing things. I mean, you know, we're very careful with our microtransactions and this kind of stuff as well. Like whenever we're looking at the stuff to make sure that we don't like go across the line of like just that weird icky feeling, as you said. But I mean, it just comes down to I think just being a gamer and being in that community and understanding, like, you know, if you're part of it, it's like you immediately tell like, how would I react if I saw a game announce this, right? And that's what you need to be thinking as you're doing these things. And honestly, like with Settlers of Calgary, so this is a funny one. So that one is a league that had some real-time mechanics, and I was like super uneasy about that. I was like, I'm actually really worried that we're crossing a line here into like mobile game style territory, and I was really, really worried about it. And it kind of worked out. And I think the reason why is because we had enough trust built up that we weren't kind of doing it in an evil way, and we also kind of weren't doing things like where, you know, like we weren't doing,
You know, built up a lot of trust. I talk about this a lot every time the topic of Diablo 4 PoE comes into mind and the comparisons between the two. So let me explain to you what happened on Diablo 4 launch. There was about a 4 to 5 hour downtime before people could actually log in and play. They got so much shit for that. It was so much shit they got for that. It's insane. You know what happened on PoE 2 beta release last Christmas? Almost identical downtime. It was almost identical. It was about a 4 or 5 hour downtime before people could actually play. You know what the difference was from the community response? Shit happens. Oh, it's all right. Please get your shit sorted as soon as possible. Shit happens. It's okay. Server issues can happen to any company. It's okay. The exact same thing happened to D4, but nobody said that. Everyone was fucking hating on them. And that is a result of Blizzard ruining their goodwill that they built up. Well, they've been ruining that for quite some time. But basically all their goodwill is so damn low that people don't give them benefit of the doubt, or, you know, give them, cut them some slack for these things. That can happen to any company. GGG has goodwill built up for so many years that when the exact same thing happened to them, they were like, no, it's okay. You know what? It'll work out. Just get his shit sorted. It sucks, but whatever. You know, that was the response. And that is completely based around the goodwill that they built up.
The type of thing where we're like, okay, we want you to get up in the middle of the night and that kind of like crappy stuff that the games have done. So we kind of managed to have a bit of latitude to do that. But yeah, I was even really just worried about that, and that ended up being like a really popular league in the end. But yeah, like that's the kind of stuff that I really do want to be careful to try and avoid.
In his video, he brought up somebody carrying a laptop to keep a daily streak alive. Was it you?
Yeah, wasn't me. No, I do know who that was, but I'm not gonna throw them under the bus.
What are
I do that, by the way. I still do my daily login on Tibia. I have I did it before I went live. I have 740 something days streak of doing my daily login. Yes, that means that when I flew to TwitchCon, I did my daily login on the flight. I still do it. It's become a habit now. Every time I go live during the intro, I log into Tibia to do my daily login. Still having fun with it. Oh, I'm enjoying the game, but the daily login is like, I just don't want to lose my streak because I have over 700 fucking days doing it. I don't want to lose my streak.
what are some of the really bad examples of dark patterns that you really don't like and work to avoid?
I mean, okay, like, so random example, right? In our shop, the points, they're like 1 point is 10 cents, right? We don't have any like weird like ratios and other stuff. We
Yeah.
never do like point discounts or like larger packs of discounts and other stuff like that. Like, you know, like we try to play it extremely, you know, like it's like the reason why we have to have a point currency on the shop is because, you know, you need to do at least $5, otherwise the credit card fees just become ridiculous, right? But it's like outside of that, we're not interested in having a premium currency exactly. We just want you to be able to buy, you know, like stuff in our shop. So therefore, we don't have any interest in doing things like selling things for like, you know, like 99 points or like, you know, like doing weird ratios and all that stuff. Like I don't want to do it, right? So we've always been like that, and we just kind of, you know, just a random example of one of those things, right?
Yeah, of course. And it seems like you're doing okay. So maybe they're
Sure,
not
I mean, you
you.
don't need to do that, right? I mean, it's the same as true with the like mystery box. I think we were one of the first in the industry to publish what the chance were. I think we were one of the earliest ones also to make it so that you can't get repeat items in the mystery boxes as well.
Yeah.
Like, you know, so like we're making sure that when we do the stuff that we're, you know, we're trying to be as friendly as possible for that kind of thing. And like at the end of the day, you know, we did experiments with the stuff and we found, you know what, like all of those things didn't matter as much as you might think that they do. And I'm sure that, you know, you could probably make a few more bucks if you do some of that stuff, but I don't think it's actually necessary. I think that you can actually be fair and it's okay.
Yeah, you know, it's just a really interesting topic for me because I think there are games that do it well and sort of strike that balance that needs to be struck when you're making a product. I think you're one of those companies, in my opinion. And
Yes.
I was curious, do you feel like anybody out there is kind of getting a bad rap in the industry right now?
You mean like undeserved?
Yeah, like maybe it's like, maybe you're being a little bit too harsh on.
I don't know that I would immediately. I don't think there's any examples that jump to my mind. Like I mean, look, I do like in general, I do sympathize with game companies when they do things, because you know, like I've been there in some cases, you know, like I can see how
Yeah.
it goes. And obviously, everyone's trying to do their best with regard to making things that players like. So you know, like I do sympathize a lot of the time, but at the end of the day, like you know, you've got to you do actually need to do what your customers want you to do, right? Like you can't. You know, you have to respect them. And so, you know,
Sure.
if people are getting a bad rap, I mean, on some level, they do need to just be able to weather that and deal with that and, you know, and change things and do better.
Yeah, you know, actually, in my previous interview with Path One, I believe he said something along the lines of, "You can't get defensive with your community because
Sure.
you have to address those issues head on." What's your personal
Fair.
philosophy with that? Like when the community's mad, you seem to really weather those storms well. So, like, what's your approach when you know you're kind of getting nailed from all corners?
I mean, what it comes down to really is you have to appreciate the fact that, you know, anyone who's unhappy, they're unhappy for a reason, right? Like you have to try to find their perspective. And that can be really hard sometimes, like seeing what their perspective is. But, you know, like it can be done. You can do it. And that is what led to, you know, a lot of the improvements we made in 030, where we did the sprinting and stuff like that. And it's like, I was kind of against the idea initially, but then we worked out a way to make it okay. You know, like we're like, okay, so, you know, someone's saying they want the game to be faster. Like, what is a way that we can do that in a way that they are happy and I'm happy, right? Like, can we find a way to kind of like get a common ground here? And that's really what it comes down to.
Well, that's good. Last year, I asked you about your favorite game. I think you said it was Balatro. I think that was your game. Was that 2024? Who do you-
Probably, yeah, that sounds right.
Who do you think's going to win 2025, the game at the Game Awards, and what have been some of your favorites
Expedition
this year?
33.
Well, I mean, the people who are going to win is obviously Expedition 33. I think that's not in doubt.
There you go. There you go.
Not actually my favorite game particularly, but not that I'm saying it's bad or anything. I'm just saying, like, you know, it wasn't my favorite. Let me just, I feel like I need to look at my Steam library here and
Go ahead.
refresh myself on what I've been playing. So, oh, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna the game I definitely enjoyed the most this year was The Drifter. I don't know if you've heard of this. It's a
I haven't.
90s style It's a 90s style adventure game. And it was just so well done. I honestly loved it. Yeah, that's kind of that's the thing that I'm pushing at the moment in terms of like awesome games. And honestly, they probably deserve more sales because it's really excellent. So yeah, that's probably what I enjoyed the most.
Oh, that's great. And you're voting for Expedition 33. Got it.
I would not, but I would. What I would. I'm not sure if they got nominated, but Silk Song was probably my next favorite afterwards. I would say.
Great
I really
game.
enjoyed that. Yeah.
Great
I
game.
really enjoyed it.
The new map system. So was that inspired from PoE 1, or what was the new map system?
And so you're talking about the Fate of the Vile dungeon map thing.
Yeah.
So basically that
well, looks like we've got another
Deadly
Prime
Kitten, thanks so much for the
subscriber.
Prime.
Zero Deadly Cat and Zero, welcome to the dark side, or should I say the dominatrix side.
we did originally want to do something that was inspired by what we did in Incursion, but I wanted to do something a bit more interesting because I never was really quite fully happy with how that one worked. And I'd played an indie game called Loop Hero. It must have been like 6 or 7 months ago. I don't know if you played it before, but it's effectively a game where you know, the hero is automated, and what you're doing is designing and making a dungeon for them to walk around in order to level up the hero. And I really liked the way that like the position of placing all of the elements in the dungeon really mattered in that game. So I took a bit of inspiration from that. And I ended up just sort of at home, just in my spare time, kind of writing a like a programmer UI type sort of simulation for this to sort of see like, okay, what can I make here to create something. And I actually made
I never played it.
using that prototype. We took all the code from that and then actually used it for the actual game. So effectively what we've got is the actual league is that same prototype, but with, you know, a proper UI on it rather than the UI that I just made, you know, with like lines and a few small things. So that was a really fun one. And honestly, I don't know if the league could have come together quite the same in any other way, because I ended up modifying the design of what I was doing a lot while I was making it. Yeah, it's been a very long time since I kind of like personally just like sat down and wrote code for a league before. So that was a really fun one, and kind of returned to my roots a little bit, because, you know, I used to do this stuff all the time, a long time
I
ago.
never tried it.
What do you guys code in?
C++. So yeah, like, we've got our own engine. We're like, you know, most of the game industry that isn't using Unity is all on C++.
Okay, cool. And I made a comment about it. You have a painting behind you. Are you a painter? Do you paint?
I'm not. No, it's not me. It's that's a guy. I mean, Sam Foley, I believe, is his name. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of his. It's a really nice one.
Yeah,
He's like a
really
local
nice.
yeah, it's good stuff.
Cool. I had a few jokey questions in here too that I didn't get to. When writing your scripts, I also deal with this. How hard is it to find other words for terms like foe, enemy, or destroy/defeat?
Yeah. It could take a while. You know what? I'll tell you what the one thing that I find myself using AI for is a really good thesaurus, right? Like, it's just like, they seem to, in the depths of the AI, there seem to be a million other these words, and so that's what I often use it for. It's definitely a problem though.
Yeah, that's funny. Give me 5 different ways to say the word foe.
You know?
What was another one I had here? Oh, I was sort of curious. Do you ever use consultancy agencies? I know you have like the Aztecs, right? So like, do you reach out to an Aztec expert to ask them about
That's a
getting
interesting
the
question.
glyphs correct? I don't even know what you would. ask about?
Not usually. What it really comes down to is making sure that our artists are just doing really good referencing and just making sure that they're paying a lot of attention to.
I remember there was an interview with the audio team. I think it was DM, right? The audio guys, Camille and the boys, they were talking about how they had like these for the Karui thematic of the music. They had like local. I don't know this culture, so I don't want to say things that might offend people or something here. But they had like local people in these with more information, or with what's the word? My English is failing me right now. Like the Meroe stuff, right? Yeah, like the native, like the war chant stuff like that. Yeah, they had something like that. They had some vocalists with that that came in. Hawk, is that what it's called? Indigenous. But you know what I'm trying to say, right? Thank you, Chad. I'm trying to be respectful here. I guess I don't remember. And they had like people within the music culture of this, with the Meroe culture, that came in and did some of the vocals for these things, right? Indigenous, yeah. The Meroe battle chant, stuff like that. Yeah, I think there was something like that. I might misremember this, but it was something like that the audio team did, which was pretty cool.
That stuff. So they do a lot of exploration and sort of do like a research into the culture. And then what they make is they make these these reference boards of like, here's how to do this correctly and all stuff. They sort of assemble all those kinds of things together in order to make like a sort of a Bible for how to here's how to represent this culture as we are representing it in in the game. And then once you've got that, you can kind of or go from there and create like a like a bunch of assets. Yeah, like it's definitely a bit of a process.
Yeah, that's sort of cool. Like, do you travel to the locations and then actually experience it, or is it more just online research? What's the process like?
I mean, we haven't really done that. It is a lot of online research mostly. I mean, there've been cases where we've done like some different things than that, but most of the time, yeah, it's just a lot of online research and just sort of making sure. Now, I mean, this isn't really my thing, obviously. Like, I'm not the lead artist, but I sort of that is what they do, and I sort of see them doing that stuff all the time.
When you think back to where you were at launch and where you are today, what's something that you're like really, really proud to have accomplished at this point with what is it, point four, right?
I think that like what we've managed to do really well now is we've managed to get like a really good feel for like combat and like through the campaign and that kind of stuff. Like I'm really happy with where that is. I really like the way that the item system and crafting is coming together. Like sure, we could use a few more rewards and stuff, but the overall system I'm really, really enjoying. And just like the feeling of combat.
Funny that he mentions crafting, because they took away homogenizing exaltation omens, which people who knows how to craft, they all agree it needed to go, or nerfed, probably just go. I kept saying that if they did do that, they had to add some sort of countermeasure to add some other crafting mechanic to bridge the gap between what we had at point 2 and point 3. And I don't think only Abyss League, not in a core mechanic, to be that offset factor. I think they needed something more to that. They didn't add that. So our point 4 crafting is going to be point 2 plus the Abyss stuff. What we had in point 3 was ridiculous essences and homogenizing exaltation. The essences got nerfed and the homogenizing was removed. So the crafting will be a little worse than that, but I think that they should have added something else, or could have added something else. But they've also talked about some crafting stuff that has been added through the Fate of the Vaal mechanic. To what extent that is in terms of crafting, I'm not sure if I agree with that, because there's like double corruption stuff and whatnot. I'm not sure if I would call that like a crafting mechanic. It's more like, hey, here's a final touch on the item kind of thing, right? But that's just my personal opinion.
Blowing things and all that stuff. I'm just really, really happy with that. So it's like I don't think there's like too many weaknesses we still have left, and I kind of do have a plan for how to address them. So like I'm pretty sure things are coming together, and we're going to be now soon at a point where I'm like, okay, like we're actually pretty damn locked in as far as like making a good action RPG is concerned.
Yeah, I was really happy to see that you were adjusting the currency in Endgame, because that was one of my big criticisms for like 0.0 or whatever, because you just spend everything, and if you run out of the maps basically, or whatever they're called, you can't really proceed anymore. So thank you. I guess that was more than anything.
Yeah.
Was that from player feedback, or was it from your own experience, or maybe a little of both?
It's a mix of both. I mean, like I sort of say this pretty frequently, but ultimately what it comes down to is, yeah, like we hear the players what they say, we play ourselves, we try to understand, like, okay, am I experiencing the same problem that they're experiencing, and then be like, okay, now we can make some kind of change. But you do need both of those elements. Like, what I don't want to do is just knee jerk react to something. Like a player says this, I'm like, okay, I'm going to change it then. Like it needs to be that I actually experience the problem for myself to fully understand it. That's kind of a key element of that.
And the dragon, it's you've referenced Game of Thrones, right? At least a little bit.
I mean, I believe that the Game of Thrones dragons were also wyverns technically. So, they're just the cooler form of worm, which is the overall classification here. But yeah, I mean, look, that sort of classic like breathing dragon fire pose. I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool, right? You gotta use those references.
Are you?
I'm gonna be honest. When they said wyvern, I expected the fantasy touch of having like wyvern sting kind of approach with poison. I did not expect fire and ice. Or fire and lightning, sorry. It's cool though. It's cool, but I did expect poison to be part of it, because to me, when I hear the word or the terminology wyvern in a fantasy setting, I expect poison. I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but to me, I associate wyvern with poison, and I associate dragons with fire. That's where I'm at, thematically at least.
Gonna roll druid for the new season, or do you think is there another class you're eyeing?
No, definitely druid right now. I mean, that's what I've been playing for a while now. But actually, there's like a lot of different ways to play it, and it's a little bit it's actually a bit unusual as far as the classes go, because we had to kind of think of it in like, okay, there are sort of 4 archetypes that you might want to play, even independent of being able to pick things across them, right? Like you have to be able to deal with someone who wants to play only spells, or someone who wants to play only wolf, someone who wants to play only bear, or only dragon, but also you want to make sure that there's reasons to combine all of them as well. So it's kind of ended up, there's a lot more sort of...
I associate dragons with Emilia Clarke. Wyverns are a subcategory of dragons in many settings. They vary, but breath weapons like fire, ice, lightning, poison gas, and the like have been used with them. Yeah, I mean, they do come with all forms. I guess dragons do as well in the fantasy setting. It's kind of funny, though, that he mentions that the Game of Thrones dragons are actually wyverns, because dragons have 4 legs. Wyverns have 2 and wings. And the dragons in Game of Thrones actually only have 2 legs. So they are, in fact, actually wyverns, if you want to be picky.
Of cross-pollination between the different elements of the skill set here than what we've done before. And I actually think I kind of want to use some of those ideas and try to bring them back into the other classes as well a bit.
Because, the D&D definition,
that
though?
exercise of sort of thinking about things in terms of those different individual archetypes kind of resulted in quite a lot more interesting design. So, yeah, like that's been... but it does mean that playtesting has just been like, well, once if you're doing a whole bear playthrough, it's like, okay, well, now that's completely like got nothing to do with if you do a full wolf playthrough. So there's a lot sort of harder to kind of... We have to do more playtesting to make the same lot of stuff work.
How is that going to go? Like when I roll druid in my playthrough, are you going to just naturally have drops? They're like, hey, maybe you should try out the wolf build, but that's usually through like Act 1, right? By the end of Act 1, you'll probably be locked in.
So basically, I mean, look, you can just combine multiple forms together. I do imagine a lot of people will probably want to stick to one. Effectively, what we do is at the beginning, we say, okay, like we're going to give you immediately a wolf and a bear skill, sort of start you off, and then the next tier down, that's when you start to get the wyvern stuff coming in. So I suspect a lot of players will probably just like pick one at the start, just go with it. If the more adventurous players out there, you've also got the wyvern to sort of go with. But yeah, like all through, there's kind of like interesting opportunities to be able to move between them. And one of the things we're trying to do as well is that all of them generate some kind of resource or mechanic that the other ones can use in different ways. Like we'll put those hooks in there. So like one of the ones we had in the video, for example, was that so rage is a thing that the bear can easily generate. Like if you're using, but the other 2 classes also have things that consume rage without a natural way to generate it, right? So it's like, you don't have to do that, but it's just a thing that if you're looking to do some kind of like bear hybrid with wyvern, then you can do that, right? Like the more rage you have, the longer you can do the flame breath. So that's like a thing you could do if you want to sort of specialize in doing that. Yeah, like it's like we try to have those cross pollinations from all different directions.
What do you think you're going to roll for the druid?
That's a tough one. I mean, the most recent playthrough I was doing Wyvern, so I probably might want to go Wolf for the next one after that. So probably on release I'll do that. I'm really quite enjoying Wyvern though. It is a fun. It has been fun. So yeah, but I think that when I last played Wolf, we didn't quite have a couple of those changes to the way that the pounce and cross slash stuff works. So I think I might want to roll that one next.
Well, I suppose I'll ask one more because I think I got one more minute. The time mechanic on the ascendancy, how does that work on the back end? Maybe that's a weird question. It seems like you know where the enemy AI is gonna go, and then
Oh, you're talking about the one where
Oracle,
it
right?
does a skill
Cross
from the future
paths or
kind of
whatever it
thing.
is.
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, really, what that is just like so are you talking about the one where you that you use against bosses, or the one where it does the thing for you?
You did it against the boss in the
Okay, so that one, yeah. So that one, basically what we do is like when you use it, it effectively does the heavy stun as if they got heavy stunned from their current position. And then both of those entities now exist, but you haven't heavy stunned one of them. So then what usually happens after that is because you keep attacking them, it immediately heavy stuns the boss as well. And that causes the boss to usually do basically the same thing that just happened to the vision of it that got heavy stunned before. So it kind of just ends up being that you get the feeling of like you got a future got ripped out and then it immediately happened after. So it's kind of just
That's
a bit
such
of
a really
psychological
smart
trick there, I guess.
yeah.
Dude, that is so smart. Smoke and mirrors. So it's not actually doing it, but the way they set it up is giving you the sense of that being what's happening. That is so cool. Explain. So you create this copy of the boss, which is, according to the skill, a future image of the boss. You can hit both targets, but you get a heavy stun, right? What happens is you heavy stun the future version. My understanding is that it gets easier to get heavy stun, and as you do that, it hit that the main target that is. My understanding is that it will very likely be heavy stun right after that as a result of that damage or whatever, or stun buildup, which makes it so that when that future version is out of the stun or disappears, then the main target then becomes heavy stun. So it aligns so nicely that the way the game will be played is making this skill create this copy that you heavy stun, and then when that goes away, now the old version is catching up in time, will now also be heavy stun, and they have the same animation when they become heavy stun, which creates this sense of feeling that you did in fact create a future version of the boss. And then when that goes away, the boss will now repeat what that future version did, which is just getting heavy stunned, right? That is such a cool system.
Yeah, that one was a bit of a trip. I'm like, wait, how does that work? So that seems really fun. What's
That's
a cosmetic
cool.
that you and the team worked really hard on and thought was really cool, but no one bought or very few people bought?
I actually don't think I've got a good answer for this one. I probably didn't pay enough attention to it to really be able to say that. It actually is. I'm not usually the one doing most of that cosmetic stuff, so yeah, probably I'm not the right person to answer that question.
Well,
I can actually feel you guys into this because this was a question Chris Wilson have answered quite some time ago. He talked about two very specific things. One, green color MTXs sells worse than every other color that they have. At least at PoE 1 when this was brought up. This is a couple years back though. They said green colored MTXs are the worst selling MTX they have. At least back then. And Chris Wilson also talked about why we didn't see pirate themed leagues. And that was apparently because a friend of Chris Wilson did some sort of pirate theme league and it didn't do well at all. And leaning into the piracy stuff just really fucked them over. And that's why they didn't do a pirate league. And then that's when we finally did get some pirates themed stuff. It was only some small stuff on the side added to something that was not mainly pirate themed, such as the King's March mechanic with the pirate stuff there is like a side thing. And that's when we got the, I think that if you type exclamation mark Nexus, if I still have it here, they have the cursed supporter pack, I think it is. Where do I see that? This is Last Epoch. Where do I see Path of Exile? Can I have a look at it? No? Oh, it's no longer there. So they allowed us content creators to actually sell supporter pack via Nexus Store, which was a cursed supporter pack, which it was a pirate outfit, tricorn hand, and a fucking peg leg. It was so good, and it actually performed really well from what I've been told. But that's the worst selling MTX. It was the green color theme, at least. That's what Chris Wilson said many years ago.
Just thought it would be a fun one to ask.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much time we have left, but I kind of got through my questions a little faster than I thought. Was there anything that I didn't ask you about that you really were excited to discuss today?
No, I mean, look, the main things are we got the Druid. That's obviously been a huge deal. Community's been really excited for it. We've got the Fate of the Val. It's my favorite league to develop for a very long time. So I'm really enjoying that one. And obviously a bunch of other more minor things that really should be saved for the patch notes. But that's the sort of the core of it. And I'm really happy with what we delivered for this release.
And you can't give me any hints about final release date.
Well, I mean, it isn't this year. That's what I can definitely say about that. Yeah.
Wow, really?
Look, put it this way: I would be incredibly disappointed if we didn't have it out sometime next year. Let's just say that. That's definitely like if the release year ended in a 7, I would be quite unhappy. Yeah.
I'm calling it right now. I think they are going to confirm the release date sometime middle of next year. And I think that when they do confirm the announcement for the release, it will be December 2026. I think that's what they're going to do. It makes sense marketing-wise, it makes sense scheduling-wise, and it allows them to spend the better half of next year on marketing, which is something Tencent has been doing a lot, because before Tencent became a thing with GGG, or took over from GGG rather, they did not put money into marketing at all, basically. I know this because I've been part of it. As when they finally did put a marketing budget, the first thing they did was actually pay the OG streamers of Path of Exile a very small. I think I got $300 actually. Yeah, I think I got $300 to stream one of the league launches. And I'm like, I told the person at the time, like, I'm already going to be playing the game. You know that, right? And they were like, the reason we're doing this is a show of goodwill for the people that have been streaming the game for so many fucking years. And they basically explained to me that they are now putting in an actual marketing budget. And that's when they started sponsoring other streamers. But they actually started that by giving a small amount to the OG streamers that have been around for so many years. That's how they started. This happened in combination or in conjunction with the Tencent acquisition. So they actually didn't care about the marketing budget until that happened. So Tencent is doing that, and since Tencent want to make money, obviously, it makes sense to me that the next year's release will have some sort of announcement in the middle of the next year, and then spend the half of that year on marketing the game. I think that's going to happen because it makes sense to me.
I'm doing my best to try and get it next year. But like when it comes down to it, what we need to do is we need to get the end game in a good place. We need to get the balance in a good place. We need to get the performance in a good place. Like it's just basically, and then of course we need to finish the campaign, right? Like these are the things we need to do to get the game out. And so
I doubt PvT will be free to play at launch. It will be free to play at launch, 100%. I can guarantee you that.
I don't want to commit to when the date is until we're like pretty damn certain that all of that stuff is good. And at that point, we're ready to say, hey, everyone, the game's done, play it. You're going to have a great time. Like people, no one's left. Like there are no big groups of things that people can say are bad left,
Yeah, totally makes sense that you want to wait till everything's lined up, all your ducks are in a row, so to speak. Well, I'm super excited to try out the Druid. I can't wait for this expansion. I'm waiting to play this class since we met and did that first gameplay walkthrough many years ago. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure as always. And I also can't wait to see how the community reacts to all the new content.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
awesome.
nice.
Thank you very much.
This was a good interview.
Now, in addition to this interview, we also had a bit of a round table, and it was really great to get a few questions in there and jokes. Let's be honest, that's just sort of my style. Anyway, here's what they had to say to those questions.
Starting from the ones that were already posted when we were playing the video.
Not like they've broken promises before, right? You think the Tencent is seeing how many people are buying EA Access? Imagine when it's 1.0. Legion Testa, if this makes you stop spewing this shit, because honestly, I think that it's completely wild the takes you have right now. You can clip this. I promise you, I will buy
Oh,
you
fuck
access
me
to the game,
sideways.
and I
It's
will buy the
Sergeant
biggest
Gomery
supporter
with
pack they
another
have
prime
available,
sub.
even if
Guess he's
several
determined to
thousands of
keep
dollars
recapitulating
support. But I
all
don't
those
care.
damn
I will buy the
energy
biggest
drinks.
supporter pack for you if they don't make the game free to play on the 1.0 launch. You can clip this and save that. So when it happens, if they for some reason, for God knows why, would charge you to play the game, I will pay that for you and buy you the biggest supporter pack. That's how confident I am that they're not going to make this buy to play on the launch. Okay, just clip that and we'll be done with this topic.
The first question is, can any class equip the animal talisman weapons or just the druid? Yep, so just like all of our weapons, they're usable by any class. The talisman is what unlocks the ability to transform. So effectively any class can do it. And obviously we like to do this kind of thing because, you know, for the players out there who like to experiment, you know, with doing things like ascendancy classes that are not on the druid while still using it with animal forms and that kind of thing, that can be a fun, that can be a fun thing to allow. So yeah, we do try to allow this kind of stuff, and that's how it works. The next question is, are you able to alter the element of the druid's beast forms, like taking a Shadow Flame Conduit passive to make the Wyvern's Flame Breath ability deal chaos damage instead of fire? So yep, that one does work. And generally speaking, like all the various tools that we have throughout the game for modifying many different abilities, you know, all of those do work with the druid as well. But each of the forms do have a sort of like somewhat, you know, known elemental alignment. So the bear generally has more stuff going on with fire. The wolf has a lot more stuff going with cold, and the wyvern has a lot more stuff going with lightning and some fire as well. The next question is, did you ever watch streamers or high-level players and get ideas on how to mess with them and design new challenges around those ideas? Not necessarily. I mean, obviously we do pay attention a lot to the streamers to see what kind of builds they're doing. But I wouldn't necessarily say we're just necessarily trying to mess with them. The next question was the Flesh Surgeon a failed dermatologist? Can you tell me more about the lore of this character? Well, I mean, I guess, you know, that's funny when we were coming up with that one. I can't even remember what came first, but someone proposed the idea of, you know, we've got all these, the Val have all these crafting mechanics for items. What if you could craft yourself? And honestly, like, as soon as we heard that, we were like, we have to do this. It's just super cool to like cutting off your own limbs and replacing them with prosthetic ones. So yeah, that was just just the visual of it and everything was just so amazing. We're like, we just have to do this no matter how complicated it is. So that was a cool one. The next question is, I love the new map system in the temple. What inspired the system? So it is loosely related to the ideas we had in the Incursion League from PoE 1, but the game that actually inspired me the most was a random indie game called Loop Hero that I played a while back. And in this game, one of the things I really observed was that it wasn't so much about what tiles you got, it was more about how you place them with relation to each other. And I thought that was really interesting. So I wanted to make a system that had a lot of that same idea of, like, you know, it's about be able to place them strategically with the right positioning in order to get the best bonuses. And that turned out really well. So, you know, I really enjoyed working on this one just because designing that system was really fun. And in fact, Incursion, back when we made it in PoE 1, was one of the leagues I really enjoyed making the most. And for this one, I took the somewhat unusual step of actually writing the gameplay code for the league myself as well. So yeah, this was a really fun one to work on, and you know, just designing all those things. And it's one of those really fun things to do when you design and build those kinds of league mechanics, you know, by yourself. The next one is what new buffs did you add to Lightning Arrow this season? So yeah, obviously, you know, there are a few supports, but of course, you know, the stuff that is the most powerful now, because I mean, everyone's playing Lightning Arrow at the moment. We did have to do a few nerfs for that, but overall, we've buffed a lot more things than we've nerfed. There's, as Mark said in the video, we've buffed like 90 skills. There's like a ton of stuff going on there, but of course there are a few nerfs as well. Next question is, the number of enemies in the endgame is one of my biggest issues as well. What ultimately made you and the team scale the number back? So
the number of enemies in the end game was one of my biggest issues with it. Like I talked about this before. I've never seen or heard this opinion, but Maldius is posting this apparently. So this is what I kept saying. There are people who have reported this issue, and there are apparently a lot of them. It's just that they are not the people that we see doing content or that we see posting this on Reddit or whatever. It's not the people that we get exposed to, but apparently this feedback exists. The paid actors, come on, chat, come on. Fuck's sake.
When we so there was a breakpoint where we saw that there were just way too many monsters in endgame, and the trouble that we had with it at the beginning was actually it's very hard to be able, at least we felt like it was going to be very hard to nerf that and like make the scale back the number of monsters in endgame without causing a lot of outrage among the player base. So we're really concerned about that. So what we actually ended up doing was we wanted to be able to change it through the whole game. What we decided to do was give it a test in 0.3.1. So we made a sort of mid-league patch where we adjusted it for the low-level places and maps, and then ramping up to the same value as before in the end game. And we did that because we were like, okay, people aren't going to be worried about, like, we've got that borderline where you went from campaign to end game and it like felt like the bridge was, sorry, the jump was way too high. So we thought we'd smooth that out, but we were kind of like, well, players are going to complain unless we, unless we ramp it back up to what it was before an end game. But a sort of unexpected thing happened, which was that we actually got a bunch of players saying, oh, it was really good that you did that, and they actually wished that it was like that for the rest of the end game as well. And that's when we're like, well, hang on, like, we absolutely would have done that if we thought we could get away with it. If the players are actually saying they also want that, that means we absolutely should be doing it. So obviously the thing that the players do care a lot about is the fact that the rewards are, not being nerfed, and that the experiences are not being nerfed and that kind of stuff. So we had to make sure that was the same. But overall, I think that it's a hugely beneficial change because, yeah, there was just this feeling of getting swarmed in the end game that wasn't really great. And the other thing that it was doing is it was causing a situation where the higher damage build.
So Jonathan has that experience as well of feeling like he's getting swarmed. I mean, I still think that we just have to play test it and see how it feels, because it might make the combat feel better, right? My concern is less so about monster density, but mainly about how hollow larger maps feel like. And this will emphasize that problem even more, right? That's my biggest problem. My other issue is that the combat might feel not less ARPG-esque, if you will. Because my idea of a hack and slash ARPG is I'm killing hordes of enemies. Like, I'm destroying massive amounts of monsters. And that's getting toned down. But I mean, that's just that's my personal take. But my main concern is I run up to a smaller pack of enemies and then I have to run 2 miles before I see the next pack of enemies. That's my issue with it.
That had less less AoE
or concern rather. So I don't know if it's going to be good or not. We'll see.
Penalized very significantly. Now with the changes, it's a bit more viable to do more of those types of builds. So I'm really happy with that change, and I think that improves things quite a lot. The next question that we have here is the Druid has been on the precipice of being added for a while. What was the biggest hurdle with the class, and when did it click? So yeah, we actually originally showed the Druid back in Gamescom 2023, I believe it was. And back then, it was before we had added WASD to the game. And we only had one animal form at the time. We had other animal forms we wanted to do, but they hadn't actually been made yet. And so the very first thing we had to do to sort of get things going was we had to work out a way to make the class feel acceptable in a WASD context. And for the Wyvern in particular, that was really, really difficult because whenever you can cast, a ranged projectile at this point, such as, breathing fire and that kind of stuff, people want to be able to move while doing that. And, the dragon kind of moves around on its 2 big wings, grabbing the ground as it moves. So it's really quite difficult to make that work when you can move. So we kind of had to work out, we went through like a bunch of different strategies to making that work, and that was like a whole thing. And then we also had like a huge problem with the wolf as well, because one of the things when I started with when I were doing the wolf was we didn't want it to just look like a man in a wolf suit. So I was very keen on the kind of like 4-legged locomotion, but then we started running into all sorts of problems of like, okay, if you're just a wolf, like what kind of attacks can you do? Just biting things is not particularly great. Like you need, you want that sort of claw, like slashing thing, that's kind of the fiction you're going for. But I didn't want to give up on that 4-legged locomotion either. So we ended up coming with a hybrid for that one where
I really like the way they did the wolf.
If you're jumping from far away, you can go from 4 legs, land on 2 legs and do a slash. And then for a little bit of walking, you do a sort of traditional WASD type movement setup. But then after you've walked a little while, you go back down on all 4s again, and then you can actually run more quickly. That was the thing that really made the wolf click. So for each of those different animal forms, it really was kind of a different moment when we sort of worked out how to make them fun. And we honestly went through a hell of a time getting that to the point where it felt really good across all the classes. But we did get there in the end. Yeah, that was I guess it probably was only like a couple of months ago when we really managed to get things really working to the point where I was really happy with it. The next question is, in terms of performance, what would you say is usually the biggest tipping point and pushes the team to find more solutions? Well, I mean, performance has been something that people have been pretty unhappy about for a while. And this time I basically just said, look, I'm going to take care of this one. So I sort of personally started firing at the profiler and finding things and just pushing things forward. So yeah, we found a lot of things in a relatively short period of time. I'm really happy with the improvements we did. In the video, we said 25% increase, but honestly, I think that the reality is quite a lot better than that. The reason we wanted to hedge our bets there is that you're always going to have people who say, oh, you know, like
they basically
it's
talked
not
about this in the
actually that
interview
much
already.
faster and that kind of stuff. I think it's better just to under promise and over deliver there. So, for example, even today,
that's a good take.
I found something else that can improve the performance of the game by 20-ish%. We've got some really big improvements. I think the honest, actual answer is it's probably more like double frame rate for CPU-bound cases. But yeah, like we'll commit to a 25% uplift in all cases because, that's been a problem we've seen. So yeah, like I just really wanted to make sure that we were improving in this league. Now there's a lot more we can do here. Like I've got a lot more ideas for things. I've identified some other things that we can improve. And there's obviously some balance things as well with like certain builds that can be a bit of a problem. But in general, I would say that we're getting, a much better control over performance stuff. And certainly what I want to make sure is that by the time early access is over, that not a single person is complaining about performance. So that's kind of the commitment that I want to have. And so yeah, like it's just become something that we really need to make sure is really good. The next question was, what did you find was causing the performance issues? Great to see improvements. So I would say probably it's not going to be one thing alone, but probably the biggest thing that made a difference, I guess, was making sure that we can take advantage of multiple cores more effectively. Effectively, even though you might have 12, 16 CPU cores or something like that, we were basically not really using most of them most of the time during the course of a frame. And so a lot of the work that I did was basically just making sure that we're removing dependencies so things can run at the same time more efficiently, and just utilizing more of the hardware that you have effectively. There was obviously
this is Greek to me. I don't know how to do this. I'm not a game dev.
Do it faster, but a lot of it was that multi-threaded optimizations type stuff. The next question is, what inspired you to add Wyvern to Druid, and what inspirations do you use for this design/abilities?
That's a good question.
I'm not even sure who exactly was the first person to propose it, but effectively we were like, okay, we want to go something a little bit more out there with the third form. We want something that's not something that you would expect. And we also wanted something that had some kind of range ability, because we had the kind of like slow, attack with the bear. We had the kind of fast and furious with the wolf. We wanted something that was going to be ranged, and someone said, why not a dragon? We ended up going with Wyvern, but that was kind of the thing. We're like, well, yeah, why not a dragon, right? We should probably do something like that because it would just be awesome. And then the tough part was like, okay, like if you're a dragon, you need to be able to utilize the wings effectively and that kind of stuff. And it just, it was a tough one, but we sort of was like, okay, if we want to be able to have some kind of range, like what kind of animal can you be that can be ranged? And so a Wyvern ended up being what we went with.
That's a cool approach to it.
That was, of course, are there other druid forms to be earned through uniques and other methods/means, like the demon for the bear? So we don't have any others in the game right now, but there are others that we were making and might come later. So yeah, there are some other uniques we did have in production, but that's something that we can definitely do more of, and I'm quite keen to do some of that as well. The next question is, can we get a skin for the druid that is basically a man in a wolf suit? I'm not sure about that. I'm kind of against it. But also the rig now effectively is designed with these sort of long, like sort of strange pose. So yeah, a little bit more difficult, I suspect, to do that. So yeah. So that's the end of the questions that I've seen in Discord. So if you guys have any other questions that you wanted to ask, then feel free to throw them in the Discord. Otherwise, I guess we're good.
So, yes, we're good.
Okay. So, yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the presentation, and hopefully I answered some of your questions. And, if that's all we have, then all right, then I guess we'll call it a day. So thank you very much, and yeah, I'll see you again. Hopefully I'll see you in game, but if I don't see you there, then hopefully I'll see you again next time we do a presentation.
Well, as always,
Awesome.
It was an absolute pleasure to make this for y'all watching. Thank you for watching or reacting to the video. I always appreciate that. Hit the subscribe button, hit the bell to know when my content goes live. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much to the members, all the patrons, all the YouTube members, Chris, Freddy, Philaroni, and Aries EMS. I appreciate you for supporting at the top level. I am going to get out of here, but I'll see you for the next one. But before I go, be sure to check out my previous interview with Grinding Gear Games if you have not yet, because it was a good one. Bye for now, everybody.
Good shit. Nice work, Destin. Don't forget the like button. We link this in the Twitch and YouTube chat here in a second. This will be linked in the descriptions down below as well. There it is. Go check it out. Destin, good shit, bro. Good shit. Good video. We get to clap to the channel for Destin, by the way. We get to clap to the channel. That's a good video. Good shit. That's a good interview. I like that. And my fiance just wrote to me saying food is ready. So let me just run out to the house and fetch some food real quick. Enjoy the ads. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Be right back. Look at this. They made pad thai. Stuff, dude. Good stuff, man. I'm fucking starving. Woo. All right, I need a video. Need a video to watch so I can eat my food. What do we have here? Oh, I'm in this one.
Hold the logins, hold.
Good shit. I can eat my food now. Habitat wed, 2.5 hours.
Droid me up into my veins.
Hi,
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Now today,
Sorry,
it's finally time to show off a new
Cool.
class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for.
Yes, sir.
Let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The
Oh my
Last
God.
of the Druids.
Oh, this is so good. Wait, am I in the way?
naked.
Hold on. This scene. Why am I in the middle on this scene? Fixing it. Give me a second. Oh God, I'm so hungry, dude. He doesn't seem to have a dick, or it's really small.
Jesus. Someone had a rough night.
Are you gonna make a druid? He's naked!
There's a naked guy! There's a naked guy! Finally!
What have we got here then?
Oh my god, it's the first person expansion.
Hey!
Oh, he's a werewolf!
Dude, we big. That bear's huge. Yeah, that's a pretty clean looking wolf form. Okay, I like that.
Hey, the wolf looks dope. Yo!
Yo, that looked kind of sick.
Oh, that is sick. Tudens! Spell Tudens! Huh?
Yeah! Let's go, dude! Bruh! That's sick. Dude, this is so good.
Dragon! There it is, boys! The dragon!
A dragon? A dragon? Why did I spend in a fucking dragon?
So cool.
I like the music as well, it's so good.
I'm soaked. I'm soaked.
Bro!
I will find you. Eve. Okay, explain yourself, Jonathan. Answer for your crimes.
Now, as you can see,
Please, MP, give me a little bit more of that,
Why does Metal sound so bored when you say that? Like, what?
as you can see,
please.
Okay, explain yourself, Jonathan. Answer for your crimes.
now as you can see,
Please, MP,
That's
give
a
me a
dinner,
little bit
pad
more
thai.
of that,
and you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them.
No
nutrients and
way!
abilities. Use lightning strike
Water
to
your
last longer and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon.
That's funny.
There's no way
Enemies
that's real.
sufficiently
What are your plans? Your plans. He's talking with my soul, guys. He's talking with my soul.
Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon.
Oh
Converting
That looks
it
so
to
cool.
fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash.
What
a jumping attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily.
play Diablo!
Now, of course, the druid isn't the.
Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets
That's the closest to Diablo we've ever gotten.
to a rare with 4
That's
mobs
funny.
using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from Instiller, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to waystones.
Spell totems. Spell totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast
totems,
any
boys.
spell in the game for a time.
I honestly think spell totems was not a bad idea because like it made sense. So, but I didn't. It wasn't my idea anyways.
Are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. That I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell totems. Spell totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the
I
game
might
for a
just go
time.
totem.
In order to
But you
create
need
one,
a bunch
you will
of
need to spend
charges
3
though.
endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. But really, the options are kind of endless.
Are you kidding
Your
me?
bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage. First become an oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the druid section of the tree. By allocating the unseen path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you.
That's cool.
Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
What?
This last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down
This thing is going to cost 1,000 mana.
Yeah, and it's gonna have a 2 minutes cooldown.
and a downside.
You land and you get heavy stunned every time.
You can get heavy stunned out of your channel.
Now you can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow.
Yeah, I mean, the dad gamers are gonna love this.
If he was a bear,
that's true though.
You know, just turning into a bear,
build up enough rage
Giga
and use one of the
AoE
bear's
and
ultimate
some
abilities,
explosions,
Walking
some
Calamity.
fire.
Sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
I love how base market.
But the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention.
The old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets.
Yep.
By the way, they're gone.
I
Goodbye, homogenizing.
I was ready for that.
Oh, shit.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are gonna feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L,
Whoa,
but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of... By the way, they're gone. Goodbye, homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L.
You know, it's not even in the patch notes.
Like what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game. And we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But you know, overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. And because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything. There's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that can do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning spill.
I've never seen anyone say that ever.
So that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up.
Fixing it is the important thing, but yeah, I know there's the guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a. I'm
a wolf inside, but I'm a lone wolf.
Don't anger them. You know, so that was that was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a.
That's funny as fuck.
It's like normally, of course, we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end, we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
And they're not connected. Like they
not
don't
at all,
have
right?
to be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
they're
exactly.
not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That
just happened.
Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like 2 totally unrelated.
Yeah, sure. I was praising the equality of it.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you.
Just wash my hands.
You
Sorry,
do
back.
not know it like I do.
I'd like to get to know it like you do. What? Ooh, hi.
Come now. Give unto me your desire.
Sorry, what?
At last, fulfill my soul. Studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now. Give unto me your desire. At last fulfill my soul.
God, so.
But you do not know it.
Oh
like
shit, that's
I
so
do.
good.
It
Oh,
adores me.
spicy but good.
Just because I wanted to.
This is you in the This is you in the campaign. Look at his mana bar during the whole thing too. Look at his mana.
Gemlin, okay, Gemlin was turbo garbage. Surely these buffs are good. It gets +1 max res per 3 from 4. Okay, that's all of them. So easy to get max res on Gemling. You now generate a charge once every 5 seconds. From 8. Okay, this is a Sensi's garbage. Let's just go next. Yeah. Maybe next league.
Einar's Beast right now grants killing blows from supported strike skills against rare monsters. Grant 2 of their modifiers for 5 minutes. Damn, that's like a third of a map.
I'm gonna play Roa again. I wanted Roa nerfed, and I thought it would have been nerfed, but it's not nerfed. I don't understand, man. I don't understand. It's like the best skill in the game.
Hey guys, Popgun here. So this league, we're gonna play a new build. Lightning arrow that I get on your Roa and shoot lightning arrows.
What I think, Roa's OP. If you're not playing Roa, yeah, GG noob. Like truthfully, you have no idea what you're talking about if you don't think Roa's buffed. They removed a move speed penalty from all sources in the game. Lowered them, removed from the chest, removed from runes, removed from the tree. And they gave Roa 100% for negative 15% move speed, which is a massive buff.
Now generally no longer grant both companions deal increased damage and increased damage while your companion is in your presence.
GG, destroyed. Ranger annihilated. Oh, my Ranger got annihilated. They didn't change anything in Roa though. How come they nerfed these nodes, but they didn't nerf Roa? That's crazy.
With hits for
Hey Fubgoon. What are you gonna do now, huh? You're gonna be watering plants like the rest of us, huh? Welcome to the gardener section of your stream, bro. You're gonna be watering them.
Dude, it's still good. LA's still good.
Second post.
Oh my god. Rue can be a bit blunt and unhinged, but that was fun. That was funny. What the fuck, man? Jesus Christ. LA will still be good, by the way, and Roa got buffed. Like I said it before, it will still be LA Roa. I think Fabian will do that. Now the question is he going to do Deadeye or is he going to do Pathfinder? Because I think it'll be one of the two. And I think he'll play LA Deadeye. Or LA Roa, sorry. Link to this video? Here. This is from Exile again.
That's gonna be good. The thing
Don't
is,
forget
you
to
can
like,
corrupt that
by
down
the
to
way.
1, right? Wait, that's real. Wait, isn't this broken as You corrupt it down to 1 and projectiles always return. Wait, this is broken as
Yeah, that was
Wait, guys, it's the bow league. It's a bow. It's actually Nimmies on a quiver. Wait, it's actually broken. It's so broken. It's literally Nimmies on a quiver.
The bossing one could be really good if it's just double damage, but like, what's the cooldown? How much of a damage transfer is it? You know, a lot of unknowns there. Whereas, you know what is known? Titan
should have the data that it was dominated by bow characters riding Roas, sprinting around the map, and that Roa in particular adds a crazy amount of clear speed value that nobody else gets. And so instead of doing any actual changes to it, they just did a like flip-flop of reverting a change that they just made that barely changed anything in the first place, and actually gives you more of an advantage because now you don't get slowed down at all again while attacking, while meanwhile you nerfed every other source of being slowed down while attacking on the tree, so it's harder for anybody else to match it anymore.
Hot take, by the way. Actually, a really cool take. It's better for them to throw out patch notes early so that people, I'm not going to name names, but certain people don't understand how it works, and they're going to throw out their ideas early on so people can immediately nerf them. And then their identity is basically, oh my god, all my stuff gets nerfed. Meanwhile, everybody else was thinking about the same things, but they were shutting the hell up. Just throwing that out there.
I'll log into PoE2 for sure. Log in, play Druid. Druid good. Keep playing. Druid bad, log out.
If you like PoE2, W update. If you're a PoE1 guy that needs this game to change a lot before you're going to be happy with it, you're not going to like the update. That's what we've been saying. TLDR.
As bad as PoE2 will ever get, it will never be worse than LE. Like, I'm gonna get this shit straight, bro. I'm gonna be real transparent with you guys. I criticize Path of Exile a lot, yeah? But I still think it's one of the best games ever made. PoE1 is the best game ever made. PoE2, one of. It's gonna get there, okay? Me shitting on it does not equate to it all of a sudden being worse than fucking LE.
Actual skill.
There's so many people in chat that seem so unhappy. Like, if you're that unhappy, just don't play the game. Like, what I do with my time, I'll play something. If I'm having fun, I continue. If I'm not, I do something else. I'm getting so stun locked. Like, just, why don't you just do what makes you happy? I'm so confused. Like, I don't understand. How do you go through life? Just do what you enjoy. That should be the bottom line for your source of entertainment in everything in life. You watch a TV show, you don't like it, you stop watching. You play a video game, you don't like it, you stop playing it. That's what I did with Dawn of the Hunt. I had zero fun in Dawn of the Hunt. I just stopped playing it. I was like, you know what? This is just not for me. Here is why. GGG, I'll tell you.
Hi, I'm in this video as well? The hell?
Mandatory free labor session, I guess.
Oh, look at that. Double Sephiroth cards. Impressive. This is what stalling before the reveal. Triple. Oh, shit. Oh, level 4 empower card. Oh. Here's a little night. You definitely want to come to my King's March. I place literally every single tink in the same corner.
Oh my god. Actually, House of Mirrors.
Not sure that will work. I think it's item bind. 2 slots of the belt to steal 2 slots. Wait, what? What? Not sure that. Sure, what? Oh, someone else responded. Anyways. Tell us the purpose of PoE2. The game. Have fun. Not having fun, don't play it. This put it pretty well, to be honest. All right, let's see. Where was I? I need this info. I also need... I need this info. I need that info, this info, this info. And in about 2 hours and 20 minutes, we have a tavern talk. Fuck. Right. There. Okay. Let's see if we got this right. We got out of context hard just now. What's up? Enlighten me of what? What did I miss? This forgetting he also complains in order to make PoE better. We all do that. Doesn't matter if you're a content creator or not. The whole purpose of criticism and feedback is to make the game better. We all do that. Everyone does that. And when we have interviews, Sis, me, DM, Try, whatever, whoever you're asking, when we have interviews with them, most of us at least, do our best to make sure that we let the community voice their concerns and opinions as well. Who's to talk with? Moxsy. Can we speculate our endgame variants? Also, will those show up based on gem level, or we need to find the same as we find elite version? I have no idea. Constructive criticism? Yes. There's a difference between spewing out vile filler words to enhance your opinion and providing criticism in a constructive and digestible way. That's usually what I say. Like I talked about that before. There was some feedback on there's a video I made several years ago, and there were some people who had a lot of strong feelings around that. I don't even remember what it was, but there was a lot of vile words used, and I just ignored it. You see, that's what we called the creators learn to do the first year or two when we started making content, is to learn that internet is a vile place to exist on, and you got to grow some thick skin to handle that. And nowadays, it's like you read one of those comments, you're like, okay, fucking loser, and then you move on with your life. You forget it 5 seconds later. But then I made another video in a similar fashion. I believe it was one of my crafting videos. And I got the same feedback, but this time the feedback was provided in a constructive way. And that's when I read it, and I'm like, oh, they actually have a point. Let's take that to heart and improve what I'm doing to make sure this is better for the community. So then I did. And then I didn't get those feedback comments anymore. I mean, it's just the way life is, right? Path of math style of criticism is usually not the best. No, that is usually not the best, no. Usually, at least. All right, so I need this information and this information and this information. What else do we need? No, they've said that these images is what they gave press release, but apparently there were some major changes, or a lot of changes to these things, is what I've been told. We don't know what those changes are, though. Anna feeling better? Seemingly, yeah. He didn't get it as bad as I did. Yeah, Manny, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, Homogenizing did give a ton of crafting, but it was also very, very, very strong. Can we equip a scepter with talisman? Don't know. I doubt it. No, actually you can't, because it's a two-handed item. The talismans are two-handers. What they've said. These are two-handed weapons. What's the wording on? No, where is that node? That's okay. That specifically doesn't say two-handed weapons. Okay. Talisman give 50 spirit. I don't think that we'll see spirit from talismans. I don't think summoner archetype will be a thing for shapeshifting. I think the wolves for the werewolf form is just utility units, more so than damage dealing. What time is the Tavern Talk? 2 hours and 12 minutes. 2 hours and 12 minutes. Talisman can roll plus level minion skills. I doubt it.
Alone NP Roost just subscribed and included the message. Yo guys, what time will be the Tavern Talk?
Scholar's brain keystone to let you rock 2 out of stage to Talisman at one end. Who are we talking with? Moxsy. Check the pin message. Yeah, buff 20 seconds. Yeah, maybe. Ask Jonathan to add Bone Golem shapeshift form for melee necromancer. Bone Golem shapeshift form. That would be dope. That would actually be dope. That would actually be dope. It really would be. All right. Let's see. I have everything? I think so. I keep coughing. You think you'll be giving Druid a go? I'll very likely league start it, yes. Showcase sees like a single task, but can have multiple forms. CB, yes. That's what it seems, right? We only saw Bear and Wolf, but we're supposed to be able to get Wyvern later, which might be a higher item level talisman, I'm guessing. Will the extra socket for double corrupt impact Infernalist, life to spirit, or lich bad damage much? Possibly. We saw one with 3 icons. I missed the 3 icon one then. That one a bit harder because plus level items shows up at level 10 now instead of 5. Mana Tempest change to linger, so it makes caster much stronger. There's one screen in the release showing all 3. Okay. I mean, we don't know how strong the Shaman or Oracle will be till they give us the final state of them, right? Dreamcore dropped 20 minutes ago. Wait, are we just going to be doing React Andy all day? Is that the play into the Tavern Talk? Is that the play today? React Andy into Tavern Talk? Classic. Dreamcore. What do we have here? The biggest buffs and nerfs. Shush! Let's see. Biggest nerf. Mob density. You can join my lobby too in Hog. Buffs. Roa. Now let's have a look at it. All right, I was just told Mr. Dreamcore himself has a new video out, which means we're gonna watch it. We're definitely gonna be watching this. Check out Dreamcore. Let me link it here in the YouTube chat and stream chat. Check him out. It's Dreamcore. Let's check it out.
Path of Exiles whose 0.4 update was revealed. The Druid is coming to the game as the first strength and intelligence hybrid class as expected. And the Fate of the Vaal new league mechanic is essentially PoE 2's version of Incursion from PoE 1.
Well, Incursion and Synthesis, to be fair. But yeah, I think that Fate of the Vaal is going to be, without a doubt, my favorite league mechanic. Like, without a doubt. That's what I'm looking at. It is so freaking good, dude.
Now, the last of the Druids update is also going to include quite a lot of game balance changes. So, on the topic of balance, in this video, I'm going to go over my 3 biggest winners and 3 biggest losers of patch 0.4, beginning with the losers. And first up, we have...
I wonder if he's going to mention the cocaine ants, because there were so many people. Like, if you look at the player base that played minions, out of the minion player base, a lot of people played the cocaine ants. And they are DOA now, which is kind of wild.
The end game, or the lack of end game changes. Back at the beginning of patch 0.3, GGG had mentioned several times that patch 0.4 was going to have a clear focus on addressing the end game. And it's not like the plan changed soon after those comments, because even as recently as patch 0.3.1 just 2 months ago, Jonathan had this to say.
Now, it's no secret that we need to make some improvements to the endgame, and the plan has been to do some pretty major changes in 0.4.0. But we realized it might be nice to iterate on some of the more mechanical changes in 0.3.1, and just save the new content for 0.4.0. That way we can get a chance to test some of these things a bit earlier.
So, what happened to those major changes? Well, according to Mark in the reveal video for 0.4, they weren't ready in time to ship with this patch. and I have to say that this is a massive disappointment for me. The weakest part of Path of Exile 2 right now is the endgame by far.
Yeah.
You play through the campaign having this amazing experience throughout, only to reach endgame where the gameplay loop just really isn't all that interesting. In fact, I've had several playthroughs where I have a fun build idea and I play the character through the campaign, only to quit on that playthrough as soon as I reach maps. It's almost like the life is sucked out of the game once you reach the endgame. It's just not as fun. And I really feel like the focus of 0.4 should have been on addressing the state of the endgame.
I wonder how the impact on the player base and retention, the fact that this will have, the fact that they don't have the endgame changes in this patch. I mean, obviously, we know retention is going to get hurt, I guess, but I wonder how it will impact the player base, because I think a lot of people are like, they're just waiting for the end-game changes, and that's not coming this time. I do wonder what kind of impact this will have. It'll be interesting to see on the launch.
Rather than delivering PoE 2's version of Incursion. Don't get me wrong, the Fate of the Vaal looks great, but I would rather have a patch with no new League mechanic at all if it meant that the endgame would finally be addressed in a meaningful way. I'm only going to enjoy running through the campaign over and over again so many times. Eventually, the endgame needs to deliver, and I'm just not convinced that GGG have their priorities in order, placing a new League mechanic ahead of solving the core of the game.
I actually, normally I agree with Dreamcore's takes, because I think Dreamcore is a fantastic and a very, very smart individual. I actually disagree with this. I obviously want that game to be there. There's a huge focus on that. I still think that the importance of getting us more League mechanics has to be there every league. It has to, for a variety of reasons. Not only does it help build up the bulk of content available in the endgame, even though, you know, the major endgame changes does take priority, I still think that League mechanic needs to be there. It also helps them shape and build the core bulk of the game in the background that also needs to be there just as much as endgame major rework changes. So I don't think that they should ever neglect adding a new League mechanic. Marcus also said that that's part of how they're introducing things like crafting mechanics and whatnot. So I would argue to say that League mechanic is the highest priority for each league that they post to bring something else. It also part of hype and all those things. But I genuinely believe that they have to put out a League mechanic every league. They have to. They cannot post an update and say, yeah, there's no league here. We'll run the same one. We'll run it back what we had last league. I don't think that will be a good trade-off at all.
Now, there are a handful of changes to alleviate some of the issues involved with the gameplay loop of mapping. Most notably, the map juicing element, where desecrating and instilling maps is no longer a thing, and some of the juicing from those mechanics is now being moved onto tablets. So less clicks and preparation is involved for setting up maps, which is a good change.
Yep.
And they're also making a change to essentially lower the amount of monsters in endgame maps, but make those monsters tankier and more rewarding. That's going to be a change that I need to playtest before passing judgment on. But overall, these changes aren't going to alter the core gameplay loop of Path of Exile 2's endgame all that much. And that's unfortunate considering this was supposed to be the patch that would do just that. Next up, for the biggest losers, it's the Deadeye. Now, the Deadeye Ascendancy for the Ranger was by far the most played class in patch 0.3, especially in the early weeks of the league. And a lot of this had to do with the balance of the game, and the fact that speed is such a powerful stat, and the Deadeye has access to Tailwind, an incredibly powerful buff which allows it to be faster than any other class.
Yep.
But in 0.4, this Ascendancy is receiving quite a large nerf. Firstly, the Tailwind buff is being nerfed directly. Tailwind stacks up to 10 times, and each stack previously granted 1% increased movement speed, 3% increased skill speed, and 15% increased evasion rating. The new Tailwind is going to be losing 1% increased skill speed per stack, and 5% increased evasion rating, so at 10 stacks you'll be losing 10% increased skill speed, which for most Deadeye builds is essentially 10% increased attack speed, and you'd also lose 50% increased evasion rating. And you gain a new stat which adds damage reduction to the prevented damage from deflected hits. So if you deflect a hit, that will normally provide 40% damage reduction, and at the maximum of 10 Tailwind stacks, a deflected hit will provide 50% damage reduction, which is quite nice, but you do need to roll a successful deflect to benefit from that bonus DR. Now this Tailwind nerf is relatively tame compared to another nerf for the Deadeye, because the Wind Ward notable is just gone. It's being completely removed in patch 0.4. On 10 stacks of Tailwind you had 30% less damage taken, and even though you lose all of your Tailwind upon being hit from gathering winds, Wind Ward would prevent damage from that hit before the stacks were lost. Additionally, Wind Ward's less damage taken stat also wasn't specific to hits. So standing on damage over time ground effects, like the ones from Abyss, meant you'd benefit from the less damage taken on that incoming damage over time without losing your Tailwind stacks. But Wind Ward is just outright being removed in the last of the Druids update. It's gone. This is quite a big nerf defensively for the Deadeye, and notably the additional deflect damage reduction on Tailwind doesn't interact with damage over time from ground effects.
I don't think so either. And I believe Fabian was talking about maybe playing Pathfinder, right? I think this is part of the result of that. I still think that Roa got too much of a buff, and I still think LA is going to be good.
It only works for hits and the ailments those hits inflict, and only on a successful deflect. So you will feel quite a bit squishier on the Deadeye Ascendancy in 0.4 and beyond. Now the final loser for this video is Walker of the Wilds. Now this is a huge nerf. The Walker of the Wilds was a keystone on the right side of the passive tree, positioned between the Monk and Ranger start locations, and I say was a keystone, that's because it's just completely gone for patch 0.4, just like the Deadeye's Wind Ward. This keystone made it so that your mana leech effects would occur based on elemental damage rather than physical damage, and considering almost all of the attack builds on that side of the tree are elemental based, this was a no-brainer, and that was clear from the sheer amount of builds using this keystone in patch 0.3. Just 1 month into the rise of the Abyssal League, 24% of characters above level 90 were allocating this keystone. That is wild. Well, no more. The Walker of the Wilds keystone will no longer exist, and in its place, a new lineage support gem will be added to replicate its effects. If you want to obtain the same mana sustain from Leech, you will now need to expend one of your support gem slots for utility, which means you're not gaining any damage multiplier from that slot. Yep. Additionally, those leech effects will only function for that skill, and since it's going to be a lineage support gem, that means that you can only make use of it on one skill. You can't use multiple copies of that support gem. Now this means that some builds may be forced into investing elsewhere to solve mana sustain, such as the conservative casting wheel near the Monk starting location, to obtain lower mana costs and increased mana regeneration, and that's at least 3 passive points spent, so this will also mean you'll have less points to spend on other stats elsewhere. Okay, let's move on to the biggest winners, beginning
buff
with
was crazy.
Svalin. Now, many unique items are being buffed in patch 0.4, and one of the biggest buffs on that list is the Svalin Shield. Back in patch 0.3, block was significantly changed, capping the maximum block chance at 50%, but making it so that you could block all hits, including area of effect hits. And that means that you only have to be aware of those boss abilities with a red flash. Those remain unblockable. Now, Svalin is a unique shield that has a very powerful modifier. Block chance is lucky. This rolls your block chance twice, and if either roll is successful, you'll block that hit. But in 0.3, a new line was added to Svalin.
Can you imagine a foulboard version of this, where this one just goes away?
To make 15 to 20% of the damage from blocked hits be dealt to you. So, for example, a normal shield with capped block at 50% would mean on average you'll be hit 1 out of every 2 incoming hits. You take full damage from the unblocked hit, and no damage from the blocked hit for an average of 50% damage reduction. A capped 50% block Svalin has an effective block chance of 75 if you include the lucky modifier, but you also take a percentage of damage from the blocked hits. Let's go with the best case roll in patch 0.3, which was 15%. This would mean that 25% of the time you take full damage from an incoming hit, and the 75% of the time that you block that hit, you take 15% of the damage. And this works out to be an average of about 63.75% damage reduction. Now that is quite a big improvement compared to normal block, but by using Svalin you're giving up quite a lot of defensive power from the shield slot, such as a lot of armor coming from that slot, or the potential of an additional physical damage reduction modifier, not to mention flat life. However, in patch 0.4, this modifier will now roll from 0 to 20%. So theoretically, you can get the 1 in 21 perfect divine and take no percentage of damage from incoming blocked hits, and still fully benefit from the lucky modifier. That would work out at an average of 75% damage reduction, which is really good. Not to mention that Svalin is also getting a small buff to armor as well, which is nice. But even with this damage from blocked hits modifier rolling in the low digits, is still a very big buff, and I expect we'll be seeing this unique make an appearance in a lot of builds in 0.4.
I think it'll be really expensive.
Next up in the...
Like, we had a Svalin issue in PoE 1 as well, because of how ridiculously strong it is for defenses. You could push up over 90% block chance in PoE 1. 90+% block chance because of Svalin. And now, and since the block cap is capped at 50, you can now bring it up to 75 with this. I don't think there are as many ways to get increased max block. What's up, Kindness? How you doing? Svalin is just going to be ridiculously good. Now, here's another kicker to this. The roll can roll from 0. This means that it would be attractive to actually use Divine Orbs on this shield, right? And since that's the case, I think that every Svalin will be ridiculously pricey. And then people will just use Divine Orbs on it to roll the 0. And on top of that, there's the double corrupt temples from the Fate of the Volk incursion / synthesis, whatever you want to call it, lead mechanic, to potentially corrupt off that modifier from a Foulborn version, right? I'm just saying, that's pretty wild.
Biggest winners, it's the Pathfinder Ascendancy for the Ranger. Now, several Ascendancies are being changed in 0.4, with a handful receiving larger overhauls, and one of those overhauls is the Pathfinder. This Ascendancy is going to be losing a few notables in the next update, specifically the Contagious Contamination node, which spreads poisons like Herald of Plague, and the Choice node for immunity to specific elemental ailments. But in trade-off, it's going to gain a crazy new branch, which is somewhat similar to the Path of Exile 1's Scion Ascendancy.
Yep.
The Pathfinder will now have access to the Path Seeker notable, which has 2 choices. Path of the Warrior.
The problem with the Pathfinder, in my opinion, is that if you don't utilize the rest of the ascendancies of the Pathfinder, then what happens is you put an immense amount of pressure on attributes from your gear. And then on top of that, you only really benefit from defensive scaling, to be fair, unless you use damage yourself. But changing your attributes for a 5% damage increase is not super effective, and the cost efficiency can be all right, I guess. But ultimately, it's like every Pathfinder build want to use an Astromantis or something. I mean, maybe. It's still very interesting. Don't get me wrong. It's still very, very interesting. But I'm not sure how popular Pathfinder will be with these approaches, unless, of course, they're using an ability that doesn't really need assistance damage-wise from the Ascendancy themselves, like LA.
And Path of the Sorceress. These nodes do exactly what they say. They allow you to path from the Warrior or the Sorceress starting locations on the passive skill tree. This is going to open up a lot of new possibilities for Pathfinder builds in patch 0.4, enabling easier access to stronger nodes in specific areas of the tree. But that's not all, because the Traveler's Wisdom node, which previously granted 5 bonus passive points, is now becoming a node that extends from Pathseeker, and is being changed to instead provide additional options for the travel nodes in your build. Usually on a travel node you'll select between +5 strength, intelligence or dexterity, but by taking Traveler's Wisdom you'll have access to 3 other choices: 5% increased damage, global defenses or cost efficiency. So this is providing a lot more specialization as long as you're able to solve your attributes, with potential to stack defenses such as energy shield and evasion, or even armor considering you can now path from the warrior area, and you'll even be able to invest into some extra damage if you want to, or some cost efficiency to help with mana costs. This node pretty much guarantees that you won't be wasting any travel points, and you'll always be able to get some extra benefits from any nodes that you don't require attributes from. Okay, lastly, for the biggest winners in this video, it's another unique item, the Couture of Crimson. Now, this body armor is one of the only sources of life overflow in the game, the others being the Blood Mage and another unique item, the Gnashing Sash Belt. But the Couture of Crimson is unique in the mechanics of its life overflow, which is obtained from Life Leech specifically. When you leech life while your unreserved life is full, instead of losing that life leech, it will instead overflow life up to 50% of your maximum life. So you can have up to 150% of your total life for the purpose of absorbing incoming damage. But the trade-off for this body armor in previous patches was they had a
Foulborn
nasty...
corrupting. I think he's going to mention that. I think Dreamco's going to talk about how you corrupt this and you foulborn off this. For those of you who don't know what I mean when I say foulborn, it is a PoE 1 term. It was rather recent, where there were foulborn uniques. They were basically another version of the unique where one or two of the modifiers on the item was changed to another type of modifier. With the double corruption system in 0.4, we can corrupt the item with a Vol Orb, then bring it into the temple for a room that has to be level 3 or tier 3 called Locus of Corruption, which is similar to the way it works in PoE 1 from the Incursion Temple's Locus of Corruption tier 3, which in PoE 2.4 will allow you to put a corrupted item into that device, and it's a 50-50 that it will double corrupt it essentially, right? So my understanding is that we will be able to have an off chance of getting rid of the reduced max life and getting another modifier in there, right? That is my understanding. Only if it's a vol unique.
25% reduced maximum life modifier. And since it's quite difficult to obtain increased life modifiers in Path of Exile 2, this downside was very significant indeed. To the point where it was pretty much not even worth equipping this item, since the upside only just about made up for the downside. However, in patch 0.4, there's a huge...
I don't think it's Vol only. Maybe I misunderstood that, because like if it's a Vol specific unique only, corrupted Vol unique. But isn't Couture an actual Vol unique though? Or am I missing it? All right, I'll take back what I said. I want to double check that before I make any more statements around it. Then I'll take it back. I do want to double check that. I might be off on that.
Huge buff to this item as the
reduced they lower the
life
max
modifier is gone, and it now rolls 10 to 15% increased maximum life.
It doesn't matter. Like I didn't read this because they changed the reduced life into increased life, so we don't want to remove it either way. But I was pretty sure that you could. That was for non-vol uniques as well, but I might be off on that one. Either way, I completely forgot this. Thank you, Dreamcore. I forgot the fact that they actually removed the reduced life and actually increased it instead.
How rare increased
you don't want to remove
life
it.
Modifiers are.
It doesn't matter.
This modifier alone is very strong at up to 15%. But the Couture of Crimson still has the Life Leech overflow mechanics, and this just makes this a very strong defensive option for a lot of life-based builds, as long as they're able to reliably leech life. Now, I wanted to do a little section here at the end of this video to cover...
Like, this is the life buff the community asked for, right?
For my predictions and how they went for patch 0.4, because several people commented that they like a follow-up video to wrap up on that. And whilst I don't want to do a full video, I will just go over them briefly now. So I predicted 3 buffs and 3 nerfs for 0.4. The first was a nerf prediction for the Deadeye, and I mentioned here that I expected the Tailwind branch especially to be nerfed, which is exactly what happened. Tailwind is being nerfed and Wind Ward is gone. My second nerf prediction was Herald of Thunder, which did get nerfed in the patch notes, but it's only a small nerf. And my third nerf prediction was crafting, which is indeed getting nerfed. This is going core, but it won't be in every map. And the Omen of Homogenizing Exaltation is going away, which is a very big nerf.
So, Homogenizing Exaltation removal was not in the patch notes. Mark only said Homogenizing Exaltation. Does that mean we have Homogenizing Regal still? I don't know.
Do endgame crafting. Then for my buff predictions, I had the left side passive tree, which is of course getting a lot of love this patch with the addition of the Druid, and I predicted a Varl alternate Blood Mage or Gemling Ascendancy For that one, we'll have to wait and see because GGG kept the Abyssal Lich secret for 0.3, and Mark said he loved the Abyssal Lich and that there may be more, kind of hinting that there might be something in this patch or maybe in a future patch. And lastly, I predicted endgame unique buffs, which we did indeed get. There was actually a lot of unique buffs in the patch notes, and the new uniques that they're adding are also focused on the endgame too. So 5 out of 6 predictions correct, and potentially 6 out of 6 if we do get a secret ascendancy from the Vaal Temple mechanic. We'll have to wait and see for that one. But there you have it, my biggest winners and losers for patch 0.4. What are your thoughts on the Last of the Druids update now that it's been fully revealed? Let me know by commenting below. Thanks for watching this video, and as always, stay tuned and stay safe.
Great video by DreamCore. Let me link it. I completely missed the Couture life change. Yeah, that must have been fucking extremely tired last night reading through this. I completely missed that. And I gotta double check the whole Vaal thing. But great video from DreamCore as always. Don't forget the like button for him. I'll leave a link in the description down below for him as well. So do check that out. DreamCore, big shout out to you. Fantastic videos as always, man. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Video up. Vaal thing is on the Druids page of the official website. Where? Activating creatures, yada yada. Embrace the corruption. Take advantage of the corruption by using special crafting mechanism found in Lyraval. Most of these crafts can be taken back to highest tradable currency. The corruption altar allows you to add a second enchantment. But beware, 50% chance of failing it. Transition. Alters a corrupted Vaal unique and replacing one of the modifiers with a unique modifier. But is Soul Mantle a Vaal unique? What dictates that these are Vaal uniques? I don't know. Think they add a new tag? Yeah, maybe. Lore every time? I don't know. Assumption is that either a new tag or it's just a unique that is corrupted. Yeah, my understanding was there was just a corrupted unique, right? But maybe I misunderstood it. Either way. I kind of do want to talk about the rarity. Does anyone have a timestamp of the Q&A when they talk about rarity being nerfed? So I really do want to talk about rarity. Read the orb. Places up 2 modifiers are corrupted Vaal unique. Places other uniques with a corrupted unique of the same item class. Yeah, okay, so that one verifies it. Thank you. Release a new skill support just uniques? Nope. Ancient orb in general? Yeah, basically. For non-Vaal uniques. So it's not ever unique, no. Siphon the moderate powers others. I mean, this orb is saying it replaces up to 2 modifiers that are corrupted vol unique. But that is a vol unique item. Which is a specific type of unique item. When is the Tavern Talk? In 1 hour and 41 minutes. Adds a kill threshold to corrupted rare jewelry. When the threshold is met, ciphers are random modified. Improves the numeric value of other modifiers. Corrupted rare jewelry. That's gonna be fun. This one's gonna be fun to do in amulets, dude. Well, basically, we'll need to have like a 2-stat amulet or 3-stat amulet. Spirit and plus level. Or we desecrate one of them. Rarity or gear. So I do want to talk about rarity. I kind of do. Didn't I post the rarity video? No, I didn't. All right. I mean, I'll happily talk about it. When is Tavern Talk? 1 hour, 40 minutes. It's pinned at the top of the chat. And I wrote. All right. Rarity. Mark and Jonathan said you're all wrong. Yeah. Okay. Hi, GHAZZY TV here. Let's talk about rarity. It's a very hot topic. A lot of people have their opinions and takes on this, and I'd like to take a little time to talk about it a little bit because it's been quite a hot topic for quite some time. And in the reveal for 0.4, the only additions or changes we saw when it comes to rarity was that they said that they've nerfed the numerical values on rarity. And the reasoning or argument there was to basically break off the high end of rarity that you can get. Which to me sounds kind of crazy. So for those of you who don't know the issue, the problem is this. There are multiple videos out there. I think the biggest one that most people talk about is the one made by Kriparian. Big shout out to him, by the way. Where there has been a consistent amount of testing done by a large portion of the player base. And the testing has confirmed, by player testing, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of maps, and verified the differences between 0, 50, 100, and 150, and 200 plus rarity on their characters. The conclusion of these tests has been that the sweet spot to drop as much currency as possible is 150% rarity, give or take. After that, diminishing returns hurt too much. It's not really worth investing more than that. So having about 150% rarity has been basically become the golden standard. This means that once people have seen this, the perception in the community is that if you don't have 150% rarity, you're basically losing out on potential Divine or Exalted or Chaos drops. Now, these videos been out, and the statement from GGG has been that these videos are simply not correct, that they are incorrect, and the testing is wrong and the values are wrong, the diminishing returns values of how rarity affects currency is simply not the same as it is to items, which might very likely be the case. I don't think that they're lying. I think that they're absolutely correct in this. But it does bring me back to something, or a situation we had with currency drops in Path of Exile 1 many years ago, and Chris Wilson went out and said that they've double-checked the numbers and everything and confirmed that the community is in fact actually dropping more currency than ever. Despite what the reality of the numbers were saying, the perception in the community was that we were basically not dropping anything at all, and they were referring to the league as Poverty League. As a result of this, a lot of people felt like they were just not getting enough currency, and due to the perception, a lot of people did not have fun as a result of that. So this brings me to the topic or the comment of saying that perception trumps reality. And I think that no matter what the numbers are saying and what the actual reality of things are, if the perception in the community is bad, then it is a problem that needs to be addressed. And to fast forward into PoE 2 and the situation of rarity that we have right now is that there's been multiple tests that are confirming, according to the test at least, that 150% rarity is the actual sweet spot for rarity to drop currency. Then that is the perception the community has, no matter if they are wrong on how it works or if the numbers are wrong. It does not really matter when all of the testing is confirming this, and the perception in the community is that you need 150% rarity to drop as much currency as possible. So let me explain why this is such a big problem. First, we have to talk about rarity in general. We also refer to this stat as Magic Find stat. And the reason we call it Magic Find stat is because back in the day in PoE 1, we had item rarity and we had item quantity. Item rarity in Path of Exile 1 does not affect currency orbs. However, item quantity did increase the quantity of loot, which also impacted currency drops. The decision in PoE 1 was to remove item quantity altogether, and now we only have item rarity. So there are people still doing Magic Find characters for item rarity, which is not making them drop more currency, but they're dropping more items, such as unique items, mate spot, headhunters, and farming their currency that way, which is a very cool way to generate wealth, which is really nice, but it does not affect currency drops. Instead, the way for you to increase your currency drops is to simply run harder content. So the more you juice up the endgame content you're engaging with, the more currency you're dropping. A lot of those popular strategies we've seen from people like Fubgun doing the box stretch in tier 17s, where we're dropping a ton of extra currency, where the focus is to juice the map up with the purpose of dropping actual raw currency drops. That is how it works in PoE 1. So they basically solved this ongoing humongous issue in PoE 1 by making sure that this Magic Find stat does not apply to currency. However, in PoE 2, they decided to what I would refer to as repeating a past mistake, and that is making rarity in Path of Exile 2 affect currency orbs in the way that when a currency orb drops, it then has a % chance to then upgrade. And the reason this is problematic is because I tend to refer to item rarity in PoE 2 to be a pseudo mechanic of item quantity for the sake of currency. And why I say that is because when you're in the higher endgame content and you drop a transmutation orb, you're not going to loot it. The vast majority of players in the higher endgame do not pick up transmutes. We don't pick up augments. We just don't do that. However, if that currency orb happened to upgrade because of rarity into something like an exalted orb or like a perfect augment or whatever, we would actually loot it. So now you have a stat that is making something that dropped an item that we would not even look at. It doesn't even show up in most of our filters. Now it does. That would be a pseudo quantity mechanic. That's how I describe it, at least. Either way, rarity affecting currency is making us drop more of the type of currency we actually bother looting, such as Chaos Orbs, Exalted Orbs, and Divine Orbs. And with the testing that's been commenced by tons of community members, content creators out there, confirming that the sweet spot is to have 150% rarity, that kind of forces people into the mindset, whether or not this is actually the case or not, it is forcing the people into a state of mind of believing that you need to have 150% rarity to make sure that your game time is as optimal as possible for the sake of dropping actual currency orbs. Why is this such a problem? Well, Not every build is able to say, hey, I'm going to sacrifice a bunch of modifiers on my gear, mostly it's suffixes, or even making sure that I'm wearing proper rings that is applying as much rarity as possible so I can reach that threshold of 150% sweet spot that the community now has the perception of, which is essentially confirmed by these tests. No matter if the numbers are right or not, this has been tested by thousands upon thousands of maps to get these numbers. Not every build can do that. This means that the build diversity to play as effectively as possible, which is honestly, I know you should, and I'm very vocal about this. People should play whatever they find fun and do that. Like I played a lot of minion builds, as you might know, and most of those minion builds don't always have the possibility to push up to 150% rarity. We can get close to it very easily, but getting to 150 does require some effort. And that is without gimping your character's efficiency of clearing maps, because you don't want to do that, right? That means that the build diversity of having builds that can afford sacrificing modifiers on your gear to reach the sweet spot of 150% rarity without losing your character's clear and damage or survivability efficiency, that becomes quite narrow. And this is where kind of FOMO takes place, and the higher endgame player builds that is popular to be played in the meta is then shaped around which builds clears the best, performs the best, survives the best, whilst also being able to run 150% rarity comes into play. And that is obviously not healthy for the game. Now, again, the numbers might not be correct, but because of these tests confirming these numbers and that the perception of the player base is that that is the sweet spot, then it is a problem. My argument has always been rarity should not apply to affect currency at all. Instead, the difficulty of the content you're engaging with should dictate the percent chances of you dropping currency. In my opinion, would be a better solution, which is exactly what they've done with Path of Exile 1. I think they should incorporate that for PoE 2. However, we fast forward to the reveal now. Instead of addressing this issue, what they did was they said that they have nerfed the numerical values on rarity modifiers on gear. What this means is that they are not solving the problem. They're actually emphasizing and making it even worse. And the result of that is simply because of the fact that if you have lower numerical values of rarity on your gear, that means people will need to sacrifice even more to achieve that sweet spot of rarity and potentially gimp their characters even further to be able to get to that sweet spot. And as a result of that, that means that even fewer builds will be able to reach that sweet spot without gimping their character's efficiency of either damage, clear speed, or survivability. So that is a big problem from my perspective. I think that this topic has been kind of beaten to death during last league, and I thought that this was something that was going to be addressed. But instead of being addressed, they, from my perspective, made this worse. So I wanted to bring this topic up and see what you guys feel about this. Do you guys care about it at all? I mean, there's definitely people out there that don't really care. I played with about 50% rarity for the most part last league, but I don't make my currency farming maps, which is what the most vast majority of the player base is actually doing. My way of making currency was crafting, which is getting nerfed now, but that's how I made my currency. So I'm not affected by it as much, but I think that it's a big problem in the community. So I want to hear you guys' thoughts on it. Let me know in the comments below if you care at all about it, or what your take on the topic is, in general. Because I think that this was kind of surprising that they are doubling down on this, and I still don't understand why they are so hell-bent on making sure that rarity affects currency, because to me, it just does not make sense. Why repeat something that they solved so elegantly in PoE 1 to just basically bring the problem back into PoE 2 as well? Anyways, I don't want to rant too much in this video. I made my point. I've addressed it. Let me know what you guys think. Hit the like button, subscribe for more content. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Till then, stay safe. Keep rocking. There you go. Ay, 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 ay. All right, we have a Tavern talk in 1.5 hours. I need a toilet break. So, Answer just started playing. I'll take that toilet break. I'll be back in a bit, boys. Right back. Fucking hell. I'm back. Sorry about that. Push out your spine. No, but no, I have this I have a stomach bug from my my daughter. That's been fucking with my stomach last few days. I thought it was fine. So I have some medicine. We're good. Anyways, I'm back. Kids, they said it'll be fun. They said, yeah, dude. Bro, it's been pain, man. It's been absolutely fucking pain. Like, absolutely insane. I'm late to catching up with PoE2 cards. What would you rate the revealed patch notes out of 10? League, 8. The rest of it, 5. Bidet ordered. No, I don't have a bidet. Anyways. Kids plus school equals germ warfare. Yeah. Anyways. Beltos costing charges makes me want to die inside. Yeah, I don't really get that. Okay. Lightning Druid meta. I think Roa, Lightning Arrow again. But maybe as a Pathfinder. I don't like this coddling of casual players. We need to make real gamers. Wyvern gives it at least a 6. The Lightning Storm. Yeah, the Lightning Storm and the Tornado, I think, look really, really cool. Personally, at least. I like the way those looked, at least. At least personally. Tentacles of the nature spell would count as minion summons. Nope. I was kind of surprised that we didn't see any minion archetype for the druid. That was very surprising to me. I genuinely thought we were gonna see that. They're super disappointing to me. I mean, the wolf. Okay, the wolf has a trigger from the pounce attack, but it seems like they're doing the same thing they did with wolves in PoE 1, where the wolves just buffs the player with extra damage. They seem more like utility stuff, more so that, hey, we can use the wolves as a main source of damage minions, right? It's like a wolf pack where you're the leader of the pack. You're the one doing the damage. The wolf packs are just there to help you do that. And new minions in the temples? I don't know. PoE1 is harvest, PoE2 is gardening. I really like the whole vine skill. Probably just root mount fisher that crawls forward, damaging enemies in his path while the fisher persists. Vines lash out from it and attach to nearby enemies, damaging and slowing them. Vines just stretch a 2-meter length before breaking. Vines attachment duration is 1 second. Each attached vine slows them by 50%. Can attach up to 3 vines to each enemy. Overgrown fishes can attach up to 2 additional vines. So is the overgrown? Are they overgrown if you make them wet? Is that how you make them overgrown? Yes. Oh, give me a second. All right. Ay, ay, ay. What am I missing in chat? Guys, I just want to say one thing, boys. You guys are more than welcome to have arguments and disagreements in chat. I actually encourage it. I really do. Just make sure you do so in a civil way. Okay? Sick. People are more than like, I welcome people to have arguments and disagreements. I'm just saying, if you gotta do so, just make sure you do so in a civil way. Oh, we have this little image approach again. There's another cluster there as well. Here as well. Little pathy here. What node is that? That's for split shot. Okay, they move these nodes tighter to probably be in line with the other. Yeah, they just move these nodes in to be similar to the others. Two more clusters down here up behind me. There's some here. They added a node here. Some more stuff down there. Oh, an entire connection between here as well. Interesting. And then there's no more changes on the south part, and then you have all of this. Yo, what happened to my minion nodes? These are my minion nodes. Huh? Is it these? Oh, that's not the same icon. These nodes, where are they? What? I can't find where they're at. Fun detective idiots terminated. I can't see them on the fucking tree though. Maybe moved. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe they're up here. I don't know, but I don't see them. I don't recognize these symbols to be on any of these nodes. Wait a second. All right. Moved up the node, cluster node, and being the cluster on node up have 3 big nodes. Which one has 3 big nodes? I don't see any of these new clusters or moved clusters have 3 notables. Except for this one. That's the only one I can think of. But those nodes, can I... Okay, let me scroll here. They don't look like any of the minion nodes. These look more like minion nodes to me. That looks more like a minion node to me. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Put in the path unseen. Well, that is ascendancy specific, though. Mid-league patches don't happen because of the economy. Well, they try to avoid mid-league patches unless it's something that breaks the game and they have to. Is what they said in the past, at least. I don't know what happened to it. I mean, they might have moved it somewhere else, right? Maybe. Maybe they moved it somewhere. Not sure. We'll see. I mean, if they moved it, it would be up here, but I mean, that doesn't... That would be up here. That's so close to already big nodes. I don't think they'll do that. And to move Act 3 somewhere later in the story? No clue. I don't think so. And shenanigans will be possible with 150% adorned. Adorned is usually like a higher end game approach, generally speaking. This medicine tastes like ass. Secret liquid. Yeah, it's medicine for my ass. It tastes like ass and it is for my ass. Okay? Not good. What's wrong with you? I just caught a stomach bug from my daughter. I thought it was fine because I was okay yesterday. I just had some spicy food and now my stomach's fucked again. So I'm not taking any chances. So I'm taking some medicine. It's just a stomach bug. It's fine. It's not leak start yet, so I'll be fine. I'll be fine, man. Don't worry about it. I'm still curious what the hell happened to these nodes. It's a stomach bug. Some sickness or illness that's fucking with my stomach. Double corrupted guts, yeah. They catch like a parasite. Oh, no, I don't think that's the case. My the TLDR is this. Kindergarten calls me and Hannah, and they said there is shit everywhere. They literally said that. There's shit everywhere. And then they said that we need to have our daughter at home for a couple of days till it passes. But my fiance, she's studying. So that's why I was, before the reveal, I was live a little later than usual. Like today, actually. That was because I was taking care of my daughter till my fiance came home, and then she took over and I could go live. Like, have to help each other out, just parenting. But, a few days after that, I got hit with this shit. Literally. Not good. Anyways. Yeah. Hannah said yesterday that her stomach hurts. But she seemed to I gotten off pretty easily with it. I got hit pretty hard. Anyways, I'll be fine. So, I can't find the goddamn nodes. I genuinely cannot find the nodes. I don't know where they are. The nodes I'm looking for is these 3. I don't know where they moved them. So they must have altered them completely. Box below the shield? What box below the shield? Like this? I was looking at that, but if you look closely... I'm gonna be honest, that looks exactly like a burnt peanut. That actually looks like a burnt peanut. Why is it doing that? You see that? It's like a burnt peanut. I don't think that's it either. No update for POB. There is no update for POB, and it likely won't be any skill tree available for us until we see until the launch. Actually, that's what happened last time because they don't have a JSON file. Looks like a right foot. It annoys me that I can't see it. I swear, like I don't believe it's up here. Because up there we have these big minion nodes already. And we already have this. There's no shot they add more minion nodes that is that big in that part of the tree. Will it be a druid minion build? Well, I mean, I'll probably start playing a shaman. Well, we'll see. I'll have to see the information though. You eat your minions for power charges as wyvern somehow. There is a way to treat your corpses, your permanent minions as corpses through sacrifice. Your undead reviving minions can be used in place of corpses by your skills, but they revive slower. So yes, there is a way where the wyvern can have like an army of clerics.
Back at it again, gifting subs like it's going out of style.
Potentially,
this guy's either planning a world domination build or just loves seeing my beautiful face.
Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites.
It's right there. It's right there. They did move it up there. Ooh! Bro. That's a big change, dude. They actually moved it up there. That's insane. So let me explain why that is so crazy. Thank you for the link, by the way. They moved this keystone as well. So it's past this. So it's around here. That saves us at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra travel points. 4 or 5 travel. I mean, we can look at the picture. It's how many points south of this is another 2 points south, right? This 1, 2. So it was down here originally. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 passives that we're saving. At the very least, 4 passives. That's big. It was up there in 0.2, was it? Point 2 had it here, right? They had it 2 steps above. I actually remember that. 0.1 as well, and then in 0.3, they moved it down here, and now they're moving it back up here instead. I didn't actually remember that. Thank you, chat. That's pretty big, actually. Oh. Ay, 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 ay. Not bad, not bad. Okay, let's see. We have a Tavern talk tonight, by the way, with Moxsy in about 55 minutes. You think PUB will be updated in time for release? Nope. It will not have the skill tree, just like last time. You see, in PUE 1, watch this. In PUE 1, we have access to this shit. We have access to this on the website in PUE 1. This is done through what's called a JSON file. This does not exist on the website for PUE 2. So they don't have an automatic feature to create a JSON file for skill trees for PUE 2. As a result of that, PUB has a harder time creating skill trees out of what's available. And since they're not having this as an automated process, they're not going to spend dev time to create a skill tree for us. Last time we had bits and pieces. They basically manually designed it. And then they just had placeholder, you know, we don't know what this node is doing. JavaScript object notation, yeah. And what then happened is that they hovered over some of the nodes last time, so we had some info. But this time we have no info. They didn't hover over a single node that I can remember, or that I saw. And as a result, we don't have the skill tree. So we will only have access to the skill tree in PUB when the game launches. which means we're gonna wing the living fuck out of it when we're playing. Like that's all we can do. We'll have to get it data mined from the GGPK file and then go from there, essentially. They hovered a few with the reveal. Not that I noticed. Did they? Yeah, they showed that no, it was 7% chance not to die, right? That's it. What do we expect the data mine? When the GGPK file is available, which is when we get the pre-download, which is like, what? 1 day before the launch. Probably a little less than that. Which means that for everybody, that means half a day to data mine and check it before everybody goes to bed before the launch, right? Show us all the lightning arrow Deadeye noobs. Who's going to skip sleep? Yeah, I think it will be a lot of YOLOing. It'll be fun though. Cocaine ants for the win. Your plan stuff doesn't get touched or changed by patch notes. I got 2 whole bills ready for launch. Nice. LA doesn't exist. LA never exists. I don't even see LA on my screen. Did I buff to be recharged properly in game now? What? Deadeye did not get buffed. Deadeye got noticeably nerfed. What got buffed though was the Roa. The Roa got buffed. You have a new minion leveling guide. I saw you play EDC the other day. You can type your space for build to check out my build guides. They will all be updated for the launch for sure. The CPU usage buff, yeah, that's gonna be a good one. Can't believe they buffed the Roa. Hoping for a nerf in the upcoming week. It was so crazy to me. Like, why? Like, they straight up actually buffed the Roa. So what they did was that they took away the movement speed increase from the Roa. But instead of having 80% reduction of movement speed penalty from using skills, they removed the penalty altogether. But there's no movement speed buff to the Roa, at least. But they also removed basically all sources of the skill tree that reduce the movement speed penalty from using skills. So people that don't use the Roa don't have a way to compete with people on the Roa. So they straight up just buffed the Roa. I'm like, what? It's crazy. Well, 1 to 100 a month when the new update goes live, becomes active. What? Self-sacrifice, 20% reduced spirit reservation efficiency skills, 40% increased reservation efficiency media skills. Yeah, a lot of people are misunderstanding that node. So what happens is that you have 20% reduced spirit reservation efficiency of all your skills. But then they're compensating that by giving you 40% increased reservation efficiency for minion skills specifically, which means 20% increased reservation efficiency net gain for minion skills. It's not 40%, it's 20%, because the 20% reduced still applies. The Last Lament won't be as fast clearing, right? Maybe a bear will be able to compete with them. Frozen Mandible monster can once again no longer be Battle Spectre. Yeah. Frozen Mandible, also known as the Cocaine Ant, has been nerfed. Replacing bets of you being sick on the day of launch seems like a ritual. I mean, I got the stomach thing happening to me right now. So hopefully that's enough. I don't need to get more before launch, okay? I don't need more than that. Shot from orbit. How I yoke Voltaxic. I talked about this. I was saying that Voltaxic is seeing a pretty cool return. Maybe. Maybe. Can we cast a totem with Race Zombie to auto cast it? with race zombie. I don't know. Actually, don't know. I think Volt Toxic is going to be pretty cool. I really do. Like, I really think it's going to be pretty cool. Radiance got buffed as well. The 40% is now or never. Hey, I hear you there. My kiddos have yet to be sick in a couple of months, but it's getting cold weather now, so I know we're in for it. Yeah. The Voltaxic Rift buff was actually very noticeable. Kind of crazy, actually, how big that was. What's the on the PoE2 Reddit? I haven't actually looked at it since the launch or the reveal. Can't believe people are disappointed with today's reveal. The new class, 2 new ascendancies, 20 plus new skills, 250 passive treaters, 30 new supports, 11 new uniques, 9 lineage, delirium changes, new league atlas, a whole new league mechanic with new crafting option, new boss, a new pinnacle boss, rebattles of countless uniques, rebattles of lineage, rebattles of 90 skills, rebattles of rework of almost all ascendancies. It's more content in this early access update. The majority of other games getting 5 or more updates combined. The potential for new builds is insane. Sure, endgame isn't changing much, but I'd rather have them cooked than getting something unfinished. I'll play the shit out of this. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Very excited, but others have reasonable amount of doubts since they did promise endgame changes. Okay. I would give all of that up for endgame. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Kind of crazy, huh? What a beautiful image. What a beautiful image, dude. This is peak, man. Please get additional Sue level for the Atlas. Something like this would be so cool, though. Delirium fog massively reduced. Oh, I missed if he made a post. The Sir Cupcake guy. Then limiting all of the good runes is such a huge L. At first glance, I agree, but I think it'll be better in the long run. Ash's radius is the one you want to look at. 40% of lighting is extra chaos. Very toxic. I like this one. Very, very much. We're very likely running Ash's Radiance for Powered Zealots if that ends up being a Spectre we play. To be fair. There's that. Oh yeah, all lighting is converted. Right, I keep forgetting. So here's an important factor that I forgot about. Thanks for pointing that out. In Path of Exile... Oh, Jesus, how do I explain this? In Path of Exile 1... In PoE 1... Here's PoE 1. The way it works is that if you have 100% Fizz and you convert that to 100% say fire, and then you have percent as extra as extra chaos. The percent physical as extra chaos. What would then happen is, despite you converting, this would apply to this portion of your damage, even though you're converting. In PoE 2, with the same a procedure of having this, if you have this approach, this portion does not apply to this. This is equal 0. Because the game says that you don't actually have any physical damage because all of it is fire now. If we then take a look at Ash's Radiance, is percent of lightning damage is extra chaos. So when you then have Voltaxic Rift, which is converting all of the damage from lightning into chaos, you actually don't have any lightning damage, right? There we go. 100% of lightning damage converted to chaos. So that means that there actually is no lightning damage that exists. But if you look at PoE 1, it does the same thing. But in PoE 1, conversion works differently. In conversion, the damage still exists in the calculation, and a damage as extra still applies before the conversion, or during the conversion, if you will. Conversion is moved to the start of calculation instead of towards the end. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have 100% of physical converted into fire in PoE 1, and you have percent of fire damage as extra damage, and percent of physical as extra damage, both of those would actually work. Because the calculation says that you have this amount of physical damage. You also have this amount of fire damage. And if you have a source that says you get this much percent of that damage is extra, and percent of this much of that damage is extra, both applies. But in PoE 2, the percent as extra happens after conversions. It's very strong in PoE 1, yes. It actually happens afterwards. Thank you, Clark, for the sub, man. Appreciate you, man. But that's how it works. The spell tower is kind of interesting. Delirium fog is striking cupcake. Yeah, like the whole spell total required charges just feels awkward to me. This looks so metal. True. This was so cool. Hope you're good. Yeah, my stomach is a bit so-so. Other than that, it's all right. Megas and Warrior total builds are remotely playable. They already sucked. They got nerfed extremely harshly in 0.3. Now effectively don't exist. Then revert the changes. What am I looking at? Oh fuck, put it back into the game. No one wants to juggle 3 endurance charges to summon a totem. Why did you nerf a C tier build to be unplayable? Oh god. That China would never be able to use them? Well, probably as utility, sure, but it also means that the way the playstyle of Spell Totem is in PoE 1 is you run up to a pack of enemies, you throw out your totems, they will do the damage. That is not tactical, engaging, meaningful combat. That's you summoning some totems and then watching them do the work. So to avoid that, they're making sure that they're gated behind a combo play where you need to generate charges as a resource to summon the totem, which makes sense thematically appropriate for PoE 2. But a lot of people will not like that. LA is not different. Click, click, click. Yeah, Summoner as well. Spectre Summoners is the same thing. You know, it's funny. You actually press more buttons playing Summoner in PoE 1 than you do in PoE 2. To take a mixing wolves with some ranged minions and an earth. I think it'll be my play and use the shower to take the damage as fire. Well, we don't really know what the details on the Shaman and Oracle is yet, right? Because they said that the images that we have access to are just straight up. They're just straight up from images they sent to media outlets that has leaked, right? That's it. That's what we have. But they said, I have a link here somewhere. Let me find it. GGD did a response to it. There. This version of the image was sent out to media earlier this week. It's worth noting that a lot of things have changed in both the Oracle and Shaman Ascendancies. We'll try to get an updated version now when we can, but changes are still ongoing. So they're not finalized. So we don't know what's going to happen yet. Holy shit, the flashbang. A meme a day until they make toggle to turn up delivering fog until I get bored. Day 21. Oh, guys, a GG heat or cold. Deliver us from thy fog. He finally won. Strikey Cupcake. And 20 spare were a lot for free. Yes, but it's also less defensive versus fist damage compared to Infernalist, that you don't get the Infernal Hound. So I'm not opposed to... let's put it this way. I don't think that this node is overpowered by itself, but I think they need to put it as a not as a first ascendancy, but as a second ascendancy. I think that's what they need to do. That's my opinion. I think that the way they balance that node is not to let it be a 2-pointer, but a 4-pointer. Yeah, exactly. I think that the way they balance that node is put it as a 4-pointer. Now, the problem with that is, where the hell do you put this as a 4-pointer to make sense for the Shaman? Because having this node, Wisdom of the Magi, as a 1-pointer, that's kind of ass until you actually start using a bunch of runes, right? You don't use the Magi until you actually have sockets on most of your gear, right? So having that as your first ascendancy is kind of a throwaway ascendancy. What's this clip? What is this clip?
Grinding Gear Games. Today we're going to reveal what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. I'm excited to announce that, effective immediately, Activision Blizzard has completed a full acquisition of Grinding Gear Games. Next up, we've got a 5-hour GGG Campfire chat hosted by our new community manager, Woody Joe.
Yo, that is cursed. What the fuck? What the
Wait, what?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Today we're going to reveal what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. I'm excited to announce that, effective immediately, Activision Blizzard has completed a full acquisition of Grinding Gear Games. Next up, we've got a 5-hour GGG Campfire chat hosted by our new community manager, Woody Joe.
Yo, that is cursed. What the fuck?
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay, that's kind of funny. All right, guys, we have a Tavern talk in about 30 minutes. I need to take another toilet break, boys. I'll play some ads again for you. I'll be back. I'll be back. All right. Fucking hell. Anyways, where was I? Ay. Good shit. Most big companies make good technical games that have no soul. Ubisoft seems to be working hard to get into bankruptcy. Seems like every AAA company is kind of taking L's across the board, to be fair. That's kind of where I'm sitting, at least. Or how I feel about it. All right, let's see. We got a Tavern talk in 28 minutes. Make sure I have everything prepped and primed for it. Should have everything ready, at least. A recent ARPG discussion feels like recently. I have the worst ARPG on the market, D4. PoE 1 is the worst. Have you seen PoE 2? The worst ARPG, the Last Epoch is 100 times worse. That's funny as fuck. Ay. That's funny. Surprised there's no one talking about the rarity on the Reddit, though. We think that crafting rings actually will be more painful than clusters. Yeah, at least you're not doing the reflection crafting. Anyone else coming to the talk? Was DarthMicroTransaction and my podcast were inviting Moxsy in today's show. I see the ascendancy notes for Druid. These are placeholder leaks from what they said to media last week. So they're subject to change. And they said that they're not done with them. That's more painful than rolling implicit on triple synth item. That's triple synth. That's not what he's crafting in Solo Self-Found. He's crafting for the Spectre build. In open prefix, minion damage, ES, minion attack cast with attributes or res. I normally work with fractured rings, kindness. Maybe you could try to fish for a fractured graft. Fractured graft. Maybe that would work. Try to find a fractured bone ring. Your grafts, Babbage. I mean, the odds of that is very low, though.
Y me llama el cocinero. Risita, ¿qué? Ve por la paellera. Venga, que las 2 de la tarde ya están aquí. Mira, el bañador. En las chanclas. Todo despeinado porque no me dio tiempo nada ponerme las chanclas y el bañador. Voy a la playa, había subido la marea. Había subido la marea y encontré una paella. Y la encontré porque estaba la paellera agarrada metida entre las piedras de Chipiona, del faro. Y cuando entro en el restaurante me ve el cocinero con una paellera y a ver la vende paellera. ¡Asómate, mira dónde llega el agua! ¡Llegaba el agua hasta el restaurante! ¡Había subido la marea!
That is so good, dude. I thought that was from the cupcake guy, but it wasn't. Holy shit. The Keck W lives on, man. Oh, God. Holy fuck, dude. Guy's hilarious, yeah. Guess a new teeth that died a few years later. Yeah, I heard that. May he rest in peace, but he will forever live on as the Keck W, man. He will forever live on as the Keck W. I have a feeling this league is gonna be cracked the ass of the druid. Awakened yet? No, I missed it. What did you say? You got your first Awakened gem and it was Spell Echo? Jesus. You serious? How much is Spell Echo on trade? That's only 11 div, but still cracked though. Used to be a lot higher. Oh my god. Yeah, this artwork was really cool. I like this. First I used, so. I was pretty excited to see it Siri the t-shirt, to say the least. Siri's jugs, boobas, milkers, milk cannons. Oh my god. Gas in his bed mourning the death of Homo Exalt. The Homogenizing needed to go though. Anything else we missed? Drill Neck seems to be freaking insane though. Imagine if you corrupt this down to be 1. Oh, it's not an interview. It's just a Tavern Talk podcast. Like that. For those of you who haven't seen the Tavern Talk podcast before, so what we do is me and Darth, we're just calling up a buddy and we say, "Hey, how you doing?" And then we basically have one main topic, and then we see where the conversation goes. That's how we do the Tavern Talk. So today we're going to talk to Moxsy, and we're the main topic is Path of Exile 2 0.4, and we'll just have a nice conversation. We see where the conversation goes, and we'll do that for an hour, hour and a half, and have a good time. That's how we operate the Tavern Talk. It's very lean back, very enjoyable, fun for us as well. No strict guidelines, no set of prepared interview questions. Obviously, we'll have a bunch of questions we can fall back to. Like if the conversation isn't going forward, then we usually have a few things we can bring up, right? And topics we can cover. So we usually have that as backups, but that's about it. Even not understanding we watched the PoE 2 interview video in titles related to Tavern Talk. Yeah, maybe I should change the title, I guess. Right, Tavern Talk's about to come now, so. Let's see. We poke DM, see how far along he is. Also, ask if Frostbait is actually considered a spell. Yeah. Well, they have a spell. And then the attack they have is a casted ability, right? Otis, thanks so much for Prime. Do appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Another Prime sub? He's either dwarf guy or the crazy
Let me call
fanboy.
DM.
I can't decide.
Calling DM right now. Prep for the Tavern Talk podcast. Does anyone know what the Voling unique thing it works? No, we'll have to see when we get there, I guess. I'm calling DM right now. We'll prep ourselves for the little TT. Have a good time.
Yo, yo.
Yo, yo, yo. How you doing?
Yo, yo. Doing good. We're just going through the items and stuff on the Druid page there.
Yeah? Anything fun?
Seem pretty good. A couple of them seem kind of fun. I mean, you saw the Nimmies, right?
Drill neck corrupted to -1 Nimbus quiver.
Yeah, you can't corrupt it to -1 though. But yeah.
Wait,
yeah, that
why
one looks
not?
good. Valorbs only change it by 22%, is my understanding.
Oh, it's only
then,
22?
22% doesn't round down to 1, even if you double corrupt it.
Decimals don't round up, though.
Do they not? I don't think if you corrupt it, it rounds down. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's just my understanding. I didn't think you could go from 2 to 1.
How about this? We find an item that has a numerical value of 2 locked, and we buy a fuckload of them, and we corrupt them, and we see if it happens. Because decimals don't round up, right? We do the Ralakesh talisman on DEs, for example. So with the 6%, you need an 84% belt to make that get you 11% reservation. And now with the 8%, that would be 1 times 1.75, so 75%.
Oh, well, let's try the 2 thing. I mean, you're right about that. Let's try the... What actually is a unique item that has a value of 2 on something?
Time to Google PoE2 unique items.
Yeah, I'll browse the market here.
French timber rolls between 1 and 2.
Thank you.
Maybe chat can help. We need something that has a hard locked value of 2, not numerical changes.
Let's see. Is there any uniques?
I mean, Lioness Glare has 2 meters to dodge roll distance. I don't know if that can roll, but I guess all mods can change, right?
Yeah, I need to be hard locked. Yeah, the percent of the unborn staff doesn't work actually, even though that has 2 additional projectiles.
Yeah, Lioness Glare. I'm not sure if that would work. Mist Whisper.
I don't actually think there's any in the game.
Mist Whisper has 2 chained. That one could work.
Mist
Is
Whisper?
that affordable?
Gotta be worth nothing, right? Tax chain 2 additional times? Yeah, okay, I'll start buying them. They're 2 Regos each.
2 Regals. All right, I'm coming in and I'll buy some ball orbs.
All right.
And omens.
I'll start picking them up.
Yep. I'll prep some omens.
Okay, 1 second. I gotta store all this random shit.
So the idea is to see if we can make it 1.
Yeah. If we can make it 1, then it means you can vol it down, basically. How many Regals do I have? I have enough. I have 200 Regals. That should be enough to... Do you think 100 of these should be fine?
Probably.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna run out of gold very quickly.
Let me see how much I have. Maybe chat can help. For the science. You're in Trade League, right to the Abyssal, yeah?
Yep. Why are so people so upset with 4.0? Because it's only double titty S tier, not quadra titty S tier.
True.
You only get the quadra after the corrupt, so it's the primary reason anyway.
You want to do the knock thing or?
Sure.
You going after the show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. My stomach's been like, I'll probably that and take a break. Don't push my luck. I have 1.4 thousand gold.
Nice.
Let me
Good,
find
good.
some maps to vendor. What if you find?
I'm just buying more of the makeshift crossbows.
This is better in your hands, but
For it.
Oh, and then get the unpredictability, so it's guaranteed.
Yeah, the omen.
Indeed.
And omen corruption.
Okay, I have like 6 of them.
I have 60 omens.
I mean, I have 6 of the crossbows. Keep buying them until we're ready.
Yeah.
Moxsy messages yet? Not yet. What are we buying? We're testing to see if you can vol down to the 1 in PoE 2, and if so, then it actually matters for the new Pinnacle Boss item.
Yeah.
What is it? This is all we. I'll hold on.
Buying Burger King? Yo, Burger King sounds good right now.
Indeed.
I'll post it right away.
All right. Got about 50, 60. Yeah, I got enough. All right. Where you at?
Real quick here, just buying one more. All right, here, while we're waiting on Moxsy, would just do this real quick. Here, I'll come to your hideout.
Yeah.
Why are you guys not using Craft of Exile? Because, like, I want to see it for myself with my own eyes in the game. I want to know for a fact when I say that you can do it.
Hmm. You want to do it or should I?
I'll do it. It's fine. I'm already here. I got, like, them all in inventory. All right, here we go. I'm going to go to my hideout so it's not fucking laggy every time I click.
Gotcha. Let's have a look at this. Shared chat should be on as well.
Okay, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Any of the
All right,
numerical
well-
change in any of them?
Yep. Numerical change, but not of, you know, multiple of them numerically changed, but none of them changed the 2 down. That's like 10 of them tested, basically.
Yeah, but we need to hit the right mod, and then we also need to hit the version of changing numerical value and hitting that mod, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to do it.
You know what? I'm gonna send GG. I sent him a
No,
message.
run out gold.
Can buy a couple. There are no decimals are rounded down, so theoretically it should work.
Okay, none of those either.
Got 3 more coming.
All right, that's all I'm buying of them right now. Nope.
Oh. I sent them a message. We'll see what they're saying.
Cool. Can you please go over all the notes again? I missed a while it's work. Yeah, if you want, we can rewatch literally everything, go over all the notes again, no problem.
I think I spent 13 hours going through the patch notes.
Yeah, it took a bit of a minute there.
I thought the patches was going to be bigger. Like, actually bigger.
What, the patch notes bigger? The patch notes are huge. It took me like hours to go through.
I thought they were going to be bigger.
What did you expect? Like every single move in the game changed?
Well, I expected endgame changes, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
I guess that's the one thing. Randomizes the numerical value explicit modifiers, then applies a modifier magnitude applier 0.78 to 1.22 before rounding. Yeah, but that's the thing. If you take 2 multiplied by 0.78, you get 1.56. And decimals are rounded down in the game. So theoretically, it should work.
We know for a fact decimals round down?
Yes. They have the same issue in PoE1. You know, the large clusters for minions, we use a 3% APS with a 35 effect. That rounds it, that gets just to 4.05. So a 3% APS turns into 4% per node. But if you have a 2% roll and you multiply that with 35, you get to 2.7, and that's still just 2%. Same thing if you have a 3% APS and you have a tier 2 roll, which is 25%, decimal is 3.75, and that rounds down to 3% as well.
And we have that same math that's been shown in PoE2, not just PoE1?
Yeah, in PoE2 we have Darkness and Throne confirmations with talismans, for example, like the 6% RMR Ralakesh talisman. If you have a 83% roll, you get 10% reservation. If you have an 84% roll, you get 11%.
Well, then theoretically it should work.
Yeah. In
If you
theory.
round down the decimal, it should be good.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, 2.7 should be rounding up to 3, yes, but that's not how the game works. So the only question I have is what Antivalor is saying in the chat is like the line that might need to be modifiable to be able to roll like that, right? That's the only thing
it's
that I'm
also
concerned
like,
about.
what did this also quantify as a vol item since it literally dropped from Azteries? So could it not? Maybe they have a Foulborn version or a Volborn version of this that actually is 1 instead.
True. But the Foulborn stuff was only for Vol unique specifically.
This drops from Azteries, not Volborn?
Oh, it is Red Series. My bad. Then it should be, yeah. Yeah, so that would be the other option, I guess.
So maybe they have a version of that just to make it even rarer, you know. A single pierce would be wild. The other thing you could do with this, if you want boss damage, you could play an Oracle with piercing. and then attack projectiles return. There you go.
Yeah.
I know you love that idea.
Very much.
Genius.
Genius idea.
9 billion IQ.
Very least. All right, Moxsy just wrote he is ready. You want to jump into the call and get the show on the road?
Yep. Go up.
All right, I'll call you from there. I gotta get on my other. Yo.
Yo. You want to invite them to the collab too?
You live? Moxsy, are you live?
Yes.
Should be.
Hey, I'll invite you there in the knock thing.
All right, I need everybody's camera.
That work? Is my camera going through?
Yeah, your camera's good. Just need to slowly add everybody here.
Sure.
Quiet. 1 second here. There we go. All right. 1 down. Pog. On to the next person. Now, Moxsy. Boom. Window capture. Boom. Added. Boom. Into position.
A second, chat. See.
There it is. Boom. All right, boys. We're in. It's working. It's all set up. Audio test. 1, 2. GHAZZY, you go.
1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2,
Moxsy?
3.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Should be good. All right. We're pretty much ready to start when you guys are. You want to do the intro, GHAZZY?
In a moment. If I that's fucks. Can do that, right?
Looks. Nah, it actually looks better, I think, than just the random black background. To be honest.
Is it better like this?
Yeah, I think you're good.
All right. Perfect. Okay. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Tavern Talk. I'm done. I still have no idea what episode we're on. Episode X. Yes, episode X of Tavern Talk, where DarthMicroTransaction and I, we call up a friend and we basically just say, hey, what's up, Moxsy? How you doing? What have you been up to? And then we'll just see where the conversation goes. Welcome in, Moxsy. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. Appreciate the invite.
Awesome.
Good
Thanks
chatting.
for coming.
No?
It's the day after the 0.4 reveal live stream, so we have a pretty good amount of easy topics at hand. You watched it live, right, Moxsy?
Yeah, I watched it live.
All right, initial take. What's your initial medium reaction, surface level?
So I'm pretty excited about everything. I'm still like in my head trying to figure out what I want to play, because I was expecting I don't know if you've been looking at them, but we'd have a lot of the Druid Ascendancy nodes. I did see that they're like potentially going to get changed. But I'm not sure if I want to play like a full shapeshifting build if I'd actually play the Druid. So now
Really?
Yeah.
What,
so now I'm looking at a lot of other stuff.
What was the
See where we end
first
up.
thing that you were? What are you leaning on now? Like, what's your gun to your head? You gotta pick something right now. Where you going?
I don't know if it'd be good, but I think it would be fun. I like the wolf form, but like the gameplay showcase, the damage looked pretty bad.
Yeah, that's what kind of everyone's
It
saying.
looked It looked bad, and I don't know what you'd do for clear, but I was thinking like maybe you could do something on like the wolf form, maybe on like invoke or monk could be kind of interesting. I was looking, and also maybe you could like do one of the, I think it was the Call of the Brotherhood or Whisper of the Brotherhood to convert all that's cold to lightning, and then do like a lightning wolf form could be kind of interesting. There's also the like heat shiver unique, which like the first attack on it had like a bunch of like more chill magnitude, would give you a bunch of free fire, and then maybe like go a weird like I don't think it would work. We were looking at it earlier, but there's a charm that gives you your full rage on taking fire damage, and then Infernalist could potentially give you take fire damage when you're like reach max thing or when you deal a crit, and then you could do like a Infernalist with the demon dog plus the wolves and like igniting yourself to gain rage, to gain your looter blast. Like I don't know, there's a lot of cool things that could be interesting that aren't on Druid.
It'll be quite interesting to see the skill information in the coming days for sure. But yeah, like I said, I mean, the teaser images we got for the Shaman and the Oracle, they're just the images they sent to media outlets like a week ago or something. And they said they're still working on them. So like, we have no idea what they're changing. And some of the nodes looks absolutely insane. But I mean, like you said, I mean, talismans are available to the non-druid ascendancies as well. We'll see how it goes.
Titan Bear look kind of fun. You got Bear's slams, and then Titan's got like more like slam aftershock shit that was added. They added another aftershock gem as well, so it's like okay, you do slam aftershock shit maybe. I mean, the weird part is because like the part that I don't get is like I feel like I'm gonna get baited a little bit for a couple reasons, but like okay, the volcanic shit, the fissure, right? Like it's a spell, so you're like You're creating like a volcanic fissure to like create more spells and projectiles, but then I'm gonna scale my attack slam. Like why? I'm a little confused on like where the fuck does the damage come from? Like I mean, Lord knows we're not gonna do spell and attack damage hybrid. I know there's the one helmet that like increases and reductions to spell damage, like apply attack damage. Like I get that, but like I'm not sure. Like okay, wouldn't I just go scale the slam or scale the spell? Like so that part's a little confusing for me. I'm 100% getting baited by Wyvern though. I'm gonna go Wyvern. That's the other reason I'm getting baited. I'm gonna go Wyvern, and I'm gonna do the flying flame breath thing. It looks like you can get at least a good 19 seconds of floating around the air. I'm gonna move 1 mile an hour and do one DPS. But yeah, I'm 100% gonna get baited by that. That's what I'm launching.
That's kind of where.
Go ahead.
That's kind of where I'm at right now with the hybrid stuff. Is like. We see so many times that the combo gameplay kind of dies once you're at endgame. So I'm curious if like, you'd play like putting the volcanic orb down and then spell and melee for the campaign. And then by the time you're endgame, you're either just volcano orbing or like rolling magma, or you're just slamming if the combo will still live.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work. I'm thinking there's got to be supports or something, that can maybe make that right. I was curious when I saw the Wyvern flying. It's like, how much can I... Okay, what if I went Pathfinder Wyvern? So like the whole penalty of me having to fly is cut like immediately half. And then I can try to reduce it in other ways. Maybe I can get it where I can actually like just fly around the fucking map doing it. But then I came to the conclusion, is that not just incinerate, but I'm like 2 inches higher off the ground? Like,
that's literally what it is.
So I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm going to get baited still, but...
But they removed the nodes on the tree that reduces the penalty for attacks while moving whilst attacking, right? And then they kind of buffed the Roa, surprisingly. But they did remove those things. So you can't get those things for free for the Wyvern either. Because like the Flame Breath is not a spell, surprisingly. It's an actual attack.
Yeah.
And I thought that was kind of odd. And it just felt like a spell thing to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose, but I think they're all attacks because they're all like physical by nature.
I was also kind of surprised that I know I'm the mini guy or whatever, but like, I was kind of surprised not to see a minion archetype for the druid. That was very surprising to me. I don't know. Do you guys agree? Like, I expected it, and I didn't get it.
I didn't expect it at all.
Kind of continues the you could play minion on any ascendancy thing that they've been going for a little bit.
Yeah, but I wish there would be like animal minions. I mean, we got wolves, but like they're seemingly more thematically in line with what they have in PoE 1 for like the wolves themselves are buffing the player in PoE 1. And I think that's what we're gonna see for the wolf form as well in PoE 2, at least seemingly. But there's some pretty cool notes formings as well when it comes to the druid ascendancies. But I was just surprised there wasn't an archetype to it. But I mean, out of the forms, I mean, if I had to take a pick in which one I like the most, the wyvern wins every day. Maybe it's because it's new and it's not what we expected, but it looks so cool, like way better than the wolf and the bear in my opinion.
What do you think about the Val incursion, Moxsy? You take a look at that one much from the reveal? I don't know if you rewatched it back. I haven't watched it back yet, but I just saw the initial reveal of it. It looked extremely complicated.
Yeah, I was kind of cracking up about it, and every time they add a new mechanic or something like that, we got powers on one end and like an entire new dungeon layout mini game mechanic with all the different layers of. But it was kind of one. I think it looks really cool. It's going to be pretty involved and definitely like a learning curve to it. But I was kind of thinking because I got into Path of Exile 1 really late, and that game is so daunting to learn because all of the league mechanics are so complex and have so many things that like I still haven't like learned heist or any of those things yet. So I was like, okay, I'm glad that I'm getting into this now because. Imagine when the game fully launches and there's all of these mechanics on top of each other that you gotta learn, like, all at the same time.
It's funny, like, PoE 2 is supposed to be this market share stealing or acquiring new player acquisition based game to just have this new player onboarding to be significantly easier than PoE 1. But as the leagues goes by, there's going to be more and more and more things added, more classes, more mechanics, more features, more crafting stuff, and all those things. It's just a matter of time before it gets just as complex as PoE 1. It's like you said, I mean, the sooner you get into it, the easier it is because you get to learn what's coming in 0.4. And once you learn that, you have that info. So when 0.5 comes, you don't have to learn that much. It's just whatever is new in the next league, right? You don't have to learn 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's just what's coming in 0.5, right? It's going to be fun to see how people will react to it when the game fully launches, because there's definitely people out there that refuses to play or maybe are not in a position where they can play PoE 2 due to the buy-to-play situation they're in right now that will join in when it is free to play whenever that launches sometime next year, hopefully, right? Be fun to see how daunting the game will actually be then compared to now.
By the way, speaking of launching next year, do you think that would be with all of the classes and ascendancies?
No.
If they were to launch next year, I just don't see that.
No, I don't. Yeah, I really don't think so. I think didn't they say themselves at one point that like they don't think they need all of the classes and ascendancies in order to be able to go the full 1.0. So, like, I doubt it. I doubt that we do actually see all of them. I'd say like 90% chance we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Moxsy, check Discord. I sent you a link there. No, I mean, they did, however, say that they didn't want to launch the game without all the campaign acts. They said that, but they also said that they were fine with launching it without all the classes if they had to. But it's also kind of awkward because I think all of us kind of agree that they kind of need swords in the game at the very least. Probably axes as well, to be fair. But I mean, if say they launch next year, and let's say they launch next year December, that's what, 4 more leagues? 3? Sorry?
Yeah, 3 more. 3 more.
3 more
including
leagues.
the one that's coming up, yeah.
So that means that, let's say they want at least swords, that means then they have to release at least 1 class that includes swords. They have to finish 2 more campaign acts in those 3 launches. And I think a lot of people would arguably say that swords and axes are mandatory. And if that's the case, then we're looking at 2 classes and 2 acts in these 3 launches.
I think the fact that he said that we really want to get it in 26, it would be sad if, like, you know, it would be sad if it's in 27, means it's probably going to be in 20, because they're already thinking, like, it could be in 27. You know, and it always takes longer than they think it's going to take, they say. So it's like, I don't
It's gotta be 27. I mean, I don't really care when it is, honestly, because like it feels like you're still playing the game. Like I don't, it's like okay, 1.0 is just kind of a title for me. The only difference is it's free now, I suppose.
I mean, they also said a couple of weeks ago they mentioned that they were aiming for a December release this year, and if that wasn't going to happen, then there was a % risk that they had to release it on the next season after that in 26, which would be March, April. And now when we're here, it's like, yeah, no, we're hoping we can make 26, but maybe it's 27 all of a sudden. And they also originally said they didn't want the beta to last more than a year. We are a year in now. It feels like the goalpost seems to be pushed forward consistently, right? But I mean,
yeah,
Jonathan did say that he's trying his best to like kind of slow down and be more realistic with it to himself, right? I believe something in those lines he said. And so when he says they're aiming for 26, I think that feels like a pretty high probability or likelihood that will happen. Because look at the time frames of the year. PoE 1 has the prime launch date of the year that is not Christmas, which is like during the summertime. PoE 2 doesn't have that. PoE 2 has before summer, March, April. They have autumn for like August, right? And then they have the best wintertime release. So if the best time frame to release the game full launch, if they want like this big, massive launch time frame where everything lines up, that would be a December release. So if they don't make December next year, are we going to see a December 27 then? That would be kind of wild. That's a 3-year beta. It's almost like Escape from Tarkov again.
I do think that they definitely bit off a lot with the Druid. Like I'd imagine or hope that like other classes are not going to be quite as like complex as I mentioned, like the motion rigging of like all of the different forms plus all of the different skills. They like shift back and forth. I imagine that like especially took a bit longer, but it is very cool what they came up with.
They basically had to make 4 sets of animation rigging because they had to do the base Druid and Malo. They had to do the bear. They have to do the wyvern. They had to do the wolf. So like I would assume the Druid took, like you're saying, an enormous amount of work compared to a lot of the other class. I mean, the other classes can't possibly take as much work, right?
Yeah.
Another thing to point out, did you both watch the Destin interview, the recent one?
Yeah, I watched this morning. That was a good interview. I like that one.
Yeah, it was really good. Did you watch it? All right. No. Not to spoil too much. In it, Jonathan says a sentence in there that hints that they had like another form they worked on or something that was in the background, far from finished, but something that has been worked on. I believe he said something along those lines. Yeah. So DM, you remember that? Okay, so I'm not misremembering here. I mean, clearly there's been a ton of iterations that's been a problem for the Druid to come to the fruition that we have right now, right? So definitely there's something in the background, and that might very likely be what we've seen in the data mine files being the where tree form, for example. That's something that's hinted, but it's pointing to meta rigging data files that don't exist. So that sounds rather interesting. That might be, another version of it that we might see in the future. But either way, like at least there's been dev time and work on making that function, and the rigging for it, the animations, and all those things, and then they're just not utilizing those assets that they spent a lot of time creating. But it's like you said, DM. I definitely think that Moxsy, like the other classes that release won't have that issue at least. I don't know how long these things take to make, because I'm not a game dev, right? Do you have any experience with that, Mox, like game development or something like that in that era?
No, not really. I've like consulted on games, but never actually been hands-on on dev. I actually had a question for you, Darth. You visited GGG, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you know? I'm actually curious about this. Do they have like a PoE 1 team and a PoE 2 team, or are they like just jumping back and forth?
No, like they have people there that are obviously more hands-on for PoE 2, but like the dudes who all I talk to, like they work on both. Like the audio team works on both, the animators work on both, the visual effects guys work on both. Like, they work on both. There's I would say there's more of a focus on the one depending upon the league it was in. Like when I was there it was just before 0.3 when I was there, or not, 0.3. So like everyone's hands on decks for PoE 2. But like my understanding is it goes from like we're focusing on PoE 2. Okay, PoE 2's out. Like now we gotta start cooking the PoE 1. Like they leapfrog it. So like basically the whole office there was in PoE 2. I think they still had some people there working like PoE 1 stuff ahead of the time and whatnot. So like they definitely have some people there that are working on things independently. But no, it was definitely like, yeah, they're in this mode and then they go into that mode. Like the majority of the people, from what I could tell you.
Kind of like this. I remember the interviews you did, DM, with the way they set up the offices. Like they were basically talking to each other. They could just lead back and have someone behind them working and have the conversations on site from where they were sitting. Like, have you been to the Blizzard campus, Moxsy?
Yes. Yep.
Yes. So you know how they have it set up. Like me and DM have been there, and we they have like these humongous buildings. All the teams are literally spread apart in different buildings, different floors, and like the communication between them is basically non-existent, at least at first glance, right? Which is also quite evident, and you can see that in the final product, I guess. That's not really what we saw in GG's office, from what I saw from DM's interviews, right? Where they're basically like, it's all open. They're all talking to each other. The communication is there.
That part was surprised. Like, okay, so there's that part of it. And then it's like, okay, GGG is like kind of a big company, right? I would have assumed when I got there, it was going to be like this big building. And don't get me wrong, like it's an office building. It's a nice office building, but it's not like it's just a normal. It reminded me of like when I worked in a call center. It was just like, there's just a floor. Like it wasn't, there's no fucking marble statues or that. It's just like a normal fucking office. And then they have like another section downstairs and kind of the next door over. But then the top is just like a law office or something. It was like somebody totally different. So it's like they have a section of a building as opposed to like they have 5 or 6, different buildings in the compound and a gate that you have to enter. Like it's just like a normal office basically. It's kind of funny. I didn't really expect that, but Moxsy, are you calmed down after your whole Borderlands 4 hype and subathon? That was a long subathon, man. I was checking in on you during that.
Thank you.
How long did that end up going?
I had to cut it off at 32 days.
Jesus Christ.
Was the most. I was trying to end it too. I put it down to like, I think we were at like 30 seconds a sub, and it just kept. They were crazy. It just kept going. But we hit our milestone, so I have to get a tattoo of Chat's Choice, which I have an appointment for in January.
Chat's Choice.
Yeah.
Did they pick it already, or are you giving them options? Did you give, or how'd that work?
I pick where it goes. I gave them options. They were very kind in letting me get a tattoo that was meaningful to me, rather than just like something terrible.
P4 bad.
Oh man, no, I would not let Chat pick tattoos for me. Holy shit,
that's wild, dude.
I also have 0 tattoos, so.
Oh shit, I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean, you see now how I look. It's like you get one tattoo, I can't stop, man. I'm working on my back piece, and I'm already thinking about what to do afterwards. Like I cannot stop. It's so addictive. So be careful. So you're basically. Sorry.
Go on.
No, I was just curious. Moxsy, you're talking about doing something with the wolf. You were talking about maybe not doing that as a druid ascendancy. So, Dia, you were talking about wyvern. Like, are you on a druid ascendancy wyvern or another ascendancy? Like, what's your aim there?
I'm probably gonna go like full dad gamer, like boomer. I'm a druid, so therefore I'm using talisman and doing shapeshift, like just real standard shit. I don't imagine. I could be wrong, but I'm not like giga impressed by the druid ascendancies. I don't think they're bad. I just like there's nothing there that like I look at and I'm like, oh my god, like I kind of don't care that much. I look at them and I'm trying to find uses for them, as opposed to I look at them and I'm like, holy shit, there's so many things I can do with this. Like it's kind of like the other way. So a lot of it really depends upon like the Oracle. When I look at the Oracle and I think, okay, well, they have basically the from nothing cooked into the ascendancy, and they have the like secondary passive skill tree. It's like, well, if you look at the new passive skill tree that they've shown, if that is as it is, and I'm doing like a standard wyvern thing, there's only like 3 keystone notables, and it doesn't mean I necessarily want to take all of them. And if I look at the Keystone Nobos are not really positioned anywhere next to anything where I'm making like big leaps. I could just like click the nodes literally anyway. So it's hard for me to be like, okay, well, the from nothing portion of the Ascendancy I'm super excited by. And I still have to be able to take the Keystone Nobo. It's not like I can just, it's worse than from nothing because it's not like I can't just take a Keystone Notable anywhere on the passive tree and then pick stuff from it. So it's a little bit less interesting than it seems. So it really depends upon the secondary passive tree part of the Oracle. I do like the making like a clone of the boss thing. Kind of cool. Can kind of double your damage against the boss. That seems like that might be something. And the like damage against you is unlucky. That's kind of a cool tank side of things. But other than that, like I wasn't really like super excited by the Druid. I almost think like I would just go Titan, click Hulking Form, and then just take like get 50% bonus in nodes, and that might be better literally anyway. But we'll have to see. I know Rage is all the rage, so the whole rage generation, no inherent loss plus max rage thing could be quite good. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
The only thing about that node is you have to take leading up to it, at least how the looks formatted in their presentation. We'll see if it changes or not. But you have to take the one that gives you increasing to spell damage prior to get the rage thing, which I feel like kind of makes you have to use spells a bit. I don't know. Like if you want to just do like a melee bear, like you're kind of wasting an ascendancy point there.
I agree. It's kind of like the Hulking Form thing, but like Hulking Form is so good. It's like I'll take the capacity. I'll take the purse. I'll have the man purse as Titan, sure. Because Hulking Form's like fucking disgusting. But like this and Rage now, I'm kind of like, I kind of like maybe care, maybe don't care. So that one's kind of hard for me to like get too excited by. So it seemed very like shoehorned in, like, hey, you're going to do the volcanoes and that's spell damage. So we're going to give you spell damage and then you can do this. So it's kind of, we'll have to see, I guess.
I mean, we still don't know how they're going to operate the whole balance between the playstyle theme that they're going for. Is you're kind of supposed to cast these long-lasting human form spells, which are spell damage oriented elemental caster, and then you're supposed to utilize that in a combination with your animal forms, wolf or bear or wyvern, right? So I mean, you can grow a garden and then you can water that garden and then you can spew lightning.
That did look cool. That did look cool though. Like, what did you guys think of the vine shit?
The best skill they showcased. I mean, the wyvern form looks amazing, but the vines, like I just got reminded. Not sure, Moxsy, how much you played Last Epoch. Have you tried it? Yeah, you remember the warlock?
Quite a bit of time.
Yeah, the warlock's chaotic fissure skill.
Yep.
Yeah, that one with the whatever the two-handed sword is called that makes it shoot out these red tentacles that slaps enemies instead. That's what the vine was for me. I was like, that looks so cool. Spawn out a vine, water the garden, and he starts slapping the enemies with the vines. But I mean, it feels more like it's a utility thing more than a main source of damage. But I really want to see a main source of damage with the vines because it looks so cool.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm curious if there's enough support that you can make it like really your full main thing. And then we were just talking about like, because now with the new Pathfinder thing, you could technically go Pathfinder because it's a spell, and now you can start from the like mage side of the tree, and you could make it poison. Start with the mage, scale its spells, plus get all the like poison of Pathfinder. And it looked like there was a clip where if you made it rain, it created like purple plants that exploded. We don't know if those do chaos damage, but if they do, it could be really interesting.
Yeah.
There was
moo.
Go ahead.
Go on. I was just gonna say that like it's physical. So I'm like looking at it right now, 4 to 5 physical, and it does 1 to 2 physical and all that. That's an okay crit chance, I guess 10%. But it makes me think like, did it not just go Blood Mage again because of the side of the tree? It's like, would I play this on Druid Ascendancy? That's the part I keep coming back to. I see all these moves. Like, these moves are kind of cool, but like, do I actually play any of these on Druid?
That's a fair take. But I mean, I also kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
There's like a few routes that you could go for spellcaster now. It seems interesting. Like you've got Druid, which has like the Rage spell, which seems really interesting. They just buffed Stormweaver, so if you wanted to use like the elemental, what are they called? The
Effusions?
Remnants. Infusions.
Oh,
yeah,
infusions, yeah. Ugh.
They buff that, which is interesting, and then there's also Blood Mage, which is just crazy for spellcasting. I don't know which ones. They all seem pretty good.
They've been very adamant about not letting ascendancy choices hard lock you in the builds that you're supposed to use for your build. So they want to keep that going. So they have these rather interesting things, even the shape-shifting stuff. But that doesn't necessarily mean you have to do that as a druid. They're just thematically fitting that ascendancy or those ascendancies, right? So, I mean, I'm very much in line with what you're talking about, Moxsy, with Divine Skill on a Pathfinder sounds fantastic. That would be so cool to do. Or even doing the Blood Mage stuff with it. Because, I mean, I don't know. The Vines just, they hit me right. I feel like, obviously, I'll start with something minion related. But, like, my second build is very likely going to be some sort of spellcasting version of the Druid or the Druid skills. Or I'll do Wyvern stuff, depending on how that looks at that point of the league. But, like, the Vines... I don't know, dude. Like, imagine just casting one of those tornadoes, sucking things in, and having these vines on the ground. You water the shit, and they start exploding these pustules. I just can just imagine it, and it just feels and looks so insane in my head that I need to play it. Content-wise,
what do you think about these kind of continual addition of you do one thing to like buff up the other move? Like we have the fissure with the slamming, the spells, you know, the entangle, and now you water the plants thing. Like, how you feel about that? How you feel about watering your plants there, Moxsy?
I mean, I'm kind of fine with it throughout the campaign, but once again, like, once you're in maps and you're playing and blasting, like, you're not trying to do all those combos for every single mob that you encounter. So either you find a way to automate it, which I think you could like automate and have like you're just kind of casting your vines out while there's constant like rainstorms happening with like, I don't know, like a cast on crit or some sort of setup. So hopefully those combos are smooth, but some of them do feel like a little too forced.
How do you actually create the water? Is it just the thunderstorm? Is that the only thing that actually creates the rain, or do we get other? I guess we don't have all of the skills here. I'm like looking through the spells right now because like thunderstorm creates the downpour or torrential rain, as they call it. Surely there's a water skill as well or something.
Yeah,
dual party play is the solution, is what somebody in chat says. Dual party play, yes. The dual shenanigans. If I will water GHAZZY's
the planter
plants.
and the gardener.
We should do that someday, like a bro found adventure, and build a character, but each player only does one part of the combo each.
The 3-man group: Moxsy plays wolf, GHAZZY plays wyvern, I play bear, and we're the three best friends, the three best animal friends.
Sutropolis in Rayclast. That would actually be hilarious. Three Musketeers, yeah, Stardew Valley group. That would actually be fun to do. I don't know. Like I feel like you're talking about, Moxsy. Like the combo play feels very forced in some ends, feels natural in others. Like EDC, for example, perfectly natural.
EDC is great. Yeah.
It feels good to play as well, and that's been a combo play. That even feels good to play in PoE 1, and that's a combo play, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be bad. For those of you who don't know what EDC is, it's Essence, Drain, Contagion. But that's a combo play, a 2-button combo play rather. So I don't know. I don't mind the combo play as long as it's not obnoxious. Like an example of obnoxious, I would say, is, hey, you need 3 endurance charges to summon a spell totem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what? Okay. That's not at all what people wanted, but okay. No. It just feels weird. But you have, like, especially the charge generations. Like, look at Wyvern. Wyvern has the capability of consuming a corpse. Therefore, they get power charges. My understanding is they get full power charges from that, right? There are very easy ways to make it that very smooth. You just have Sacrifice Aura and have, like, a couple of clerics that will resurrect each other. You can then treat your revivable skeletons as corpses. So the Wyvern should theoretically be able to eat one of your alive clerics, get 3 charges immediately, and on like a couple of seconds cooldown, your other clerics will resurrect that dead cleric, and you can do it again immediately. So you should have an insane, consistent flow of power charge generation for the Wyvern consistently without any negative, like any big downsides. So like there are ways to go around it, but at that point, it's like, yeah, I gotta use 2 skill gems. One is an aura, one is a couple minions for spirit reservation, so I can eat. I'm basically bringing a doggy bag from McDonald's. I'm like, I'm killing some monsters. Wait, hold up, I'm gonna take a bite of my Big Mac here or whatever. Like that's basically how it feels, right? But there are ways to go around it. But on the spell totem topic, sorry, go ahead.
As you were saying, combos when they're like natural are great, but they keep adding combos that weren't there or like forcing them. Like there was Incinerate, and you could just cast Incinerate. But now Incinerate, you need to like build up fuel from using your other skills. Like they forced it into having to be comboed because just being able to use a skill to kill things was too strong. And then I played Hex Blast in 0.1, and you just, blasphemy with curses, click on enemies, and it was sick. They buffed Hex Blast, which I was like, oh my god, that's gonna be so fun. And then it's still like it's now this like super awkward combo that's basically no longer even usable. In that you have to wait for the curse to expire, or like almost expire to cast Hex Blast. So those like unnatural, like forced in combos because not having a combo in your build is like bad. That I hate.
Yeah.
Although I think one of the other like successful combos they added was like the Shield Wall Warcry. Have you played either of you guys played Shield Wall build yet?
No. Never
so
did.
It's like it actually got way stronger in this patch. So like, but you know what? I'm actually like pretty happy with I know people are not happy with the patch. I'm kind of happy with the patch notes because like all of the starters I like are as good, if not better. So like the Shield Wall combo is you just Shield Wall Warcry. Shield Wall Warcry just explodes. It's real simple, right? It feels pretty good. Warcry is like pretty much instantaneous. Warbringer makes it where you got no cooldown if you're doing the Warbringer version. But then it has this cool lineage support called On Citadel, which makes the Shield Wall go like a fissure. So it goes out like a fissure. But it had a bad side effect of less area of effect and less damage, 30% of each, like 30% less area, 30% less damage. But, it would go out as a fissure, so it helped with clear a bit. But they removed the downside of Citadel. So now Shield Wall is like actually, has some clear to it. Because before it was kind of annoying because it was just like this wall and you had to kind of angle it a little bit weird. So they actually buffed the clear a little bit of Shield Wall, which is pretty nice. But that's one of the combos. Like I feel like the Warrior rework for the shield shit was like they actually did a good job with that one. I noticed they speaking of clunkiness, you see that they buffed Sunder mildly. It went from 0.35 seconds to 0.4 attack fit in time there. So
it's a massive difference. Yeah.
We got 0.05% increase on Sunder playable.
So instead of doing damage once every 3 days, it's once every 2.5 days.
Hey man, you gotta take the victories when you can get them, brother.
They're taking the memes from Diablo 4 straight off the bat, like ripping it off. Damage on Tuesdays. They're like, now we're gonna one up then. Let's do damage on Monday. I don't know. It just I feel like those changes always feels redundant to me. I wanted to ask specifically on the spell totem topic. Like, what are you guys' opinion? We can start with Moxsy. Like, what is your opinion on the spell totem specifically?
When they were announcing it, it's like, oh, that's awesome. Like, spell totems were super prevalent in PoE 1. Tons of cool builds, tons of cool spells you put on them. I was like, that's sick. And then they're like, 3, was it power charges to cast a single one? Like, well, no one's going to use that. I mean, like you could include it in your combo for your build, but I mean, it's probably gonna until you're like late into the game. It's probably not gonna feel great to be constantly casting. But like, I don't know. I feel like 3 is overkill. Like if it was 1, it'd be totally fine.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
I don't play spell totems. Like I don't play totems because I just don't care about. Like I just don't like. I'm not gonna cast the totem to then do something. I just want to do the thing. It's like a dumb, gamer dad opinion, but like I don't really care about totems, so I just don't care. Like I saw the charges. I know everyone's gonna be mad about the charges. Builder spender. No one likes builder spender, but it's like I'm not gonna play it anyway. Like they can make spell totems still cast. I'm probably still not going to play spell totems. I didn't play it in PoE1. I'm not going to play it in this. So the only time I ever used totems in PoE1 is when I had to make my like sunder or melee damage actually do more before they remove that, where we didn't have to do it all the time. So it's like, I don't know, it's hard for me to care because it's just not a build that I'm ever going to play.
Moxsy, did you ever play Synthesis League in PoE1, or is that too old?
I think too old.
And you did play Incursion, right? Or you've engaged with Incursion mechanic, rather.
Which one is that?
It's the one where you build a temple. Yeah. Double corruption.
No,
I didn't really play that one either, and I wasn't around for Synth either. So I think me and you're gonna have like kind of the same experience where we're kind of going in raw dogging this one a bit. The only time I ever did the Alva one was when I'm trying to do a double corrupt and like slam a mage blood or something. Like that's the only time I've ever even set foot in that mechanic. I thought the mechanic itself actually looked pretty cool, to be honest. He said he got inspired from Loop Hero in the interview, in which he liked the game Loop Hero, and so he was trying to make like a kind of something somewhat inspired by that, which I thought was pretty cool. I think it was this league mechanic was made by like Jonathan specifically. I think he said in the Ziggy D Q&A this time, right? So he's kind of hands on with this one.
Yeah, to me, Synthesis League was like my favorite league mechanic wise. It was a very poorly received league back then, but the league mechanic, like the way it was built, I really enjoyed that, and they kind of applied what we did back then into how we're building the dungeon in the Fate of the Vaal League. So I'm like super excited. This might very likely become my favorite league, like without even playing it. Like by the looks of it, it looks like this is right up my alley. I'm super excited for it.
Well, it's in depth this time too. Like the other league mechanics we have are like they're needed stuff. They're kill mobs. They're added crafting like with the Abyss and all that. But we don't really have anything that's like fairly in depth. I mean, Abyss is like it's just in the map, pops up, you kill the mobs. There's the crafting side of it is in depth, sure, but the mechanic itself is like kind of not. Same with the breach. You just hit the breach, you kill the things. There's a boss. It's just they're just kill in a circle mechanics. So it's cool that we're actually getting like a full-on mechanic that's like got its own thing going on. That's kind of why I was hoping we were gonna get Toda. I don't know if you guys were surprised, but I would have put money that we were getting Toda.
I'm right there with you. I would have bet a lot of money on it actually. Because they said they had to cut it due to time restraint. And I was like, to me, that sounded like, oh, they're working on it, but it's not done yet. We'll see it in 0.4. Didn't make it for this either. It's like, okay. But I mean, on the other hand, they also had a 5-week league, PoE1 league that was colliding as well. So they had PoE1 to get out, and then they had to move resources back over to PoE2 to get it out for the December. It's like they're still in this process of getting used to having both games on the tight scheduling that they have, right? So I guess that plays a factor.
It's hard to make the two best ARPGs at the same time, I guess.
I was talking about that earlier. Yeah. It's so funny when Diablo 4 was getting so much shit early in the stages of Diablo 4, and PoE1. People said that the only way for PoE1 to have a game to compete with, they had to make their own game to compete with. That's what people were saying. Kind of true, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I like that. Like the complaints I would have are all based upon my previous bar that's set by them. So it's like if I'm upset, it's because they don't meet their own bar. If I compare any league or any update to any other game's league or update, it's like,
Yep.
I can't really say anything. But it's like the only time I can really complain is when I'm looking at like what I know they're capable of doing. It's like it feels like the dad like looking at the son who's already like massively overperforming, and he like drops the ball one time, and you're like, like what the fuck? We're only up by 50 points, son. You're supposed to be dunking on him.
I mean, that's kind of like the position we're in. I mean, I think we all can agree that the PoE community is extremely spoiled. Like, we are so spoiled. And it's like I said, but it also comes from GGG having such an insane track record history of making us have ridiculous expectations. And then despite us having those expectations, they still blow out of the water, like completely outperforming it on a consistent basis. So when the very, very, very few times over the past, I don't know, 10, 12 years, where they don't overperform our expectations, or they overdeliver, we're like, what the fuck is this? This is shit. This is so bad. I'm disappointed. This has ruined my day. It's so crazy. But it's like I said, as soon as you compare it to any other game, it's like, what we got in this patch is the equivalent of 2 years development of any other game. It's like, okay. And they're doing it on a 4-month cycle.
I don't like it. It's shit.
That's crazy. Fun though, at the same time. Considering how PoE 1 is where it is today, can you imagine where PoE 2 is 10 years from now? Like, just imagine it.
Insane. I mean, just honestly, even PoE 2 on launch, if this is the game now and gets another year of, like if they're launching at the end of 2026, another year of additional end game, new mechanics, new classes, new ascendancies, way more skills, like it's getting crazy.
No party hats in the game yet, so that's still an L, but we will get there over time.
You got a Voldo box. So GGG had a promotion. So some streamers get sent out a little puzzle box we had to open. And in there was either a little card for us to redeem a code to design a divination card or design a unique. And DM got the unique item. I got the div card. So you got to decide a party hat? Is that your plan?
I already tried. I put that request in for 0.3. I said that I make a party hat that drops, but only on the first day in all the colors. So it's literally just a collection item that mirrors the experience of PoE 1 or of old school RuneScape, or I guess RuneScape, not old school RuneScape at this point. And so I don't really think they like the FOMO stuff or like stuff that only drops on one day or whatnot, you know. And I don't know if they're gonna do another like hidden unique like they did with Onigarashi. So I'm probably gonna have to make like a normal unique. Unfortunately. So we'll have to see. I know how many other, there's a bunch of other people that got that though, right? Like Quinn got one, right? Datmod's got one. Forgetting.
I don't know how many they sent out.
I don't know. It was 10% of them. So however many boxes they had, it would be 10% of those boxes. Speaking of that, I thought we were going, Moxsy.
Do you have like a timeline or a guess on when that would be like coming to fruition?
No, they're supposed to like reach out and say when they're available to do it. I'm assuming they're constantly behind, like on both PoE 1 and PoE 2.
Gotcha.
Like, I'm assuming they're just on the fucking treadmill, and this is me like trying to speed up the button a little bit. So I'm assuming no time soon.
We'll see. I kind of like the whole hidden thing. Like the Abyssal Lich was such a well-received thing.
Yeah.
It was hinted, and nobody knew what it was, and then it was like, oh, it's an entire new ascendancy. It was such a cool thing, and Onigarashi hidden is cool as well. So I don't think they're opposed to doing those things. And they even said that they're, considering how well-received it was, they're open to doing more things like that in the future. And that would be really cool to see.
Do you think there's anything like that for this league?
I think that if they did, it would have been hinted. You think there is? I think it would have been hinted at.
I think there is, and I think they hinted at it. Like they didn't hint at it they didn't hint at it for 0.3. Like in terms of like saying anything in the review, they didn't say it in the review trailer, and they didn't say it was in the Q&A.
What do you mean not hinting? Jump into the well. I wonder what's down there. That was the hint.
That's the boss. The boss is down there. That's not how you ascend. You don't jump into the well and then suddenly you're ascended. You jump in the well to fight the boss.
That was part of it.
You kill the boss, and then at the end you get the ascension or whatever. But like the jumping in the well is like everyone jumps in the well to fight the boss. I don't think that was a hint at the Abyssal Lich.
That's fair.
In 0.4, I think they are actively hinting at it because Mark says he likes to put these in during the Q&A. He says, "Yeah, we like to put these in the game. We'll continue to put more into them, but like I don't, I won't mention them or whatnot because I won't spoil that stuff." So I would imagine there's probably a Vol ascendancy either with the Gemling, a time-related one with the Chronomancer, or maybe like the Sorceress gets a third, a Miracle Worker one or something. I think there is probably one hidden.
Or Blood Mage gets something. Blood Mage jumps into the blood water that Queen of Syria goes into to commune, is the PG word of saying.
Yeah, I cannot believe Jazzrus was right about that. I mean, like he was not only right, he was right on like astronomical levels of being correct. But that's absolutely insane.
I mean, does that mean everyone's gonna play Blood Mage if you can corrupt the Blood Mage to have 4 titties? I'm just saying.
Login.
Exactly. Take a little swim and out come corrupted version of the Blood Mage. But I am on board that if they have an as hidden ascendancy, I am on board with that being a Gemlin Legionnaire with the whole Vol thing. But I'm less so now post-reveal because of the simple fact that I was so on board with there being Vol gems, and that's not in the game. I really thought this was the patch they were going to introduce that.
Yeah, I would have thought as well. I'm actually really glad there's not Vol side areas. That would have been kind of an annoying, like an annoying random extra thing. So I'm kind of glad that's not like a thing. We have a whole Vol side fucking dungeon. So
Their explanation for like why they don't have the Vol skills yet did make sense to me though.
I missed that part of the Q&A. What would they say?
I missed that as well. Enlighten us.
They basically said that it doesn't make sense to do Val skills yet when there's still so many skills missing and they've still got so much work to do on the skills. They were like, that's more of like a launch thing to do Val skills.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can't really argue with that, I suppose.
Someone mentioned, by the way, in your chat, Ascendant could be something hidden behind potentially like removing all of your limbs. They had that mechanic where you could remove a limb. I like kind of forgot about that. But yeah, you could like remove your limbs. You remove all 4, and then all of a sudden something else unlocks or something. Could be really crazy.
HK 47 Ascendancy. That'd actually be pretty sick. That part caught me. That part caught me completely off guard. Like I had a 0% expectation for any of that. Like randomly being able to replace your limbs. And what was it they actually showed? It was like curse magnitude, and it was like smaller buffs. It wasn't anything like crazy.
Yeah, it wasn't anything insane.
Someone in chat wrote limp dick dead eye.
Sorry. We need to be able to cut our Roa's legs off to give the Roa a movement speed buff. Like you can put in metal leg Roa.
No.
It could use the help. Roa actually getting buffed for this league is like fucking wild to me.
Yeah. I was not only did they remove the movement speed penalty nodes on the tree for other builds to I think it was Dreamcore that mentioned that, something like that for them to compete with it with the Roa, or someone mentioned that in a video I saw recently. And then the Roa was like, yeah, you just don't have any penalty. But it costs you a little bit of the movement speed buff is now removed, but you don't have any penalty at all anymore. That's just crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. And LA, I thought they were gonna triple whammy that shit down. I read the notes and I was like, wham, 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 they nerfed it. And then I read it again and I was like, LA is still good. Hold up a minute now.
Still playable.
Its single target is gonna be a little bit worse, but
I think
more than fine for mapping.
What'd you guys think about the boss diminishing return damage on beginning? Like, so like now when you have a startup of a boss, it's got like the Arbiter DR basically.
All bosses?
Yeah, all bosses have a mechanic of there's DR cooked into them now because they're sick of people like preloading damage and then just like one-shotting the boss. So like bosses have a falling off DR.
I did not see that.
They have this in PoE 1. This exists in PoE 1. I might be off on the reasoning, but I think if I recall correctly, it was because of miners and trap builds that would just spam up the mines and traps onto the boss. The boss would spawn and boom, it's dead. So like if you have a boss that has 100 million HP and you have a build that does 100 million boss DPS, you don't kill it in 1 second. It doesn't die in 1 second. It takes a couple seconds, and that is because of the slowly decaying damage reduction that they have when they become attackable, which is actually something that my understanding is refreshes every time they go out of a immunity phase. So every time they go out of an immunity phase, they have this damage reduction that then tapers down Apparently, when the boss is a stationary boss, it tapers down faster. If the target is moving, then it tapers down faster as it's moving on top of already decaying. I think it's pretty good in general because it kind of prevents these, oh, the boss spawned, now it's dead. You can still do it, but it will require a ridiculous amount of extra damage compared to what it does in the current state, right? I don't mind it personally. I'm not opposed to immunity phases and whatnot, because like when I'm fighting an endgame boss, I want to fight the boss no matter how strong I am. Like I want to have to actually engage with the fights. And at some point in the game, you get so much damage output that you just trivialize the bosses.
Well, yeah, I don't necessarily mind it as well, because like I'm sitting here thinking about it. It's like, do I actually not like this? And then it's like, okay, it feels like, oh, I'll punish you for having damage. But then it's like, I think about it. It's like, do I really want to have a D4 situation where like every single boss is you just walk up and like he like shows up, he's like, I'm here the fucking and he just like fucking dies, you know? It's like, I don't, yeah, probably not. Like, I mean, what? And then the only thing that the longest part of the boss fight is having to click the respawn button on the boss. Like, I mean, probably not.
I mean, you can get to that point with, you know, with a strong enough character. So like, that's not taken away from people that like that. It's just going to require you to invest more. Like I do that in PoE 1. I normally don't fight the Uber bosses till I'm strong enough to basically do that personally, because I enjoy that. But if I want to fight the boss and I want to have a challenge on it, I'll go in when the character's ready, not when my character is, you know, overkill ready for it.
You know,
I kind of like it.
Speaking of bosses, another how you guys feel about? I mean, I'll tell you now. I kind of like this one. Is that to to really juice your maps, you have to kill Arbiter. You notice that?
Yeah, I saw that.
You gotta. Yeah, in order to rare up your tablets or whatnot, you have to kill Arbiter now.
Just the like first tier 1?
Yeah, you got the normal Arbiter, but you got to like get the kill now, which I mean made me laugh because like you know how many times in the hardcore like you just avoid Arbiter for as long as you can until you can just one shot them, and now it's like, hey man, if you're gonna farm for like 2 weeks, you know you're gonna have to walk in and fight Arbiter now, or you're gonna actually have to do it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. What I do mind though is like Uber Arbiter from a softcore perspective. Is like you either buy the Uber fragments, which are pretty expensive, fight the Uber Arbiter, but if you die once, you get to fight it again. But if you die once, it's downgrades immediately. And I think my biggest problem with Arbiter, I have a clip somewhere of me fighting Uber Arbiter. It's like, oh, let's just do this. Easy fight, my character's super decked out, it's fine. I go in, and the motherfucker, he body blocks me when I walk into one of the circles where the fires are dropping down. I barely made it. I was like, oh, thank God. And then I run down to the second one. He does the dash attack and pushes me out of it. I was like, what the fuck? So I mean, all I can think of is like, imagine if I played hardcore and that's how I ended my character. I would be so mad.
I don't have to imagine. I've died to that. I've also died to the worst one in the fucking game, which later got nerfed, which is like there's this fucking pole in the middle of the thing when that you can run into, and you can get stopped by like an actual inanimate object can kill you in that fight. So like when you're doing the circle phase, the sword they puts in the middle has an impact. So if you're shield charging, you run into it and it stops you, and you just fucking die. So I found that one out. I was like level 95. I'm like, you know, it's time for Arbiter. I go into there. I do the hallway phase, no problem. We're in ball phase now. I run into the fucking thing and I get shit on. It's like, well.
There is this really good game that has an end screen when you die that says maybe him a skill issue. You ever consider that?
Hey man, at least you know. At least I tried.
That was a good
you know
game.
how
Sorry?
You know how an Arbiter spawns, like he immediately does that like very straightforward fire attack?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Off the rip. My very first time attempting that, I was just standing right in front of him. I was like, okay, noted. Stand to the side on the next attempt.
I watched stat mods die to like a weird hitbox. You know how he'll do the beam, but the beam has a hitbox beyond the visual of it. So he's standing like in the corner. The beam's not touching him, and then he doesn't realize his health is just going down. He gets beamed, like, and he's like in the corner, like here. The beam's like here, and he's like here, and he just fucking melts. He's like, "Wait, I'm getting hit by that?" It's like, yeah, that thing's got a janky ass hitbox.
Oh, I don't know. I don't mind that the juicing of maps is gated behind the first tier of Arbiter. I don't like even like, most people play softcore, right? So I don't mind that being the case, as you can die and try again kind of approach to it. And the first version of Arbiter is not really that hard on the state of your character. It's more about you got to learn to fight and do the fight. And I think that's a good way to let people do that. And in softcore, you don't lose XP for dying, so you can be there and get your attempts in and learn to fight and try it. So I don't think it's a problem. But it definitely is a bit of a sketchy moment for hardcore players, for sure.
I like it. Yeah, like Void Stones. You have an actual reward for clearing Arbiter and a reason to actually do it. I think it's a good change, personally. Oh, speaking of good changes, I know you're very excited by it, guys. Yeah, I saw the clip. What do you guys think, or I'll go for you first, Moxsy, and I'll let GHAZZY sit there and mouth. What do you think about the density changes? For now, it's 40% less density, but you have like 40% more effectiveness of mods. How are you feeling about that?
I don't love it, to be honest. I think it was they were talking about it in the Q&A, but I would prefer to have that be an option early on in the Atlas of like, oh, the build that I'm using currently is not great at dealing with huge masses of enemies. So my very first Atlas point, I'm going to go for the 40% increased health of enemies, but 40% less quantity. And I could just take that off the rip on like literally a first Atlas point and have a decision to do that, versus if I'm playing Essence Drain Contagion, I don't click that node and I go for like the more pack size and have that be a way to tailor my end game. I do think that it's more performance, a little bit more performance based than they were like letting on for that decision. I'd imagine, 40% less enemies means the game runs a whole lot better, but I did not love that because, like, what makes these games super fun a lot of times is blowing up screens of enemies.
Yeah. I have a pretty big take on it. Originally, I didn't like it. Now I'm more in the boat of we got to play test and see. I think that part of it is good, where the fights will be, hey, you're fighting a pack of monsters before your character's super decked out. Like, you're actually having a fight. It's not like you go in one shot and move to the next pack, one shot and move to the next pack. So, I mean, that could make the game more interesting and kind of get you into the whole tactical gameplay, fighting a dangerous foe feeling, which you have in the early stage of campaign. So maybe this is a way to do that. I don't think that's going to be very successful in that end. But what it does alleviate a lot of pressure on having multiple projectiles, massive AoE to cover the screen as much as possible, since there will be fewer monsters. So you don't, like, it would open up the possibility for more build diversity as a result of that, which I think might be a good thing. But again, we'll have to play test and see. That's kind of the boat I'm in. My biggest concern is two things. One is the part you talked about, Moxsy, which is the minor one. But the biggest one I have is that one of the main complaints we've seen in the early stage of PoE2 is how massive and big maps are, and how hollow and empty they feel. With less monsters in them, isn't that literally going to emphasize the whole feeling of the maps being so big and hollow and empty even further? That's my biggest concern. What's your take on the topic, DM?
I feel like I'm a little bit more positive about it. But I think of it from the angle, like, I think in 0.3, one of the most common complaints I've heard is that the game is, like, too easy and that you're just screen wiping literally everything. And I think they're trying to, at some point, combat a percentage of that. And, like, they still want you to, like, actually have to fight some of these mobs. So I can understand the thought process behind it. On the other hand, I do get the argument of it's an ARPG. We want a bunch of mobs, popping a bunch of mobs, so it's good. And it also nerfs a bunch of, it kind of nerfs the effectiveness of some builds. Like, I mean, the EDC thing is an obvious example. Things like Herald of Ash, I guess, even though, like, I mean, who's really using Herald of Ash too much? the involvement of AoE kind of gets nerfed a bit. But then, again, that kind of comes back to like I feel like AoE is like the only thing I ever think about. So like I'm kind of mixed on it. I'm kind of at a point where it's like I'm willing to see what it actually looks like, and I don't hate the idea that when we kill like a rare mob, it's a bigger loot pinata. I kind of like the idea of like you get a little bit of like a decent loot explosion or maybe a chance to like get some better items from these things, because like ground drops can feel like pretty lackluster in my opinion. So there's positives I see about it, and there's negatives I see about it. So I think I'm probably more positive than the average guy on this one, though.
Yeah, I mean the change is there, right? So I mean, we can complain all we want. I have a concern, and I just feel like whatever concern or opinion we have, we'll play test it, and then we'll provide our feedback based on what we experience. Like that's just where we end up, right?
Yeah, I need to see it, because it could feel really bad. I think you make a valid concern about the maps being hollow. Like that's a pretty valid concern. If it does come down to like there's a pretty big gap, and I'm just kind of like traversing just to the next pack, like that's obviously a concern. I think it does leave an opportunity for Atlas tree growth, like being able to actually increase pack size, for instance, might have more value than on the tree if you have more pack size. If we have more value for each pack, then maybe pack size gets a little better. I could see a little bit of an argument there. Although I liked Moxsy's thought about like it could have been an Atlas tree thing where you like click this and you choose to spec into this for your build. I think that is the reason I like that idea, is because I like things where it like kind of customizes your experience more. Kind of the reason I like this league mechanic, but I think the whole reason that we like PoE1 was originally like you kind of build your own style of mapping, and so that kind of is along that same style of thought process. So I liked that call out.
Another aspect to consider is that they're talking about mob density, not pack quantity. So it could be that you're moving from pack to pack the same way we're doing now. It's just that the packs you're engaging with just have fewer monsters, which would kind of make the maps maybe feel hollow anyways. But my concern still remains. It's not about pack quantity, it's mob density, right? But it definitely impacts things like you were talking about, Moxsy, like EDC, for example. You definitely want a bunch of smaller monsters so you can kill to make that spread happen. But if that small monster is now the equivalent of a goddamn rare from 0.3, it's going to take a while for that to die so your spread happens. And during that time, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get swarmed, which seems to be the main reason why they're doing this in the first place,
Bro.
That was so surprising when they said it. Sorry, go ahead.
I do think one pro, at least in their eyes, and we'll see how it actually plays out, but I think there's going to be less of a difference between you finishing the campaign and doing your combo playstyle and then entering maps. Like that more combo focused playstyle is probably going to live on for a little bit longer, because you're going to have to be dealing with higher health enemies and less of them, so that your like combo probably lasting a bit longer into maps for that playstyle that they're trying to encourage.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely going to feel like way less mob so, because not only are we having this change in effectiveness, but also we don't have Abyss in every map, and Abyss is like crazy for mob density. I mean, a fuckload of mobs come out of that thing. So that's going to be another, I think it's going to feel a little bit like, it's that Poverty League, how people sometimes feel Poverty League, like right after Affliction. It's going to feel like that, but for like mob Poverty League, I would assume. Incursion is like outside the map too. So it doesn't really Incursion doesn't really. They call it Incursion. Do we actually know what the mechanic itself is called?
The what mechanic?
Good question.
Like, what is actually the mechanic called? Because the other one's Abyss, right? Like we all know it's Abyss. What is this mechanic actually called?
Fate of the Vault.
Incursion. That's not that's the league name. That's not the mechanic name. Like a Rise of the Abyss is not what every time I talk, I'm like, oh, there's a Rise of the Abyss in my map. Like no one says that. They say Abyss.
Honestly, we're either most likely just going to call it Incursion. I think everyone's going to call it Incursion.
Yeah.
But I mean, Rise of the Abyssal. Yeah, we call it Abyss. It's like the abyssal depths, but we don't say abyssal depth. We say abyss, right? We'll just take one of the words. So I think most people will probably call it Vault Temple or the Temple. I think that's going to be the logical conclusion in the community. We do have to keep in mind that a lot of people playing PoE2 are not PoE1 players. I mean, at some point, I don't think we're going to use a PoE1 terminology to it. So I think Temple or Vault Temple will be the the ongoing name moving forward. I think we'll see though.
You guys see the some of the rewards from the temple? Like, how did you feel about Double Corrupt's coming to the game, but then also we have Valborn, like basically Foulborn. I'm gonna call them Valborn uniques that are coming. Also, how do you feel about that?
I like it. I like that they're incorporating parts of what they've done in PoE 1 into a fitting, thematically fitting way into PoE 2. I think it's a good thing.
I really like the ability to corrupt them and remove those negative modifiers.
Yeah.
Especially because, like, you know, some uniques have such cool things, but they come with such terrible negatives. The ability to be like, you know, what if, like, I can get this unique? There's so many uniques. I don't think it's working for all uniques. I think it is just for the Val uniques that, like,
yeah, correct.
You could just straight up remove one of those negative modifiers, but I think it'll be pretty interesting. And also the quiver and the staff that they showed off, both look really interesting.
I was looking at that. You're talking about the mirror one where like it mirrors and reflects. That shit actually does look kind of wild. I wonder what the range that you could roll that is, because let's see, a mirror appears in your presence every 2.1 seconds, and that's the level 19 version of the mirror. So every 2.1, I mean, that's a pretty long version of it, but you can have 4 mirrors up. So while you're waiting to a boss to spawn or something, you can get 4 of those mirrors up at the same time. And then you can fireball and the fireball and the fireball, and they can chain together. Like, what if you do the infused fireball, for instance?
Yup.
I like the idea of it. Speaking of things that were in the patch notes, there was something that was not in the patch notes that was mentioned in the Q&A, which was Magic Find item rarity. And same thing with the homogenizing exaltation for crafting. There were some parts in the patch notes with the removal of the omen and the numerical nerf to Magic Find stats was mentioned in the Q&A that is happening, but they were not part of the patch notes. But I wanted to talk about rarity and what's your take on rarity, Moxsy. I'm not sure how well read up you are on that topic in general, but what's your take on rarity in general?
I'm just not a huge fan of it, just because I feel like anytime that it exists, especially if it's affecting currencies, you're just going to feel like you're forced into using it. I'd rather have that be dictated by, like, difficulty.
Yeah.
And just if I'm doing harder things, then I get better jobs, rather than, like, because then you've got a weird thing where, like, what builds can afford to run rarity, so that those are the best farmers because they can give up the stats that's needed. I don't know. I'm just not a huge fan of it, but I also know that it is something that existed in PoE 1, and people, like, made Magic Find characters, and that was the whole thing. But personally, I don't know. I don't like the feeling of FOMO if you don't have rarity, that you feel like you're potentially wasting your time playing because you're not getting the drops that someone else could be or would be getting.
I agree about the FOMO thing. I'm somewhat more forgiving about FOMO because I feel like FOMO I can apply to a lot of things. But the point you hit on there that I actually like very much am in, well, there's 2 points actually hit on there very fair of. It's like, one, like, not all builds can afford to run rarity. You know what I mean? So it's like you do get in this situation where which builds can I run where I can actually afford to put the rarity on. That's one. But then the real primary thing that's like where I agree with it is like, I want to put the stats on my character to make my character stronger, and in exchange, I can do harder content, and the loot comes from the harder content, not from just doing the same content, but my gear gets better, so I get better loot. Like, that part doesn't really make sense to me. Like, why is my gear getting better, giving me better loot, as opposed to I'm defeating harder things? So, like, I fundamentally agree with it on that same point. It actually sounds like they agree with it, too. I don't know if exactly that point, but they said, like, they want to remove rarity also, right? Like, you just kind of came out and said it.
I mean, you guys are basically taking the words out of my mouth. It's exactly how I feel about it. The fact that you feel bad is basically the community's perception is that it feels bad not being able to do it, and not every build can do it, which hurts build diversity. If you're aware of this and you know this, which is probably the biggest problem. Because if you don't know about it, you don't, you can live life. Ignorance is bliss is the words I'm looking for, right? But if you know about it, that it feels really bad if your build is not able to sacrifice those modifiers to get the rarity to the alleged sweet spot being 150% rarity. And it's kind of frustrating. And they had these stats in PoE 1. So there were 2 different Magifying stats. One was the increased item rarity, which only applies to items, does not affect currency. And the other one was item quantity, which allowed you to drop a higher quantity of loot, which included currency. And they decided to remove quantity, which was a great change. People still do Magifying stuff, farming headhunters, mage bloods, and all that shit. But it doesn't affect currency. And then for some reason, they decided to kind of repeat that mistake of just making that quantity modifier apply to PoE2 in the form of rarity of affecting currencies. And it's not really a quantity mod because you don't drop more currency. But when in the higher end game, you're not going to loot the lowest tier of transmutation or augment orbs. You don't even see them on your filter. But if that one upgraded to an exalted orb or a chaos orb, or that upgrades to divine orb, now you're looting it. And that's what the rarity is doing. And I just don't understand why they're still letting rarity apply to currency. It just doesn't make sense to me.
What was particularly frustrating from their Q&A was they were like, oh, the community's got it like 90% wrong. There's so much misinformation about rarity. You guys don't understand how it actually works. And then they didn't, they weren't able to like elaborate or explain how it actually works. I'm like...
Well, the part, yeah, no, I thought that too. I said the same thing. I was like, okay, the way the community is trying to figure out the way rarity works is is just doing a bunch of kills, basically, right? That's what people are doing. And then they said the way they simulate to know how rarity works is by doing a bunch of kills. So it's like, okay, but like the people don't have dev tools, so maybe they're getting it wrong. But like, like they're trying. Like it was funny.
Doing our best.
Yeah.
I spoke to GG about that after there were a handful of videos that, made the rounds on Reddit and everything. I think the most notable one was from Criparian. So I spoke to GG about it, and they told me as well the same thing. Oh, no, there's so many incorrect things here. The diminishing returns is different when it applies to currency and whatnot. They did explain it to me quite in depth, actually. One sent me an equation of it as well, and I was like, yeah, but this is one of those situations where the numbers say one thing, but the reality is the perception in the community based on thousands upon thousands of maps tested by multiple people is confirming that the sweet spot is 150% rarity. And I tried it myself, and it's night and day going from 0 rarity to 150% rarity, even for just a few hours of grinding. And I did that for a few days, night and day. So no matter what the numbers are saying, the reality is that the perception in the entire community is that you want to have 150% rarity. That doesn't matter if your numbers are like at the office is saying one thing when everyone's perception is that this is the way it is. And like, let's say that we're all wrong, and it's just we're all wrong, but we still have that feeling, and that's our perception. Then it is a problem that needs to be addressed. Because in the end, we're playing a game, and it's supposed to be fun. And if our perception and our feelings towards it is this is not good, this is not fun, then that is a problem that needs to be addressed, no matter what the numbers say, right?
If you, for example, replaced it, because that seemed to be their big hang up right now, is like, oh, we could replace it, we could remove it, we just don't know what to like replace it with. Anything you'd want to see in its spot?
For me,
or
it's
just like remove from the loot pool, kind of, and it's just slightly smaller.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to replace the affixes with. In terms of like actually where does that power go, like in the loot equation, I want to see it on the Atlas tree myself. Like I feel like the Atlas tree feels pretty unimpactful. Like I feel like you can feel the impact of rarity on your gear more than the Atlas tree, and I feel like that's backwards. Like I should feel like the Atlas tree should be the impactful part, and my rarity should feel like how the Atlas tree feels, which is like kind of don't feel like almost anything. So I would rather have that impact go there. In terms of like the actual suffix, like whether you add on the suffix, that's a hard question.
No.
It's like fucking with the suffixes is kind of a big deal. I guess in some rows there's spots for that prefix too. If you just remove it, it becomes a lot easier to create a lot better gear. So I'm going to say, and I have no bias at all, HP and physical damage. Those are absolutely the things that we should add in those pools. I don't know what you would add there.
I don't want to remove rarity. I think rarity is in a really good state in PoE1. I think if I do a Magic Find character, I have a lot of fun doing that. I drop tons of unique items. I'm chasing these high-value uniques. That's my currency acquisition. I gimp my character to the point where like I'm maxing myself out. I'm just there. I'm basically living off Headhunter buffs. That's how I do a KB Wonder, Wind Ripper, whatever build you want to do. And I do Magic Find, and it's fantastic. I don't drop more currency, but I drop more unique items because rarity only applies to items. And I think that's the solution in PoE2. They don't replace the Magic Find stat. I think it should be in the game. It's fantastic. Gimp your character, you drop more uniques. I think that's a really cool system. Just don't make it apply to currency. Because as long as they have that applying to currency, now it becomes a global stat that non-Magic Find focused characters feel like they have to get. But if they take that away, then we don't feel like we have to get it, and now it's in a good state. And they did that in PoE1. Why repeat the mistake of making the Magic Find stat apply to currency in PoE2? It doesn't make sense to me at all. They don't have to replace the stat. That's my take.
I'd be fine with that. If they want to make a not affect currency, I'd be fine with it personally. I think how I'll go on.
I think a difference that creates, in addition to just like player feel, is at least for me in PoE1, I don't feel like I ever need to like get Magic Find or anything like that, because it feels to me like a super hyper end game specific thing that if I'm just leveling up and gearing up my character in maps, I don't need to touch. I don't need to worry about. But in PoE2, I do feel like it's something that I would be keeping an eye out for, you know, going up in my atlas and like getting my maps, because it is effective. So could help in the perception as well, and just like feeling like it's needed versus just like this super niche thing.
I don't know.
Here's one last kind of question I have for you guys here. Do you am I reading this right? Okay, wait. Have you looked at the page where like shows you the items that you can, like the currencies that have the stack size you can pull out of the tempo tree? Have you seen that page? Like in Bray, where it says like modifies are so core, unpredictably a chance to destroy it, like, and that's like the core destabilizer, etc. Like, is that, my question is, are those like actual currencies that we can use on gear just by clicking them and using them? Or I thought those were going to be, from the way I saw them in the review, that like you have to put it, like you can put it somewhere in your tempo, and then you have to go do them in the tempo. Like, do you have to even run this mechanic at all to use these currencies?
So in PoE1, the way Incursion works is that you can itemize the temple itself to become a map, right?
Right.
Then that's what we do when we buy a Locus of Corruption. We go in, we double corrupt our item, we maybe kill the boss for an occasional drop, and then we fuck off, right? So to alleviate the idea of, hey, but I only want to do a double corrupt, I don't want to do the entire temple, I just want to double corrupt, what they've done is that they've made the craft itself itemized through a currency orb. So now you can sell, trade, or use the orb itself, which is the effect of that temple's room. So those are usable currency orbs.
It's just full-on currency, yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lot of different. That's gonna be a lot of different orbs.
Yeah. It's gonna be a lot, and they're probably gonna need to add an entire stash tab for it. Not gonna lie.
Yup. I'm looking at some of them now. They're crazy.
You see the one from Etsiri? You put like an incubator from PoE1, right? So you put an incubator, you have to like kill things, and to get a threshold of the kills met. Once that kill threshold is met on the amulet, it will consume a random modifier on your amulet and then increase the numerical value on one of the existing ones.
Well, wait. Okay, it siphons a random one, but improves the numeric value of other modifiers. It says other modifiers. So,
Yeah,
I think it improves all of them, right?
It seems to be, yeah. So like if you have a 6 tier 1 mod or whatever, or 5 tier 1 and 1 scrap mod, you going in there for 1 in 6 to get rid of the shit mod, and then, you know, increase it, and then, you know, desecrate mod or slam the last mod back and pray it's good, but you'll have a, I don't know if you can make like a +3 amulet become a +4. You can do that with Sanctified, but imagine if you can juice up the numbers on that and it's not turning the item corrupt or anything like that, then the Sanctify Orbit. I mean, it is a pretty cool things for high-end juiced up gear that you can do with these things. That is very exciting.
It has to be corrupted though already, so you can't do it to anything that's not corrupted.
Does it require the item to be corrupted to put that orb on it?
It does. It says to a corrupted rare jewelry item. So I was thinking this would be nutty on rings. Like, you got a ring, all attack mods, you get lucky and you siphon off all of your suffixes and increase like the attack mods again on 3 of those rings, and you have a ritualist or something. Like, they could be pretty fucking strong. Or if Stat Stacker becomes a thing, I mean, this would be pretty nutty for Stat Stacker too. It's basically Catalyst, like, again. Only with RNG, right?
Oh.
Be curious to how much the percentage increase is on those things too.
Can you imagine a breach ring with like, live triple res and then resistance catalyst on it, and then have like a shit mod you don't care about, like mana in this example, and get rid of that mana and just uses up the rest even more than percent on the catalyst. I mean, there's some really cool things you can do with these things. I'm very excited to see where this is going to end up, because I think that the endgame chase items, I mean, endgame needs attention, but it's not just endgame or replayability of endgame content to do. It's also about itemizations, crafting, and stuff like that is interesting to keep a retention and make the game interesting to do beyond just, oh, I got my tier 16, I killed Arbiter, I'm done. These things are, a very effective way to increase the interest of, hey, I want to min-max my character. Here's a way to do that. And the double corruption is another venue of doing that.
It's going to be a lot higher tier. You're going to have a lot higher end of gear. This league. It's going to be harder to craft it because monetizing is gone. And you're going to have double corrupted, which means like you make these crazy items and then you have to gamble it again for the 50-50. So we're going to see a lot of streamers mauling out clips. It's going to be fucking fantastic. This is like an RNG league, dude.
Yes, sir.
Like
yep. At what point do you... My only thing with the double crops is I'm curious to how early people are going to start really going for that, because you got to land the corrupt to not screw up the item in the first place.
True.
Not a good item. So
True.
you don't ruin it with the first one, and then even if it's positive, you're like, well, I got really lucky. Do I push my luck again and potentially destroy the thing entirely at a 50% chance? It's going to be insane.
You pop, like, you want the first corruption to do something as well, hopefully positive, right? So you start off with like, omen of corruption, so something is gonna happen guaranteed, but that might not be good, and then you have this 50-50 on top of that. I mean, there's some pretty crazy items out there. I mean, you saw the buff to Svalin, for example. That was an insane defensive item for PoE 1, and now that is taking its place in the spotlight as an insane defensive item in PoE 2 as well, being able to roll 0%. Corrupting that could change the numerical value of that. I mean, I'm just saying. You can start taking more damage if you want to. Go through that twice. Yeah. You can get an extra socket at the same time, so it's going to be pretty cool, actually. I'm quite excited for this league, despite it not having the endgame stuff. I mean, obviously, I'm very biased, since the league mechanic is right up my alley of what the kind of league mechanic I enjoy. But I am extremely excited for this league, and I think that I will have a lot of fun for about the same time I would have, even if they had, let's say they had endgame stuff in the game. Endgame patch content changes, I would have had the situation where that would increase my longevity and retention of the game. But I feel like what we've seen is already doing that for me. But maybe that's just coping, because a lot of people are complaining about the retention might be down as a result of lacking endgame changes. What's your take on that topic, Moxsy?
I mean, obviously, it would have been great to get more endgame stuff. I'm not overly too upset about them, taking some more time to work on it. I kind of viewing it as like, maybe I won't be playing one character quite as long as if I would have been with endgame changes, but the amount of like new build stuff with all the new nodes, new class, all the new skill gems, I'll probably be making like multiple characters, and so I'm excited to mess around with some builds, but yeah, maybe not going to be playing into the end game as long as if there would have been some end game improvements.
I feel like, to me, it depends how much I like the mechanic, because if I like the mechanic a lot and the mechanic is fun, it's like legitimately enjoyable to play, I might actually end up playing more. Because the Abyss is kind of like kill shit, get loot, and when I'm done getting loot and building my character, I'm done. Plus, like, the Abyss League, making your character was like really fucking easy compared to like basically any other league because of how good like homogenizing and all this shit is. So I feel like the league actually ended like kind of quick, even though it was a good league. Like it was kind of fast. So it's like maybe we don't get in-game changes, which obviously I was disappointed. Like everyone that we didn't get in-game changes. Like I think I'm probably going to play this league longer unless the league mechanic is shit. Like if the league mechanic does not feel good to play, and the density is like I go 3 years before I see another mob pack, and then Wyvern's like dog shit janky, and like I'm like trying to swipe with my Wyvern, and it's like terrible, and the like WSD in the head looks like rubber when I'm like moving around. Unless all that happens, then maybe I don't play that much. But like I would assume I'm going to play a lot more this league than previous league, and I played a shitload previous league. I made like basically every class multiple times last league.
Still think Path of Exile 2's endgame stacks up very well to everything except for Path of Exile 1's endgame.
It's the second best endgame in ARPGs. I mean, like,
that's true.
You know, it's how I feel about it. It's like, I feel like every time I compare like what I wish it was, it's only comparing it against like their previous game.
Yeah.
It's like, what else am I comparing it against really? So it's, how much am I really going to complain?
I mean, that's a fair take. It's again coming back to the point of PoE community being so spoiled, because like you try to compare PoE 2 to any other game, and it's like it's on a whole different league. It's you put a college student in fucking football against a toddler. That's the differences. You know? Block this tackle. I'm coming for you. The baby's just sitting there.
So you guys are playing Diablo 4 is what I'm hearing, since they launched it like the same day within like 9 hours of each other or something, right? You guys are choosing to log into D4 instead?
Is it? Wait, it's D4 is on the 11th or the 12th?
It's the 11th at like 11:30 p.m. or something. Like they literally are doing it like at the right before the 11th ends.
It's morning time in Europe
because
on
after
the
the
12th.
Game Awards.
It's literally on the 12th in the morning for Europe, and the PoE 2 launches on the 12th in the evening for us here in Europe. And it's like, what, 10, 12 hours or something? Bro.
36-hour blast.
Yeah, I'm like, at this point, I'm prepping to go to bed to sleep 9 or 10 hours, so I'm ready for a subathon in PoE 2. Like, there's no shot I'm not even patching the game at this point.
There's a percentage of me that really hopes this league is absolutely miserable, so that you have to do your subathon and sit there and play like the most miserable league ever created in the ARPG for like 10 days straight. That would be fantastic. I would enjoy that in a way.
I'm sure you would. Not sure how much I would enjoy it.
That'd be good. It'd be good. It'd be a good entertainment value for me. I'd go to bed nicely every day, relaxing, knowing that GHAZZY's stuck awake.
Well, you know how that feels. And Moxsy knows how that feels recently as well. It's quite energy taxing. Let's put it that way. But it's fun though. It's fun.
I may or may not have fainted during it.
Jesus.
Yeah. I deleted the clip of the VOD, but I just
what happened?
got up.
What did?
I decided to do a little bit of an exercise stream during it, and it was like 2 p.m. I hadn't eaten and I hadn't slept, and I started doing lunges, and maybe 30 seconds later, I was like, everything was spinning, couldn't breathe,
Jesus.
fell over on camera, upside down, got up, deleted the clips, and then kept going.
That's a good, smart move. Jesus Christ. I was talking to my tattoo artist. He suggested that I could put a sub goal during the subathon for him to come over to my office here and continue my back piece on stream. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Then 2 days later, I realized how drained you get from energy for doing that. Then I'd have to sleep on stream with that shit and everything. And I was like, you know what? This is a terrible idea. I do that, I'll be like, I can't stream 24 hours, 30 hours after even a small tattoo session. I'd be drained. I'd pass out after 10 hours easily. Like, yeah, let's not do that. But you're talking about full-on workout with no food and sleep? That's insane.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
You know, you got to be careful, like with working out and whatnot. I used to play ice hockey when I was younger. I was at an ice hockey cup many years ago, and there was a goalkeeper who he had a fever, like a pretty nasty cold and a decently high fever, and he went out on the ice anyways, and he took a slap shot to the stomach and died on the ice during his ice hockey cup.
What?
He just fell over and died. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Kid was 16 years old or something. And he just had a fever and was on this. Decided to play anyways. Popped a few painkillers, went out on ice, and took a slap shot in the stomach and just collapsed on the ice and died. Crazy. It's many years ago.
Oh.
You gotta be careful, man. Like physical activities, sick or tired or food, like it's scary, man. You gotta respect your body.
Dude, you have to take care of your body. Absolutely. I mean, what you put in it matters.
Is that tea?
Wait, I looked away for 2 seconds.
Let's see here. Tequila tea. I think is what it's technically pronouncing. Cheers, buddy.
Tequila.
Oh man, no, I'm not drinking right now. I know it's tavern talk, but I'm not drinking. I've been having a stomach bug last few days, so I'm on stomach meds. Trying to keep my shit in, literally.
Yeah, man, you got to get into peak physical condition so you can play your video games. Like
Exactly.
you gotta log in, dude. You got a lot of logging in to do.
Gotta take care of it.
How long do you stay up for launches or normal sleep schedule because subathon?
Go a bit early. Like I don't know what guys do if it's subathon. Like if subathon, like I sleep I get like 18 hours immediately. But like if for what I'm going to do for this one is that's why I'm like flipping my schedule now. Get me on like 5 a.m. So I'll be on like hella fucking early, and I'll go to bed hella early the day before, and then it'll be like as long as I can go until I have to like sleep, and then I'll sleep like the minimum amount of time I have to sleep, and then I'll go like that's basically the first 2 or 3 days, and after that it's like kind of back to normal.
Yeah, it's normally how I do it. But I'll be live like a handful of hours before. I'll stream till I collapse. Probably. I have my little sister. She's flying down to take care of me. So basically, I'll stream till I can't do more, and then I'll tap her in. She takes over, and I'll go to bed, and I can actually sleep at least 6 hours or something. Kind of like how I'll try to rotate it. That goes.
I don't know how Karn does it, where he'll do like 48 hours, like no sleep. Like he'll just straight up like Twitch will like tap him on the shoulder and be like, "That's enough, low bro. Like you need to turn that stream off right about now." I don't know how the fuck he does that.
Oh, what's the cap on Twitch? It's 48 hours, right? Then you have to turn it on
48.
Off. Yeah.
You have to turn off 48 hours.
And I think YouTube is worse, right? I think it's like 12 hours.
Well, I think you can keep going for a week on YouTube, but
can keep going.
Yeah, but after if it's over a 12-hour VOD, it just removes it. Like it just deletes it from the algorithm. But if you can go like a week or something before it actually shuts down your stream.
Yeah, but like so it goes away from the algorithm after 12 hours?
If it's a 12-hour, it gets like straight up deleted, yeah. If it's over 12 hours.
Oh, I didn't know that. I know the stream keeps going. But yeah, you have to reboot the YouTube stream every 12 hours. You have to reboot Twitch every 48 hours. So normally what I do is for subathon, normally what I did last time was if my sister tags in, then I'll just let her do that. Then when I come back, then I reboot the stream when I'm back. Or if she's not available, then I sleep on stream. And then when I'm waking up and I'm ready to go again, then I do a quick reboot before I continue going again. So that's normally how I do it, at least. For subathons, at least.
Yeah, I had the editor take over during my subathon, and Oscrix did like 2 nights. I'll just pay people like to cover me for the night so I can get like 6 hours or whatever. Though Jim did a really good job too. A lot of people like Jim. He started going live himself, and then like people he showed up, he had like his own audience and stuff because he was highly entertaining as well. So shout out to Jim Tindo, the editor. The goat.
It's always good.
Your editor lives close to you?
No.
Oh, do you like remote in?
Yeah, just do it online. Oscrix does live close actually. Yeah, you guys know Oscrix, right? I mean, obviously, GHAZZY, you know. Maybe you know Oscrix, Moxsy?
No.
So he's a very notable Path of Exile streamer. Very good hardcore player. Plays a lot of hardcore trade. He was #1 ranger in the Gauntlet. And he's placed a lot, and he makes a lot of builds. And he's the guy who did like the RF Dino build, etc. He's just a real smart player. But he's actually in Alaska also. So what's cool is there's at least 2 Alaskan PoE streamers, and he's balancing out. So we have the one gamer dad, me, and then we have the Giga Chad. So we average out to like a normal player. It's great.
Pretty crazy. 50% of the streamers in Alaska play PoE.
Yeah, true, dude.
Right, when you tagged Jimmy, did you have like a stream key over to him, or like how did you do it, or he just streamed his game?
It was kind of janky. Yeah, it was kind of janky because we had to use Discord. You could probably do a better way. I didn't even think about doing the stream key, but if you did the stream key, you got to turn it off and then return it back on and all that. So like the easiest way was just like Discord it in. I learned that from Quinn because I think that's what he did during his mods were like playing when he slept or whatnot over the Discord. It's like, that's smart. Could probably just do that.
A bad idea, actually. Tag people in that way. Like I like my sister was here last subathon I did last year. I like the idea of that. So, like, the way I set up this subathon, I used to have... Well, last time I had a bunch of sub goals. You know, we all have that. Do stupid shit. I mean, I had a wax strip on my chest.
I did that one. I did the chest one, and it didn't go, so I had to do it 3 times. And then I did the leg one, and I had, like, this giant square in my leg. And I was wearing shorts because it was in the summer. It was just, like... It looked like I had some weird surgery where they just removed, like, this giant strip off my leg.
It takes like 6 months before it normalizes, and even maybe longer.
Took forever.
It's crazy. But yeah, now so what I did this time, the plan I have is more event-like stuff. So there's sub goals like normal sub goals, right? Stupid shit. But we have like things that we have sub goals where we do some really stupid event things, like competition between one another and stuff like that. So it's more of like a show more than, oh, we hit a sub goal, I'm gonna eat some bullshit or whatever, or I'm gonna wax my chest or whatever. Like, it's those things as well, but we had a bunch of goals in there that is more like entertainment TV show things that is really fucked up. So we have a bunch of those things planned. I'm not sure how it's gonna go.
Kicked in the balls 10? Are you gonna get kicked in the balls 10 times, or like, do we get like a teaser? Like you're trying to sell this, but you're not giving me any examples here.
Well, I don't want to go through too many details because I'm not sure how many of these things are included. But what you just said is in the list, and it's in the list where I put it in. Fuck to the no, but there's stuff like that. Okay. Yes.
I was gonna say I'll donate to that list. Like.
But yeah, we have some ideas at least. So we're setting it up and doing some test runs. Like I wanted to make a huge subathon for the 1.0 launch, right? I'm assuming you guys are probably interested in doing that as well for the 1.0 launch, right? When that's going to be so big, right?
I'm sure everyone and their mom's going to be doing the subathon for 1.0.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm using this subathon as like a way to test these event things and see how well received they are, and then crank them up 10 times to make them more wild for the 1.0 launch is kind of my plan.
Moxsy, you really impressed me with your subathon you did because you were very, very good at making videos on live. I watched you actually a good amount during it, and you would. I have trouble making videos on live, so that's why I respect it. Because I'm like, man, you're really good at like being able to like consistently go in the flow and like not fuck it up, and then just like pause and then keep going. I was very impressed with you, and then your YouTube was still popping off while you're live. I don't know how you did that, man. You did a really good job at that.
Thank you. It's interesting. I find that if I'm making a video offline, it'll take me longer because I'm more critical of like retakes and stuff like that versus. But doing it on live, it's it's a little embarrassing. So just go through it, make sure I nail it, get it done, and then upload it. But it's tough. That's the big issue with it. If you're doing full content, if you're doing a subathon, if you're live all the time, unless you've got someone who's on the money with editing, it's tough to keep up with the YouTube as well.
So can I pull the conversation away from PoE and streaming for a moment? I'm just curious, what's the next game that you guys are actually really excited for? Do you have a game like outside of PoE that maybe outside of streaming, outside content, outside like all that shit? Like if you play it off stream, what's something you're actually like excited for that's coming up recently? Let's start with you, GHAZZY, and give Moxsy time to think here.
Game. I mean, I'm a humongous Tibia fan. I don't have a team to play with. So I like the Tibia updates. They had a big update recently. Been playing that a lot. I just want to have when there's time for me to play that, I'll do that. Outside of that, I'm playing a TD game that was launched in September that's getting some regular updates at the moment called Heroica GCO Origins. It's a standalone version for Steam from a Warcraft 3 custom game, Tower Defense, which is very, very in-depth that I'm having a lot of fun with, that I'm actively playing. But I mean, outside of that, I don't think there's any new game on the horizon that I'm excited for. Yeah, no, it's just ongoing games that I like to see the updates for.
How about you,
What about you, Moxsy?
There's 2 games that we don't have like much about them besides that they've been announced and shown off a little bit, but
sure.
2 games that I'm kind of excited for on the horizon is a game called Clockwork Revolution, which gives me kind of it looks similar to like a steampunk looter shooter meets BioShock-y that definitely piqued my interest with some like heavy RPG elements. So that one looks really sick. And then definitely in the most recent Neo 3, I'm excited for that. And then I would say it was just announced, but the game called The Cube that is made by the people that did I'm blanking on the name. They did one of the more BioShock-y games.
Atomic
Heart. Yes, that's the one. They did Atomic Heart, and they're making a like MMO looter shooter.
Okay.
That also looked pretty cool.
You got me an MMO. Go on, GHAZZY.
Half-Life 3. Everyone see the statue in the desert?
All right.
There you go. Half-Life 3. I'm just calling it. Like, yeah, I'll play that.
What part of that statue it screams Half-Life 3 to you?
Bro,
like what? The fact it exists. I mean,
they could have hinted on the coordinates, and it could have been like a fucking stick with a little elf hat on it, and I would have called Half-Life 3 on that. I'm just saying, like, that's where I'm at. Okay.
All right. I mean, sure.
Opium.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going Maple Story Classic. The first game that I was financially abused in was Maple Story, and I would like to continue that legacy by getting scammed again in Maple Story Classic. I'm absolutely looking forward to running it back. That was actually one of the first. See, RuneScape was like my first MMO, and I played like Star Wars Galaxies, which was arguably better. And I played, Maple Story and WoW and all the. I got really into MMOs, and I was like easily the most games, the most time I spent was on MMOs. But Maple Story was the first game I ever actually spent money in the game. Like I bought cosmetics, and Nexum was the original piece of shit. I mean, like the original, dude. Everyone blames like the horse armor, but not. Nexon is like on another fucking level. They had like RNG, basically loot box mechanics and re-rolling your items. They advertised shit that said you could literally get in, literally you could buy it and you can't even get it anyway. That was great. There was a lawsuit over that one. They actually rented cosmetics. So imagine you were in PoE 2 and you bought the supporter pack and you get the cosmetic for 30 days and the ability to buy it again at the end of the 30 days. I mean, they did fucking everything.
Genius.
It just dude, they were
I'm sure they made a lot of money.
Oh yeah, dude, they're just pumping out the horse shit left and right. But I mean, let me tell you though, Maple Story that game was still a banger until later on they ruined it. Like all MMOs got ruined, but for a while.
That's
now that you say that, great idea. $65 horse cosmetic, you get like 10 miles on it, and then you got to buy it again. Banger.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, well,
that's
a good one.
So any closing thoughts or comments? Anybody want to chime in with any last minutes? Hot takes?
Not unless you got one, Moxsy.
I hope Lightning Arrow Deadeye isn't the best build in the game.
Yeah, agreed.
And it would be unfortunate if it is.
It seems like it's going to be right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
It's looking pretty good. All right. That said, boys, thank you everybody for watching. Moxsy, give us a little shout out. Where can we find you? What's your plans in the coming days leading into the launch? Just sell yourself for us.
Moxsy, you can find me on twitch.tv/Moxsy, and on YouTube I post basically guides for any game that I can make builds in, looter shooters, ARPGs, Souls games, and I will be blasting on launch, probably using Druid skills, but probably not on Druid. That's the plan.
That was great. I appreciate you coming in for the show, Moxsy, and wish you the best of luck for the launch as well, and I'll catch you guys later. Stay safe, everybody.
Thanks for having me. Peace.
Peace. All right, I am in a panic mode. My stomach is rumbling. I'm going to leave. You guys have a great one.
Oh, that bad, huh?
Yeah, it's that bad. I'll catch you later, man.
All right.
Yeah, I got to go, boys. I have to go. I actually have to go. My stomach is completely fucking me over right now, and it has been for the past 20 minutes. I'm going to raid you guys over to Darth, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoy the show with a little Tower Talk. I'm sorry, it's a little shorter stream than I hoped for, but I am literally about to shit my pants. I will see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, keep rocking, have a great one. All of that shit. Good night, everybody. Where's the fucking ending stream? There it is.